but you say it'll be fine in the end. So I'm holding my breath, skipping rocks on my skin until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun, going insane. So I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun, going insane. So I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Kia. Movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू
रोंडो?
रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now।
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to another exciting day of the realme BMPS 2025. And of course, as we all know, the journey to forging champions, it's taken us through different stages. And this time around, we are going to be in round 2 of this realme BMPS 2025. Of course, a few of teams having been eliminated in round 1 itself, a few of them having gained a spot, gained an edge as they move on directly to round 3 and the semi-finals respectively. But the Super Johnny John Necro alongside with me. Round 2, let's open up the discussions because we're going to have 64 teams battling it out over the next few days.
Yeah, and yesterday we also did see the group reveal, or pretty much the group draw, right? Inside of the Group A as well, we've got a lot of teams. Of course, at the end of the day, every single group, in my opinion, does seem quite balanced as well. But at the end of the day, everyone's got their own side of the things to say. And in my opinion, Group A as well is something that we're going to be kicking things off. So we pretty much know inside of Group A, we've got a lot of teams that are still waiting to make a mark for themselves, especially teams like REVENANT X SPARK that are still missing out on that slot towards the semifinals.
I was just about to say that, you know, at the opening of the show, a few teams having made their way towards the later rounds, yeah, the defending champions aren't there. The defending
Exactly.
champions are going to play all the way from round 2, 3, and then hopefully we get to see them in the semifinals and the finals.
I really do want to say it sort of gives me the flashbacks all the way towards 2024, but then you remember what exactly happened in 2025 BGS. So I'm not exactly going to say that and jinx it. But yeah, hopefully REVENANT X SPARK does pull off a pretty much run of their lives and just directly move on towards the semifinals week 1, but it'll just amp up the competition even more, right? Now back towards a few more names like Eggy and H4K. They have been surprising us quite a bit.
Yeah.
H4K as well, the grand finals of the BGS 2025, and they have proven themselves so much.
But as we talk about the details, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the format once again as well, because round 1, as we mentioned, concluded day before yesterday. We had group draws happening yesterday. I hope you guys did catch up and know where your favorite teams are. Well, if you don't, we're going to make sure you are updated. And for the updates, you can also go on to Crafton India Esports' social media handles and know and find out in which particular groups your favorite teams are going to be. But as we talk about the format itself, yes, round 1 was supposed to be the most confusing round of all, considering there were a lot of group shuffles happening within round 1 itself. But round 2, it is pretty simple. You have 64 teams divided into 4 different groups, and every group gets 6 matches.
And yeah, this time even the number gets amped up a little bit, right? 24 teams gets eliminated from the round 2
that's
itself.
the surprising
And
part.
unfortunately for these teams, they've only got 6 games to prove their mark. So it just gets even tougher now.
So to make things simpler, only 40 teams, the top 40 teams from the overall leaderboard, get to move forward to round 3. And they're going to be joined by the 8 teams that were 9th to 16th ranked in round 1 itself into round 3. So that's going to be 48 teams out of 48. Then we move on to 34 moving into the semifinals week 1 and then semifinals week 2. And then the grand finals, of course, it's just going to be the top 16. But again, bringing our conversation back to round 2. Comparing how things went in round 1 and how confusing those group shuffles made the entire ordeal for all of the 96 teams that were involved there, I think round 2 should be a little bit easier to deal with, considering now you know who you're going up against and how they like to play.
Of course, I mean, round 2 at the end of the day should be a little bit easier, but the main issue is that you just don't really have a lot of games to prove yourself, right?
Yeah, just
Instead of round 1, you had 12 games to prove yourself, and only 16 teams got eliminated. But now 24 teams will be eliminated. That's the biggest part and the biggest shock, right? And as you mentioned, yeah, should be a little bit easier, but maybe for the experienced banners like REVENANT X SPARK, Autobotz Esports, ASSAM Tiger Esports, H4K, that have already been put and tested in these sort of scenarios over and over again. But you know what, Johnny? Something really important as well is popping up on the screen, and that's going to be the money that's on the line for this tournament. 2 crore rupees plus prize pool for this entire tournament.
Exactly, and if you're wondering where that plus is coming from, I hope you guys have been checking out the Discovery Island, because the more you play, the more you contribute to the overall prize pool of the BMPS 2025, ladies and gentlemen. And again, it's not going to cost you anything. In fact, you gain some free skins for yourselves.
Of course, and all you need to do is just keep on playing your classic lobby, keep on playing your classic games, and you will keep on earning those exploration points. And while doing so, you can also utilize those exploration points to complete your milestones and unlock a few in-game cosmetics, which is completely for free. And while doing so, you're also going to be contributing towards this realme BMPS 2025 prize pool. That means you have a chance to amp up this prize pool by yourself. Moving on towards the points distribution, we've been looking at the same points distribution from the start. Nothing really changes over here.
But this point structure, I think over the last few days, what we have seen is allowing opportunity to teams that do like to go frag heavy. In fact, Wild Fangs is going to be the biggest example of this. A team finishing in the top 16 in a very nice position as well. And of course, all on the basis of the finishes they were able to accumulate within the first 9 games they played. They did not get a chicken dinner until their last 3 matches.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's understandable that a lot of these teams sort of pulled off the last-minute comeback, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of these teams did not even have a proper set structure, how they exactly want to approach the round 1 itself, and they pretty much just directly dove inside of the round 1, then figured out, oh, maybe we need to do this to get something done, and that's when we saw those late comebacks, and there were a lot of late comebacks, too. But without wasting any more time, we straight up just jump inside of the Group A, as we were having to talk about teams like REVENANT X SPARK, Autobotz Esports, ASSAM Tiger Esports, Tamilan Esports as well. Even H4K is going to be joining us. Eggy 2 and Forever Esports, Alibaba Raiders as well.
Yeah, Alibaba Raiders, I think, was one of those comeback names that you were, as you were mentioning, during the later half, during the second half of round 1 was where we saw the big performances, the big numbers from Alibaba Raiders. But as we move on to Group B, 4 Miracles, shadowblitz and Golden Gliders are going to be those 2 undergod names from this particular group that have done exceptionally well for themselves and do require a little bit of highlighting. Golden Gliders, considering this was their first major run in a tournament. They were very consistent in the early stages. I just hope that they are consistent in round 2 as well.
Even Group C pops up on the screen. You've got a few strong names like Rivalry Esports, Metal Esports, even Raka, Raven, Genesis, Ace. You've also got God's Omen right there, Ape City, Glitchx Reborn, Ace. You've also got Likitha Esports, Volcano Esports, Jacker Officials, GG, which is going to be God's Given. So pretty much every single group, as I mentioned, does seem pretty balanced on paper, but people have got their own opinions, so I can't really try and judge them.
I mean, you will have your opinions when you see names like Reckoning Esports, Moneymakers, Wengod, Bot Army in your group, right?
Even Vasista.
That's not all. Yeah, Vasista is going to be there. There's VST, there's Do or Die, there's Mastermind Mavericks, and these are the names that have consistently shown up for all of the officials. Now imagine, Necro, you are in this group and you're Xenon Esports. What do?
I mean, for Xenon Esports at this point, just keep your heads down, man. Straight up. Just avoid the fights. The moment you read the elimination feed, the moment you see some of the top dogs going for the fights, just avoid it.
Or
Simple.
actually, I mean, we know a lot of these teams like to fight it out early.
Yeah.
Just find a cluster, drop close by, not too close to them so that they can spot you. Just drop close enough that you can see them fighting early and then just go for those points.
So here's the thing, right? Especially speaking of a few more names like Reckoning Esports. Reckoning Esports' impact hasn't been as much as we expected it to be, right? Yeah, at the start, Reckoning Esports started off quite loose. Later on, we did see them tighten things up, but it's still not the Reckoning Esports impact that we expected. We expected Reckoning Esports to directly move on towards the semifinals week 1, but no, that was not the case. Reckoning Esports is now inside of the round 2.
Hey man, this was an eye-opener that IC sort of gave me on the last day of round 1, and I think it was during the last match itself, as he mentioned, that the defending champions, the champions of the Realme BGIS, and the runner-up of the Realme BGIS 2025, and the defending champions from the last Pro Series, none of these teams have made it directly to the semifinals. All of them are stuck in round 2 and round 3.
Well, I guess maybe that's the way to do it. Maybe if you are someone who has been doing pretty good inside of the LAN finals, maybe just take the longer route once again just to get your hands gelled up. Maybe that's what the teams are thinking. I'm not sure. As I mentioned, one of the IGLs was actually saying on his live stream that he wants to take the longer route just so he can improve the team's synergy.
Hey, man, at this point, I don't think that's a viable excuse, right? You gotta have that synergy in order to lift the trophies. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to be in a position where you have enough practice time to be able to say that, yeah, maybe one day I'm going to lift the trophy as well, there's going to be no device that supports your journey better than the Realme GT7. It is an amazing device. iSense graphene rare cover, 6 degrees cooler, as I have been mentioning during the marathon gaming sessions, so that you can have uninterrupted gaming, and 120 FPS for 6 hours, stable, and it has been co-tested by Krafton and Realme together, so you can be sure that BGMI on the Realme GT7 is going to work buttery smooth.
Of course, you will be having quite a lag-free experience and smooth experience, as you mentioned. But back towards the main conversation, right? As we pretty much know, we're going to kick things off with Group A. It's not even a question, right? And for Group A, let's be a little bit serious and let's talk about REVENANT X SPARK now. Let's hope that REVENANT X SPARK actually does regain their form inside of this round itself, then moving on towards the upcoming rounds and just delaying things.
I mean, hopefully, yeah, that's what ICU, all of the fans of REVENANT X SPARK are hoping for, because it's going to be heartbreaking to see the defending champions once again not present to defend their title. But let's see how the journey is going to turn out and how their journey is going to kick off, in fact, because we have today's schedule on our screens. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, first 3 maps played by Group A. Then we have Group B, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel happening. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, as we were talking about it, REVENANT X SPARK, they are in Group A itself.
Of course. I mean, REVENANT X SPARK is going to be the one to kick things off. You've also got a few more names like H4K. Eggy as well. Let's not forget, Eggy, the first 6 games that they played, they were flawless. They were doing so good in the overall standings too. But then something happened. They just fizzled out.
And I'm so happy that you mentioned both these two teams in the same sentence, because H4K was completely opposite. The first 6 games, H4K just bombed extremely hard, and the next 6 matches, first 6 they did not play well. Next 6 matches they were very consistent, surviving to the late game stage and also getting eliminations consistently in every game they played. And again, that was the form that we wanted to see from H4K, because when we last saw them in the Realme BGIS 2025, this was one of the best undergod performances that we have seen, especially during the later rounds where the newer names actually struggle a lot.
Now, you know what? We've been speaking so much about the known names. So let's talk about 4TR as well, because even this was one of those names that shocked us. 4TR as well in the first 6 games that they played, they were doing really good. They were in fact inside of the top 16 as well, Johnny. But then, yeah, once again, we saw that inconsistency hit them as well. Even the same thing can be said for the likes of Shockwave.
Yeah.
So many things were expected from Shockwave. And speak of expectations, and then you look at Diesel Esports and their performance. They were pretty much just lingering around the bottom 16 every single time.
Hey man, they're still dealing with that player loss of Gokul not being there anymore. I guess
know,
that
right?
experience taken away has forced a lot of struggles on them. But let's see if the struggles are going to come to an end in round 2 itself. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Erangel, game number 1 of Group A in round 2 of the realme BMPS 2025.
As the plane's going to be hitting the sky, starting all the way from Fairpier towards the opposite side, which is going to be shooting range. Now, once again, this plane flap pad tilted towards the left side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards the extremities off the right, like Mills of Power, Lipovka, Kamishki, that's going to be an extremely tough stretch. So probably go for a pit stop, get your hands on the basic weaponry, loot, and then move in towards your main primary drop location. But are we going to be seeing any clashes, though? That's my question.
Oh man, I mean, I'm hoping for a few, but earlier, a few moments ago, we were looking at the groups, and we saw Revenant X SPARK in Group A, and then Medal in Group C. That broke
I was
my
about
heart,
to say
man.
the same thing as well.
Yeah, I was looking at the group, and I was like, man, Medal is praying at this point. Please put us in the same group as Revenant X SPARK.
I know, right? For Metal Esports, even yesterday when we saw that interview, the IGL clearly mentioned, if there is Revenant X SPARK in our lobby, we drop in towards Yasna Poliana, get those easy free 4 points, and then move on. That gives us the momentum as well. We like to fight.
I mean, they like to fight. They've proven it. And unless they get an early fight, you remember a few days ago that game on Miramar as well, right? Early fight, early momentum for the players of Medal, and they end up doing so well for themselves. If they don't get that early 4v4, I think they just get bored inside of the match.
Yeah, that's how it's been for Metal Esports for a long time, right? And even in that same interview, the man once again mentioned, right, the moment they get those 4 elimination points, you just keep on moving up. We've got that momentum. We are not going to be stopping. So we do need those early game fights for us to be activated inside of the games.
But Necro, let's see who will be activated in this particular match, because as we were talking about the early fights, you see Shockwave towards Northern Georgia Pole City. It seems like there's another team dropping towards the eastern periphery of Northern Georgia Pole, pushing Shockwave towards the western side, and of course towards Query, towards Primos. We also have an open drop coming in from ASSAM Tigers and Team Cosmic taking control of Primos, Troy Tamilan towards Ferry Pier. So teams in close proximity of each other. There is a potential for an early fight, and here we have it. It is Autobotz who have chosen to go for the Northern Georgia Pole drop and share it with the side of Shockwave.
Autobotz Esports still, since they have already just dropped in, they're probably going to be taking their sweet little time to loot up and then maybe move on towards a better spot. And speaking of Shockwave, yeah, in the turf, but since the city's just so massive, both the teams can loot up peacefully. I don't think there's going to be any sort of scuffle just yet. And yeah, back towards that Metal Esports conversation that we're having, right?
Yeah.
Venom himself mentioned once again in that same interview that we try to pull a safe strategy. For the first 3 games, we try to play as passive as possible, as defensive as possible, but it just did not really work out for us. We were not able to get any sort of points, but then later on, we brought the aggression back, and that's when we started getting those points.
Did you not, like, someone should have asked them, like, why are you playing passive? That did not work out for them too well in realme BGIS. It's not working out too well for them in the BMPS. Every time they slow things down, this team is meant for fighting, and they're good at it as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was just trying to test the waters, I guess. Let's see how our teams really does perform if we do take things extremely passive. And now he knows it's not going to work out at all. His team needs that fuel.
And that
fuel comes from aggression.
But I want to know from you, what do you think of Revenant X SPARK's chances of doing well in this match, considering the circle is towards the west? And these lads have again gone for Yasnaya Poliana, but they find it empty.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's going to be any problem, at least in the initial stage. Revenant X SPARK should still be easily moving on towards that circle without any sort of problems. They will be moving on towards that centric part as well without any sort of issues. So it should still be all good in the hood. But the main concerns will pop up the moment Stage 2 pops up, and if it's not going to be on top of the players of Revenant X SPARK, then for the fans, it'll definitely be a bit of a concern. And especially when you've got teams like Autobotz Esports in the same lobby, even Rivalry Esports popping up, Shockwave as well, who can definitely be a major threat. let's speak a little bit more about the round one, right? Of course, we saw so many big names get eliminated, like NoNx and a few more falling up. Even TZ are not going to be seen inside of the round two anymore. But now you talk about a few teams that we expected to blast just go directly inside of the top 16. I'm speaking of Rivalry Esports, Diesel Esports, and their performance was completely on the opposite side of the spectrum. We were not able to see them activate themselves that well.
That is true. And again, I think it was the struggle of not getting any stabilization. Your lobby would change every 3 games. So it was all down to the mindset, how you're looking at round one itself. If you look at it with a bigger picture, if you think about all of the 12 games and just nitpick your maps, you're like, all right, we do well, kind of okay on Sanhok. We are okay with Erangel and Miramar. We have isolated drops. Our drops are quite close to the common circles that are forming right now. And you just focus on those particular maps. I think eventually you would have made it through to round one. But if you were thinking, and if you kind of did not do well in the first 3 matches and you were forced into a mindset, well, it is a make or break situation, we do well this map or we're done for, that's just too much pressure for anyone to handle. And I think by the end of things, that is what all of these names, Fearless 4, NoNx FM, these squads were forced into that mindset. It was brought upon them by a lot of pressure and lack of matches.
Of course.
But then again, I mean, had they done well from like even one decent game, 1 10-pointer, win the first 3 matches, it would have put them in a much more manageable situation because, let's be honest, in order to get out of round one, you needed 40 points in 12 matches.
Pretty much. And it's doable. Especially for a banner like NoNx FM, it should not have been a challenge.
Yeah, that's the biggest heartbreak of this realme BMPS, man, that NoNx FM got taken out round one.
Yeah, it definitely got hurt. And we don't exactly know what's going on behind the scenes as well, since the players definitely do seem quite good. But still, for some reason, they were lacking in consistency. They were lacking in those fights as well. Even the mechanics didn't seem on point. And that's why NoNx FM have been eliminated from this realme BMPS 2025 in the round one itself. 4TR officials on the screen. As I mentioned, the first few games that they played, they were incredible. But then later on, that consistency sort of dipped down, and that's why 4TR official, their good spot in the overall standings, was taken away as well. This team was once in the top 16 in the round one. But just later on, the moment that consistency fizzled away, that's when 4TR official sort of lost everything. And yeah, speaking of the initial stages, right, it just felt like a lot of these teams were not ready. They were trying to figure out what exactly is going to be happening, what sort of game strats are going to be put in front of us. That's why for a lot of these newer names to dominate the round one got a little bit more easier.
That is true. There were a few games, to be honest, in round one that were just pure based on teams getting lucky with the circles, but we'll come back to that in a bit. Still waiting for the first finish of the game, by the way, and this might be it as Spiritless Esports have been spotted out by Team Cosmic. The pressure is on. Rockley finds the first knock and the finish in a situation where this man was outnumbered. He still takes on the opponents and comes out on top. Now the tables have turned. Spiritless, they have the upper hand over here. It's a 4 versus 3 situation where they have the edge against the players of Team Cosmic, but how do they build the pressure? Having the opponents surrounded. Smokes being lobbed out by the players of Team Cosmic to deny any vision, deny line of fire, but fight. It's been brought to a halt, at least for the next few moments.
Yeah, it seems like the opponents are going to disengage as well. Don't want anything from it just yet. The foe is backing away. Team Cosmic as well, they've got their own little shelter to play with. It's not the best possible spot, but it's something that they need to work with now. They're trapped. Smokes as well around that same territory. Kira trying to spam through those smokes as well, but he's not going to find any sort of connections. The next zone's actually going to shift a little bit on the other side as well, around that Water City. So that's why you see the teams instantly on the move. Stage 2 is always going to be curveball. And as I mentioned, for REVENANT X SPARK to have a good game, the zone's not supposed to move away from them. And luckily enough for REVENANT X SPARK, it's moved around that Rozhok area.
Yeah.
So they can easily breach in, get a decent spot, and hold on.
I mean, the best position right now is going to be that small village that's west of school. It's close enough to the center of the circle. And, of course, surrounded by open fields. You are not going to be under too much threat from school apartments, or from the southern hill as well. And it's concrete cover. If you manage to defend that cluster properly, you're going to be able to secure the game. And we do see the players of Revenant X SPARK head exactly there. And luckily for them, as you mentioned, Necro, this shift of the circle put them in the prime spot to be the first team to take control of that village. But look at that massive cluster of teams that's there towards the western and the southwestern quadrant, man.
Yeah.
That is about to get intense.
Definitely does tell me this is going to be a quick game.
I mean, can be for sure.
The amount of teams that are just next to each other, it already feels like they're on the boiling point. One more team in the front. There's Toxic just driving away. Autobotz Esports. You do not really want to mess around with the players of Rivalry Esports this time around. They have been struggling inside of the round one. Just want to get the line of form back in their hands once again. For Rivalry Esports, it's one of those moments where they know there's a lot of challenges in front of them. And at this moment, they just want to showcase a bit of those patience. It's not the best possible spot for Rivalry Esports either, since they're playing around the outskirts. So they definitely do want to be the centric ones, but now they just need to adjust with this.
They're trying to adjust their level best, but I think it's the paranoia of someone creeping in late on top of Everest. That's just messing with their heads. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want nothing messing with your gameplay, check out the realme GT7. 6 degrees cooler in the marathon gaming sessions for uninterrupted gaming. But it seems like Autobotz Esports are going to be interrupted for a bit as they try to make a pounce on the players of Shockwave. They have the upper hand. And Serbi, oh, I thought he had it, Necro.
Yeah, those shots were taken, but still the man's alive. It's taken down extremely low. Servi does want to scratch up a bit more. Now pushes up close and personal and hands out the death blow as well. And that's going to be it for Shockwave Esports. Shockwave sent across the entire lobby and also that roster that they just eliminated from the game. And now Rivalry Esports, like vultures, just drive around.
I mean, you can see the game sense and the patience there in Servi. Waits for the sound cue of the first state to come on and then just instantly commits to the duel. And Autobotz Esports, they have to be grateful that they survived that fight with all 4 players intact. Otherwise, this could have been a disaster, especially stuck in this open field. Rivalry in the back lines, Hades H4K up front.
Looking towards the smack center, you've also got H4K, as you mentioned. Rivalry Esports now once again around that left side. Rivalry is extremely lucky.
Yeah.
The compound they were playing was around the outskirts, just backs against the wall.
Why are they moving back though now?
Yeah, Rivalry Esports, luckily enough, the zone actually moved around that vicinity as well, but now Rivalry Esports is moving all the way back towards the hilltop. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing there, but I hope they're utilizing that higher point to gather intel.
Yeah, if they have scopes, that could be actually it. That if they have 6x scopes equipped on those M4s, then they can scout out the front lines. Otherwise, this is just going to cause a few problems for them if someone tries to take control of the western edge or the northern edge. But Revenant X SPARK, a few moments ago we were talking about them. They have made a move from the village west of school. They try to push in towards the city of Pochinki, but there were a lot of teams in Pochinki, and that causes a lot of problems for Revenant X SPARK as well now, because it seems like they're going to be stuck on that eastern edge of the city for a while.
Indeed it does. Forever Esports on the screen, and even they need to do something.
Yeah.
It's not the best possible spot, but Forever Esports, once again, just stuck. There's so many teams around them, they cannot just move out of that spot yet.
But where's the team that drops on Pochinki, man? 4TR, they are pushed all the way in the back lines, not really involved in anything.
Just trying to take a backseat, I guess. 4TR still pretty scared. Not having that confidence to actually move on and take the fight as well.
But if you don't want to be scared, ladies and gentlemen, you got to check out the Kia Ceros. A 5-star safe BNCAP rating. This vehicle is amazing. Comes with 6 airbags as standard, 360-degree camera, front and rear parking sensors, and also the smart dash cam with dual camera, which works with the mobile app.
Wow. I'm going to try to get my hands onto it right now, Johnny. But since I'm commentating, I can't really, so.
Yeah.
Need to wait till the show ends, and then maybe we can get it.
So tomorrow morning we are partying in New York, Kia Ceros.
Of course. Surely.
Yes.
But Alibaba Raiders right now, just trying to eye out the opposite side. They know there is someone on that area. Wanted's all by himself around this vicinity. But you better be careful. Feels like you're currently inside of a lion's den. Alibaba Raiders looking at their stance as well inside of round 1. Performance wasn't that good. And that's why Alibaba Raiders now in a big world of trouble as well. They don't really have a proper form moving inside of round 2, but they need that momentum. They need that swing of things. And Johnny, the next zone shift is going to be even more cruel.
Oh man, south of Ruins completely open. There's just one hill right now that's in control of H4K, but Tamilan Esports coming back to the situation that's there. And it's still in a build-up against the players of Alibaba Raiders. Inferno. Nade lobbed out. Not a nade, a smoke goes out just to try and deny vision to the top of the hill, but Alibaba Raiders, as soon as they want to make the bounce, they are going to be the ones who have their player knocked out. From the flank, it was a third party. Forever Esports finding the angle, and White Tiger is the man that's been knocked and finished. The finish claimed by the side of Tamilan Esports, but now since they have the finish, they know they have the upper hand in this fight. And we do see Ranveer trying to make a move, see if he can get an off angle and find another knock. Chris spotted out,
oh my
Spray
God.
goes out, almost knocked out as well, but barely escapes. Or maybe not, because Forever Esports show up for an instantaneous third party, and all of a sudden, Alibaba Raiders are down to their last man.
What a big blunder that was. Forever Esports, though, they've definitely got a massive advantage. Still a man's knocked out. They do want to get the fallen comrade back up on his feet, but now it's the foes charging on. Tamilan Esports. No stop this time around. That Nate's going to find a successful knockout as well. The exact opener the players of Tamilan Esports were looking for, and Forever Esports is just going to back away since they know Lucifer's a gone case at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult to save him. But Tamilan Esports, I mean, that is impressive to be honest, and quite lucky for them that the third party came in at the right time. They got 2 free finishes because the man they picked up from the side of Forever Esports also was damaged quite a lot by Alibaba Raiders. And now look at them out on the hunt. They picked one more player, or at least try to go for one more finish that has been taken away. ASSAM Tigers chiming in for the third party of their own.
Yeah, I like the confidence showcase from the side of Tamilan Esports. ASSAM Tiger Esports, Walker taking a lot of shots in the front. Few connections, but nothing critical happening just yet. And the moment I say so, Forever Esports, they're starting to fall apart. Not the best possible outcome that Forever Esports were hoping for at the moment they repositioned, but they've already been eliminated from this game, which is quite unfortunate.
Yeah, one of the first early exits for Forever Esports, with just 2 finishes to their name. NoN though over here, putting a lot of pressure on the players of Eggy. Oh, the dip separating the 2 sides. NoN, just 2 players stuck. Eggy as well, 2 players knocked out. NoNx, it's all down to him. He's trying his level best. Luckily for the players of Eggy, there's a distraction. NoN, they're forced to make a move as the players of REVENANT X SPARK are showing up from the rear, but Levi, Necro on the finish speed. He found an opener against the players of REVENANT X SPARK as well, and NoN now have the upper hand on this depth conflict. They find the first knock, but then the trades come through as Pro finds 2. Then the instantaneous shutdown by Roman, and the recovery from NoN Esports is going to be there. And all they have to do is all down to Levi. If he can hold his ground in the back lines, if he can get some distance against the players of REVENANT X SPARK, which actually he has succeeded in doing so, this team should survive. And they actually now find themselves in a very nice spot inside of the zone.
It's extremely tough to accept what's going on with the players of Eggy. At the start of round 1, they were looking so dominant, and now it's just complete opposite.
Yeah.
They're nowhere to be seen. The performance is just not there. And Diesel Esports, well, they've been invisible from the start and up till now. And even right now, Diesel Esports is getting absolutely dominated by just this one man. He's already able to find those 2 quick knocks, almost turned around, got the 3rd one as well, but his teammate was the one to steal it away in the end. But it's completely fine. White Walker, solid stuff.
Yes, solid stuff. And iQOO, I mean, man's looking deadly right now. 3 finishes on the board for him. 4 is going to be the total tally for the team. The only problem is now they have about 11 seconds before they have to make a move towards the circle. And White Walkers, they're playing from the southern edge. It is pretty cluttered, to be honest. There are 5 teams playing the southern half of the play zone right now. And as we mentioned about it, and we can see it on the map as well in a few moments, the southern side is the most exposed side of this map. Look at that. Maglu goes around the ridge, spots out the players of ASSAM Tigers, realizes they're fighting the players of Spiritless, And now he's just looking for an off angle to just try and steal those finishes. Drives through, gets the first,
Oh my
gets the
God.
second as well. That's going to be a knock, and ASSAM Tigers, they instantly go extinct. What was that?
Disgusting stuff for White Walkers.
Yeah.
Not walking this time, just running the opponents over. Solid stuff. And where was this White Walker in the round one? Maybe now they've finally managed to get in that confidence that was missing for a long time. And White Walkers, they straight up run inside of a different fight. They've already managed to find the first opener, but still the problems continue. And within a blink of an eye, the entirety of White Walkers, they just come crashing down. This time, Tamilan Esports were like an impenetrable wall.
I know, man. I mean, a lot of unexpected names doing quite well for themselves in this game. You talk about White Walkers, this is going to be an amazing start. 8 finishes inside of this match. NoN as well, up to 6 finishes. Tamilan up to 5, Autobotz up to 4. But H4K, they have taken full advantage of the fact that the circle has been generous to them and secured 8 eliminations. 3 players still alive, by the way. But Autobotz Esports struggling with rotation. They find themselves against the side of SPIRITLESS now.
Yeah, utility tossed in the front. And then Spray as well is finding some serious connections. Another headshot found, but luckily enough, the man was able to escape right in the nick of time. It's going to be safe for now. 2 more shots taken against the vehicle in the front. Nothing critical happening just yet. Autobotz Esports still struggling to find the knock. Still struggling to find the initial opener.
Let's see. There's a lot of smoke slobbed out by the players of SPIRITLESS, and they are just looking for a little bit more breathing room to work with, because there's no incentive for them to force a fight. They are inside the zone, but Autobotz finds the opening finally. And now they have the upper hand. It's a 4v3 Autobots. They have the high ground and the numbers advantage to work with. And Lobster, he's closed in. But Arib with an 8 finds the second as well. Now Lobster lobs an 8 out, hoping to find the third knock. But it still comes through as the spray from Servi connects and Kira falls. SPIRITLESS Esports, Necro, they are losing their spirit in this fight.
Yeah, 2 exposed, 2 out in the open. Even those utilities are now going to start to do a lot of damage. SPIRITLESS Esports just prone out in the open like that, and in the end gets ran over by the players of Autobotz Esports. And just like that, it's going to be a clean sweep against SPIRITLESS Esports by Autobotz. And for Autobotz Esports, still now, they need to find a better spot inside of the circle themselves. H4K, they found themselves in the prime spot.
They've always been in the prime spot since the start of the match, and they've done a pretty good job of holding on to it. But the question is now, do they get more eliminations and the secure chicken dinner, or are we going to see them make a mistake, just panic exit those compounds and get taken out by either Rivalry or the side of NoN? These 2 teams still hold all 4 players. Autobots as well, but Autobots are going to be stuck towards that western edge of the zone, especially with Tamilan Esports having this line of fire to them.
Tamilan Esports, they've been looking pretty good so far. They've got a bit of that turf that they're controlling as well. It's not the best possible position since they're extremely exposed. And they can be blown to smithereen by the players of Autobotz Esports if they really do want to press up. But Autobots themselves knows the moment they try to take a fight against Tamilan Esports, there will be H4K wanting to disrupt that. And H4K will try to third party. Will take those long range shots as well. So it's not viable. Everyone's just waiting for the next zone to pop up, collapse, and hoping that it's going to be shifting a little bit away from the H4K compound.
Oh, good shots fired. NoN up against Rivalry. The control for the northern edge. And as the 2 teams collide, trades come through from either side. Numbers equalize for the next few moments. 3v3 between the 2 sides. Although Rivalry have to be a little bit more cautious, more exposed once they are out of ruins. Sarwar in the back lines, just keeping eye on the players of NoN. As we do see Chandan move up, I think Monster and Soham in some trouble, do need some backup. But Tamilan Esports getting dismantled as they find themselves in a sandwich against the side of Autobots. I thought Tamilan would take advantage of the terrain. They had the high ground, and Autobots did move out into the open. But tables completely flipped on their heads, and Tamilan are now down to the last man.
Autobotz Esports is starting to dominate the field. They control a lot of that terrain. On the left side, Autobotz Esports is doing a lot. The only thing that can really stop the players of Autobotz Esports is H4K now. A Reap taken down extremely low, and still the man's going for the peak. Quite gutsy. Shots were taken, but no connection found just yet. We've also got Sirvi right there, prone out in the open. A bit of that cover available from the buggy. Quite unfortunate that Tamilan Esports has been eliminated from this game, but still made it to the top 5, which is quite good.
It is indeed, but now down to the top 4. 14 players still left. It's going to be a 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 3 situation. NON, H4K down to 3 players. Autobotz Rivalry still 4 left standing. But guess what? All of a sudden, everyone's pushed outside of the zone. The circle takes a slight shift towards the eastern side. And again, the only compound inside of the play zone is going to be in control of the players. Complete control of the players of H4K. Autobots towards the west are going to be exposed. Rivalry coming in from the northwestern edge are going to be exposed. And NON, they control the entirety of the eastern side. But we do see the players of Rivalry make a move, and it seems like Soham wants to trade places with the players of NON.
Fights happen so quickly in that mid phase. And now in the late phase, you can see the teams just not wanting to duke it out against each other. There's still a lot of that playing space available for these teams. Rivalry Esports on the Netherlands side, now taking shots against NoNx. It's going to be extremely tough to find any sort of connections right now. They do want to take shots against H4K as well, but now H4K, they've got a bit of that problem brewing up. As Autobotz Esports, they straight up just make that pounce.
Yeah, first man from the side of H4K knocked out. Toxic, barely any HP left. And he goes down as well. And it was Autobots that were always going to be in trouble with this push. H4K always had the numbers to work with. They've lost one more player over here. Arif is the last man, 1v2. Both the players on the other side. Not really any HP to work with, but they still find the finishes. And Hades, H4K, they're up to 12 eliminations in this game. But Rivalry, look at how smart this team is, man. They realize that, okay, we have lost players, so we can't really hope for a chicken. Or not at least until NON makes a mistake. Might as well use the timing and third party the players of H4K. And NON, now even they have the compound surrounded. It's a big brain move after a big brain move. And NON have just sandwiched H4K and Rivalry, both of them into these houses.
Yeah, now Rivalry
and
H4K
man.
trapped.
It's house arrest.
Pretty much. Lockdown. Quarantine, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, for sure, because you can't even go see your teammate.
Pretty much. And at this moment, for Rivalry Esports, I'm pretty sure they're just itching to end this fight against the players of H4K. But the moment you see the elimination feed pop up, that's when NoNx will make that pounce as well.
Yeah.
And that's the main problem. If you're Rivalry Esports or H4K, you cannot even go for the fight against the person that's right next to you.
And considering H4K just eliminated Autobots a few moments ago, and few of those crates, I think, are on the outside. Hey, man, util refill for free.
I know, right? Restack up.
Yeah.
On the ammunition, on the utilities, on the meds.
Oh,
and H4K, quite unfortunate. Levi is able to find that perfect sneak. The nade's going to be tossed to perfection. Levi was able to get the confirmation. A knockout is there. And just like that, H4K has been eliminated from this game as Rivalry as well. They made that bounce at the last instance.
But 3 versus 2, NON, they have the numbers to work with. They have everything going for them. It's just against the 2 players of Rivalry. Monster and Chandan, and Monster, look at him. He's climbed up to the rooftop, but then aid from Godic finds the knock, and Levi with the confirmation comes through. 3 versus 1. Chandan OP, the last survivor, but still look at this. NON Esports, they do not want to risk anything, man. They're just holding back patiently. Yeah, eventually he's going to have to make a run. He's going to come out.
God.
We just wait. And there's going to be our chicken dinner. And Chandan OP, he's going to deny them that point. Just nades himself. 11 eliminations on the board as NON secure the very first chicken dinner of round 2.
There were so many fights happening at the same time in the mid-pack, right?
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, it just felt like the game reached a boiling point too early. The circle was constantly taking hard shifts after hard shifts. And what exactly happened to REVENANT X SPARK? They just vanished into thin air.
I have no idea. I mean, we saw them make a pounce towards Pochinki, but they never came out.
I know, right? REVENANT X SPARK was nowhere to be spotted after that. And winner with a chicken dinner, of course, 11 finishes and 10 knockouts. Solid stuff from the side of NoNx Esports. And what a way to kick things off as well, right? So many unexpected names were doing good for themselves. Yeah. ASSAM Tigers, Rivalry Esports, NoNx. We also did see Team Cosmic do pretty good for themselves, which is quite a good sign, honestly.
I mean, Team Cosmic right off the bat getting those eliminations, I think that is what made them happy, because considering after we had the first few zones, Cosmic was kind of thrown a curveball where they were stuck in that southern cluster and they got taken out over there itself. Majority of the teams, as you mentioned, the middle stages of this game were very chaotic. It was because of that massive cluster in that open field in the southern half of Ruins, and there was no escape. I think the only one good reason why Autobots were able to survive was because they were the last one to take control of that southwestern edge, and everyone was just stuck in that open dip.
So pretty much all the known names in this lobby were not able to perform in the game one, right? You've got REVENANT X SPARK, who did not do good. Even Rivalry Esports did not do too good for themselves. Eggy as well was not able to pop off that well. So all the known banners were not able to do good. H4K still did quite decent for themselves.
H4K, I have to say, did quite well for themselves. They had 12 eliminations into the top 3, 11 or 12 eliminations into the top 3. So double-digit eliminations is always going to be a good game for you. Even 9 finishes, I think, as we average points, right, if you want to finish in the top 40, because there is no skipping rounds from here on out, 8 to 9 points gets the job done.
So here's the thing. Now the teams need to understand. Round 1 was a marathon, but round 2 is a sprint. 6 games in your hands, and you need to make sure that you're making every single point count. And at this moment, H4K is off to a great start. NoNx as well is off to a flying start. Same thing can be said for Rivalry Esports as well. These teams are doing really good. But now the main concerns still do lie for teams like Shockwave Esports, Diesel Esports, who were not able to do that great in the round 1 as well. And even now for the start of round 2, it's not looking good. Yeah,
it is not looking good right now, but hopefully they can recover because, as you mentioned, this is a sprint. And in the case of a sprint, especially with how quick this round 2 is going to go by, all you need is one good game and one decent game to keep yourself in check.
Pretty much.
If you have a match where you secure 15 to 16 points, a chicken dinner, doesn't matter the number of finishes, or without the chicken dinner, you get a lot of eliminations. 15 to 16 points in one game, 10 plus points in the next game. And then even if you average like 3 to 4 points in the other 4 matches, you are going to be safe for sure.
Of course. I mean, at this moment, look, in my opinion, the moment you get more than 40 points, you pretty much have pinned yourself around that safety marker in the 6 games. And I do understand getting 40 points in 6 games is extremely tough as well. The cutoff is probably going to be lower than that, let's be honest. But still, it's just to be on the safer side of the spectrum. Get around 40 points, you will be looking pretty good in the overall standings. NoNx, of course, their team stats is on the screen as well since they got the chicken dinner. Quite a solid stat, honestly speaking. As I mentioned, since it was just the game 1, that's a way to kick things off. Yeah,
it was a brilliant way to kick things off, to be honest. And this is not what we expected. I mean, NON, out of all things. I thought, I mean, even during the game, I thought that, okay, H4K, again, those houses were pretty solid. H4K took full value of those houses and having that safety. That's what I'm happy about as well, that they got an opportunity. They found a good spot inside of the circle. Instead of just sitting around and waiting for teams to close in, they were proactively taking fights. Every time they heard gunshots, they would instantly ADS and look for even a single point if they could get one.
And even White Walkers was extremely impressive, right? Running from fights after fights, actually converting those fights as well. But then later on, they straight up just ran in the crosses of Tamilan Esports, which is quite unfortunate. And Tamilan Esports as well were quite good.
Hey, man, to be fair to White Walkers, if you're constantly winning awkward fights, after a certain point, you're going to start to think that, is this our game? Is this the match where we're actually invincible? And just run into one of those moments that gives you a reality check. But we have the MVP of the match on our screens. It's going to be Osiris from H4K. Amazing performance from this young lad. And of course, as we move to the list of top 5 players as well, there's going to be a few more representatives from H4K. We have Knight in particular. Then Arib from Autobotz did quite well as an individual. 5 finishes on the board for him. Levi is always going to be a big threat whenever you talk about NON. 3 finishes for Levi, and Godex as well. He found the opener in that last fight against the players of Rivalry.
Yeah, so Godex as well doing pretty good for NoNx. NoNx not really going for a frag-heavy game, but still quite a balanced approach from their side, and they've also managed to get a decent bit of points for themselves. So yeah, 21 points accumulated from NoNx. That's an insane way to kick things off. H4K as well, 17 points, doing really good in the overall standings, which is, of course, the match rankings itself. You've also got Autobotz Esports with 15 points, doing pretty good for themselves. Rivalry, White Walkers, they've pretty much now gotten that consistency in their hands. 7 to 8 points per game can actually make sure they will qualify.
And Necro, this is why we did not really see a lot of REVENANT X SPARK, because they were taken out very early without even getting a chance to take a fight. 0 points to REVENANT X SPARK. Forever Esports did secure 2 eliminations, and I think as they were shooed away by the side of Tamilan Esports, an awkward run, and they got picked off. But I'm so happy. I mean, the undergods of this lobby have gotten themselves the dream start they could ask for. Man, there were 34 eliminations within the top 3 teams of this match.
I know, right? Just creating that vacuum off the rip as well in the game 1. But this is not really a good sign for the fans of REVENANT X SPARK. Because game 1 done, REVENANT X SPARK getting 0 points. I really do not want to make early speculations since there's still a decent bit of games to go. REVENANT X SPARK can anyways make a comeback. One big bounce back, one big game can instantly bring themselves back inside of the race as well. And probably that will happen from the side of REVENANT X SPARK. But in my opinion, game 1 should have been better.
Hey, I agree with you on all of this, but the thing is, they only need 1 match today. If they can secure 1 decent chicken dinner, I'm not even talking about a big chicken dinner, man. If they get 15 points in 1 match, that's a decent enough spot to start off from. And I think REVENANT X SPARK can manage like 5 points per game in the remaining 4 matches.
I don't think for a team like REVENANT X SPARK, it's going to be a problem, right? At the end of the day, in 2024, they were dominating the officials. So at the same time, they've also got the same core, Saran, Spray, pretty much the same guys over there in that roster. So the core is pretty much the same. I don't think for REVENANT X SPARK, it's going to be a problem to move on to round 3. But still, if the things do keep on continuing the same way, when they move inside of the round 3, that's when the real problems will hit them. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more action.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बड़े कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. And of course, round 2 has kicked off in a brilliant manner. Who would have thought NON is going to be the team walking away with the chicken dinner in the very first game of round 2, and especially considering they were put in the same group as the defending champions. But there's Super Johnny, joined by IC Baby alongside with me right now. And IC, Were your thoughts aligned with what has actually happened, or were you thinking something else for the first match?
Well, I kind of predicted the Autobotz to kind of do a little bit well. Yes,
Okay.
they did okay. They did get a couple of finishes here, but the way they died was a little bit awkward just because I feel like they're not used to being a little bit aggressive, knowing that Autobotz is the type of team that kind of plays a little bit passive, which it's okay. You know, REVENANT X SPARK, however, I completely agree with you and Necro. What the heck just happened to this team? Because I did not see any action from them.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere, finished games, they were just eliminated.
I mean, I didn't even see where they got finished off. I
Yeah.
mean, until the leaderboard came on, we had no idea how they had done for themselves in this particular match. And that is how absent they were. But to be fair, I mean, right off the bat, when that second shift happened, we felt like, all right, village control, maybe they're going to do well for themselves. And then when they were pushed off, I don't know why the decision to go to Pochinki was made, because you can expect a cluster over there. Maybe playing from the northern side would have been safer. But again, game is done and dusted. Hopefully they do well in one of the upcoming 2 matches. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to do well in your matches, check out the Realme GT7. Of course, it is out and available for you guys. It's an amazing device, 120 FPS stable for 6 hours, which has been co-tested by Realme and Crafton, and of course 6 degrees cooler during those marathon gaming sessions. So you guys can play BGMI, go on to Discovery Island, and of course contribute to the prize pool of the Realme BMPS as well.
Exactly. So be sure to be part of us. The more you play, the better the prize pool will increase as well, because we finally showed the prize pool a little bit just now. It's pretty good. It's pretty lucrative as well. But of course, the teams themselves, they have to fight for their slots to actually qualify into the LAN finals first, which is going to be happening very, very well, not this month for sure. It's going to be a long time, but still, the journey begins now. So with your help, we definitely will achieve the target here on making life a little bit crazier for the players. You know, we've got to make dreams be a reality, you know?
Yeah, I think life has already turned pretty crazy with how things have kicked off in round 2, and of course, a few of the names that we still have present in round 2 itself. But let's see how this upcoming match is going to turn out. I think Miramar is going to be very important, especially for a team like REVENANT X SPARK.
Yeah. Hopefully things are going to be a little bit better for them. But again, REVENANT X SPARK, I feel like in this situation, all they need to do is just get one chicken dinner. They're pretty much set for the next round. So that's a very easy goal for a lot of these teams. But again, being consistent is going to be the key here. It is going to be a sprint. It is not going to be a marathon. So you got to do your best, get as many finishes as you can, and outclass the opponents. Because right now, we're going to be jumping straight into game number 2 of the map of Miramar for today itself. This is day 1 of the round 2 stages. And we are straight in towards the game itself, as the flight path is pretty much on its way, as the plane is going to be starting from the northeast section, heading towards the west side of El Pozo, a pretty centered circle, I would say, flight path in terms of all the teams. I don't think we are going to be seeing a hard shift down south, but yeah, based on flight path, it's pretty balanced.
Yeah, kind of balanced, I have to say. The only teams that will have any problem is anyone who likes to play from Puerto Pracio, Los Leones. The southern half of Los Leones is going to be a challenge, but you can always drop to the northern side, pick up a vehicle, swing around. Chumacera, Minas del Valle, Valle del Mar, anything south of La Benedita, La Driela, you're going to be in trouble. Be prepared for early fights. Anyone playing from the northern side of Miramar this time, and majority of the teams in the circuit, majority of the players actually prefer the northern half of this map. So those lads are going to be happy, but anytime we have flight paths queued to one half, we are looking for the early action. And this time around, again, I think REVENANT X SPARK, Hacienda, I just hope they get it empty, man. This it breaks my heart seeing the struggles go on for this team.
Yeah, I kind of do as well. But at the same time, so this lobby, especially when it comes to Miramar as well, you know, Shockwave, NoNx, Diesel, they technically have a little bit of advantage just because they do prioritize on macro gameplay. So even for Rivalry as well, they should technically be able to come on top. But after seeing this circle, ooh, this is going to be a difficult one. Just because it is going to be shifting all the way to the northwest here. A lot of teams have a very, very long journey, especially coming from the southeast corner, just because of how the terrain design is itself. So rotating into this circle early is going to be their best option, just because they have to outmaneuver all those rocky cliffs and etc. But as of yet, on screen, we do see a little bit of a drop clash here. Become Picado. That's going to be, well, Sourless as well as Troy Tamilan Esports on screen. Seems to me we have a split on towards the stadium here coming from Troy Tamilan. So it is going to be a 3 versus 4 direct head-to-head fight. But this is going to be very, very, I would say, chaotic to a certain degree. Just because they need to find a way to get out of this spot for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when we saw these two teams drop, and especially with the formation from Tamilan Esports, it seems like they're going to try and channel their inner Hyderabad Hydras and the older version of Likita Esports, the previous rendition, because those two squads fight with the same formation. And I think now with these two teams, let's see how things are going to turn out. It's like a simulation we are running at this point of Picardo drop clashes, with how many teams have just all of a sudden decided that, yeah, let's just go to Picardo. I want all 4 of them to survive till the finals now. Imagine, finals, LAN finals, there's 4 teams in Picardo every time.
That would be a absolute nightmare for all 4
Hey man,
teams.
it's an absolute cinema.
Yeah, definitely for us, for the viewers, but while that's actually happening as well, we do see Pash from side Team Cosmic also in a little bit rough in. 2 games back-to-back, Team Cosmic. Unfortunately to say, will have to lose Pash right from the get-go.
Exactly, 2 games back-to-back. Pash is the first man to get eliminated.
How unlucky
Not
can
from
you
his
get?
team, from the game in general.
Yeah, how unlucky can you get?
I have
like
no
in 2
idea,
games.
man.
Like, I wasn't even a cast in the previous game, and that's the first thing I noticed.
Oh, I was...
That's gotta hurt, I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, that's gotta hurt.
But all things considered here, you know, I'm curious to see how Picardo is going to happen as well. But the chances are they are not going to be fighting until the circle actually forces them out to.
Yeah.
So that is eventually going to hurt both teams unless they go for a really, really quick hard push. But H4K, they do find themselves a pick, which is a very, very good start for them. But they are making a very, very quick rotation just because their usual drop spots is going to be in Monte. So they are going to be fine. They will loot up here and then rotate from there. So it's not that far for them to actually rotate in for inside this zone itself.
And again, considering they've taken, well, at least did some damage to their immediate threat, which was Team Cosmic. They've caused some damage over there, picking off Pash. It gives them at least a little bit of more freedom and more confidence to play that southern edge. Now they know if they spot out a 3 cluster player, cluster of 3 players running out, they know it's going to be Team Cosmic. And they know they will have an upper hand. It's an open position just east of Monte Nuevo. So, potential fight over there as well. But Hydra, I like the fact that he has not pulled the trigger yet. He does expect one of the players from Spiritless to occupy the balconies in front of him. And that is why, even though we saw the players that are playing in the ground floor just step out into the wind, swing outside of that broken wall, Hydra has just held on. Or maybe it's just the fact that he has a Uzi to work with and nothing else.
This is deja vu all over again. Everybody is just waiting for somebody to make a move.
Yeah.
And the longer this drags on, especially for the teams that is playing a little bit passive here, from Tamilan Esports, that one slight second that you get a little bit too lax, you are going to get punished for this. So I would say, from a perspective of a camper, right? The moment you get lax, 2 lags. Well, when I say 2 lags, not money lags, I'm talking about too relaxed. You are gonna, you know, miss those opportunities. But if you're too tense, chances are your muscles are too stiff, and you might even make a mistake just by swinging a little bit too hard as well. So it needs to be a perfect balance between stiffness and relaxation.
Yeah, but I think Spiritless, their relaxation time has come to an end. They are getting quite intense about this. They've closed in the distance against the players of Troy Tamilan. Damage has been dished out to the Spiritless boys, though. His HP dropped. And look at that, all of them are just covering, like, they know they don't have a lot of healing utils, throwables, so they are being cautious with everything. Just bandages being used right now to bring his HP back to 75% as of now. But Troy Tamilan Esports, they have to be careful. As soon as this run up the stairwell happens, they need to find the first pick. And I think they can as well. Hydro swings through, switches sides to the other side of the stairwell. And now the players are Spiritless. Just run in without any info. But Kira is going to be the man finding the opening as Inferno falls. Hydro instantly runs back and evades the fight. The man advantage in this conflict gained by Spiritless.
Yeah, this is a good call coming from Spiritless Esports because, again, you know, if you're too lax and you're too tense, this is what will happen to Troy Tamilan Esports. Well, they weren't prepared for the next alternative plan. And Spiritless was able to capitalize on it, which is very, very good. But again, Spiritless Esports, they've realized that they have to wrap this up quickly because zone is not in their favor. And the longer they take as well is going to hurt them eventually. But Troy Tamilan, again, they're setting up another ambush. This time they're hoping to punish them for getting a little bit of retreat here. But Spiritless are checking every single corner just to make sure nothing's happening. But Troy Tamilan Esports, they're just camping in the same room here. just to make sure that they don't give enough information to be pinpointed as well. But seems like they are going to be smoking up as well, trying to set up for an exit strategy coming from Tamilan Esports. SPIRITLESS Esports knows exactly where they are. The pre-fire comes through, and here he goes. Seems like they are going to retreat their way through. Hydro finds a pick. Senseboy overcommits to their push. And now they need to find a save as well. Hydro going to try and bait him out of reaction as well. He's stuck in this exact same corner. SPIRITLESS just cannot push this at all. They see side by side, but this is taking a little bit too long. Can he go for the confirmation? Because the moment Hydro goes for the finish, they are going to push him and take him out.
Man, but what a bait from Tamilan Esports, making the players of SPIRITLESS think that, yeah, it's just a UMP you are running into. Well, surprise, surprise. Everyone has shotguns now. But the fight again coming to a standstill. SPIRITLESS, are they going to get baited again? That man was knocked out. He's been left like that on purpose. The moment you try and go for revive, the leap through the window is going to come through. But Hydro is just looking for an off angle and gets baited instead. He was trying to find the second knock, but just gets shot in the face and shut down. And the advantage now completely there for the players of SPIRITLESS. Or maybe not. Ranveer, what was that? And Ralphie as well. They find those trades, swing the numbers advantage, and instantly get done with the players of SPIRITLESS. Wait, how does this match check out?
That was very nicely done coming from Ranveer as well. The final moment, he knew for a fact that the only place that he is going to be exposed to is that small little window. Pre-fired it, walked into it, and then just got the jump on towards them. So very, very nice win coming from Tamilan Esports. It took a little bit of a while, but they still get themselves 4 finishes. However, in terms of looting, they did not have enough time to loot up. So they will be tanking the zone for a little bit here before they actually rotate in. Hopefully they will find a space. But mid-rotation here on screen, we do see a little bit run in here between H4K. And that is going to be a very, very awkward hunt as well, because Alibaba Raiders, they lose 1 player right off the get-go.
Yeah, H4K is just going to be a menace now. They have gotten a lot of points from that first game, and they have been let loose on this entire battleground. And it's quite unfortunate for Alibaba Raiders as well, because we know how H4K likes to play. They move in short little bursts, compound to compound. And this time as well, again, from the southwestern edge of the circle prior to this, they move to the southwestern edge of this next circle. They are going to play the edge. Although, we had a look at the zone a few moments ago, and I've been wanting to say this since the start of the game. Diesel Esports, for the first time in a long time, Diesel Esports has gotten lucky with the circle.
Yeah. But, you know, I want to do a little bit of a theory crafting maths with you here, Johnny. You're the math guy. So, there are 64 teams playing in round 2, and 24 teams will be eliminated, correct? So that means there are a total of 24 chicken dinners split between 4 groups, 6 games per group. Fair enough? So that means whoever gets a chicken dinner pretty much gets a guaranteed slot to round 3, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, this is the same thing I was talking to this about Necro as well, that you need 1 good game and 1 decent performance. A match where you get 15 points and another game where you get 10 points. And after that, all you're going to need is like 3 to 4 points per game in the rest of the matches to just survive this round.
So REVENANT X SPARK in this case, even though they dropped the first game, all they need is just 1 chicken dinner and we're back in action.
Oh no, though.
Oh no.
As you talk about opportunities, hopes begin to fade as REVENANT X SPARK. They were on their merry ride, but a Shockwave has caught them off guard. And this nade will find the second knock as well. No HP onto Spray. He falls, and REVENANT X SPARK. Things are just turning into a nightmare. 2 players lost right off the bat. Only 2 more men left alive.
Oh boy, Shockwave gonna completely shut them down. REVENANT X SPARK not having a great time at all. This is not looking good at all. But at the same time, Shockwave, they do find themselves 2 finishes, but the third party comes through. White Walkers from afar takes a couple stab in. Shockwave himself getting knocked. Seems like the rest of the teams here, they are going to leave him by and try and defend and fight against White Walkers 3v4 before going for the push here. Extrovert going for the reset. Right at the edge of the zone as well. Here comes a rush from White Walkers. Goes for a screen fire on the AK. Gets the first nick and gets the confirmation potentially here. Looking for the finish. He's looking for the point, but there's another guy going to spring his way through here. Another M4 hit fire spray and he still connects the dot. What was going on? Extrovert 1v2s that fight. In White Walker, the shotties just couldn't find a bullet. Just couldn't find a connection at all.
Yeah, so when this entire conflict began, I thought, like, alright, maybe Shockwave were going to lose 1 man, but it seems like It is one of those call an ambulance but not for me moments coming in from Shockwave, because White Walker, I don't think even they realize what just happened over there. Extrovert just wanted to have a conversation, I guess, with those two men.
I don't know, man. Somebody gotta call 911 because that is, well,
That
we
was
need an
brutal to
ambulance.
watch.
Yeah, we definitely need an ambulance for that. Is it 911 for the emergency here?
No,
Then what is it?
it's different numbers for
112?
everything. No, man, I mean,
999?
no.
Please don't call the numbers,
is-
by the way, unless it's an emergency.
Yeah, there's different numbers for different services in India. I see. You don't have one number that connects you to everything. But there's like you
But
call
it's an
one
emergency, you know?
number. Yeah, you call one number, they are definitely going to help you out for sure.
Okay. And you know what's gonna help you guys so far? It's gonna be the realme GT7 to give you guys that uninterrupted gameplay of up to 6 hours with up to 120 FPS,
Yeah.
tested by both the Crafton guys as well as realme. Keep guys going for the game, but on screen now, Rivalry Esports makes their mark. That's gonna be the first knock here coming from Sawar. As 4TR pretty much gets a little bit trade, but he's all by himself. He's gonna be picked off. Rivalry having a great game in the first game this time, leaving only one player left. 4TR official going completely ham. And right now, Rivalry Esports only Soham remains for Rivalry. As from afar, NoNx was also third partying this fight.
For sure. And that third party, it might just go for a build up as well, because NoNx, with how well they've played in the first game and the chicken dinner win for them as well, means that they have nothing to lose from here on out. Their day is already successful. I mean, they've done enough for all 3 matches. But Rivalry, they were there in the top 2 of that previous match as well, doing quite well, off to a great start. But in this particular match, things are looking different. They're down to just their last man. But Shockwave, did REVENANT X SPARK say something to Shockwave today, man? They are after their lives.
Yeah.
Sarangi is the last man left alive, lobs out a Hail Mary grenade, finds no contact, and now is just desperately making a run for his life. But the question is, where does he go from here? Shockwave, they're on his tail. He will run into an open position inside of the zone, and it seems like his idea is that, okay, I'm going to talk from Sarang's POV, right? You see the front lines empty, you see the hills towards the right, you're going to try and get into those ridges. But the problem is, as we see him head into those ridges, you also see the players of Hades, H4K, man, waiting there with the high ground advantage of their own. So they see this vehicle out into the open, and I do not know when, but they are going to pull trigger on that, man.
Well,
sometime.
Yeah, probably. But at the same time, Autobotz Esports as well going head-to-head against Diesel right now, coming from Northeast section. Diesel going to be forced to defend, but Lobster goes in for the white push. Albi wasn't prepared for that, and gets a very, very nice takedown. As Autobotz needs to take those high ground and to push into position. Servi continuing to fight. He heard someone. They don't exactly know where it is as well. Smokes has been set up as well, knowing that Diesel is going to go for the flank. Arif goes in for the rush, sprays down, and that's going to be the connection here coming from Servi. It takes the confirmation. Autobotz Esports takes 2. Very, very clean takedown from them.
Yeah, impressive. Nicely done. And especially considering that Diesel was the first one to arrive over here.
No, I really like what Autobotz Esports' mentality is, especially coming from Servi himself. Like, if you're not sure if it's safe, smoke it off, and then take the fight what's in front of you. That was very, very nice one as well.
I mean, makes things easier, right? Especially with the armed with the shotgun, you just go run in that smoke, hear a single sound, and just spam in that direction.
Like, they actually did their due diligence really well as well. And because of it, Diesel from afar, especially from Diesel, could not even take a trade. So, I like the mentality. Hopefully, they do have unlimited utilities towards the end game. But better safe than sorry, man. Prevention is better than cure.
Hey, but, I mean, Rivalry Esports preventing an awkward match this time. Get another finish for themselves. White Walkers, though, have been eliminated.
Well, speaking of elimination here, seems like things are getting a little bit too quick. Just because, number 1, there's 14 teams. Number 2, it's only stage 4. Number 3, almost every single team has lost players in this rotation because of how the flight plan began and how the circle kind of formed. Everyone was kind of clustered coming from southeast corner and also the northeast side. So because of this mid-rotation, people are going to get picked off. And because of this, you can see how teams have started getting a little bit more passive just because they cannot afford to lose any more members for the end game.
Yeah. This is going to be such a big struggle, though. I mean, because a massive cluster towards that crater field dome. They're going to be forced into a fight in the next few moments. And I'm praying for the circle to take a western or a southwestern shift. Tamilan Esports, though, playing from the southwestern edge. Alibaba Raiders in the compounds up ahead, along with the players of NON. You look at where the zone is going to go.
You know,
I mean, even now as the blue zone is closing in, I mean, these IGLs, you can see the panic set and everyone's just still to see where they're going to have to move.
Yeah, there's 4 teams down to the south as well. Solham being the solo warrior himself is going to be playing from south side. Sarang also going to be playing as solo warrior. I like that he prioritized center right from the get-go because, you know, there is some blue right from early. But because he chose a spot that is very, very highly contested, I feel like his life is going to be very, very much in jeopardy very, very soon. But on screen here, Autobotz continues with their rush. They do find another player coming from Diesel. The last straggler here, or in this case, the second last straggler is going to be Ezo. Get that case picks stuff off. As they get 3 very, very nice takes here coming from Autobotz. All 3 coming from Diesel Esports, and only 1 remain. And in this case, Kiddo, from the side of Diesel Esports, is going to be the last man standing outside the zone, apparently, off angle.
Yeah, so not a lot of hope for him, and in fact,
never mind.
Even goes out before we have that conversation, and he gets spotted out by Shockwave and finished off. But here we have it, ASSAM Tigers against 40-yard. And Luffy, impressive attempt, but Pain does drop him to the floor. ASSAM Tigers, I believe, down to the last man. And yes, it is. Pain still has 1 more teammate to work with, but Inferno, is that an off angle? Oh, that's a very tight angle. He dishes out a lot of damage, but gets knocked out. Now his teammate is here to provide with some sort of backup, and Rex needs to make sure that he gets these points before he goes down. But the cleanup comes through for 40-yard official. 4 eliminations secured. They lost 1 man, and barely at the last second is able to get a revive going for Pain as well.
Well, Pain, he may be knocked as well. He was able to buy time for his teammate to come and provide assistance there. So that was a little bit small victory. It was close, but fortunately for them, it is going to be a reset for them. But now here comes the main fight as well for Every Esports from the northeast side. Getting gatekept by Autobotz. Toxic with the off angle. He's pretty low himself, but Beast, he needs to knock him off in order to push through. But Autobotz reposition. Great game sense in. Toxic, repositions right at the last moment as well, but unfortunately got stuck in between the cliffs, and because of this forever, they are going to be able to push up. And just like that, Beast looking to try and threaten Lobster's life as well, as Lobster's going to be picked up. But little did they know, guess what? Another team here is going to be third parties. That's going to be Eggy. That saves the day. They are going to try and take him out. And guess what? For Every Esports, they go down. And for Autobotz, they somehow still are alive. With Ari, last man standing, has to fend for himself. Shockwave also looking at third party. What is going on? There's just so many teams here in the northeast.
Yeah, all of a sudden a big cluster. And Eggy, of course, having the high ground, have the upper hand as well. But Shockwave with that numbers advantage, or maybe not. I thought they could take this fight head on, but that spray from Pro shutting everything down. And now there's a revive being brought onto JD Gaming.
What is going on here? This is an absolute maniac lunacy coming from all this team from the northeast. It's just third parties after third parties after third parties, and now Pro OP has to push up as well. Shroud made a little bit of mistake here. Overpigs gets pumped, and that's going to be Eggy that cleans them out, but still not even in the top 8 yet. Shockwave has already gotten themselves 10 finishes in this game itself.
Yeah, I mean, Shockwave did quite well, making sure that they had the check of the northern edge of the zone, not just for this zone, but 2 zones prior as well. They've just been cleaning the northern side up. And Eggy, I have to say, props to them, man, and especially Pro. Dismantling Shockwave was never going to be easy, but these 2 men handled it with perfection. But the question is, can they push themselves into the top 5 of this match, considering the entirety of the northern half of the circle is just empty? Hades H4K have a lot of map control, but players are too far away from each other, so survival is going to be a big question. But NON against Team Cosmic now. They have another pick for themselves, the players of NON, and they're looking for a squad wipe.
Yeah, NoNx looks very, very strong here in round number 2 itself. What happened to them in round 1, only time can tell, because as of yet, they look looking to actually dominate the lobby. Lasso looking to try and stop them in this track. Molotov trying to zone out the rooftop. NoNx, they will lose Lavish. They try to go and pick him up, but they are a little bit late. But they are coming up on towards the rooftop of the church itself. Roman going to try nading him out as well before going for the push. Seems that Lasso is going to back off. Nade being cooked. Try and stop them in this track, but NoNx, they are going to take a chill pill now.
So much hesitation from either side. But Levi got to be careful. If he gets a little too eager for this knock, he's going to lose his life, and that is what happens. Lasso perfectly lassos him and baits him into tight spot, and then the jump shot with a shotgun to Levi's face made sure that he had no escape. But Lasso also got to be careful now, because this cluster is surrounded. There's 40 yard up north at an any given second. Team Cosmic can be caught off guard, but Roman whiffs his spray, but still finds the knock, as Godex actually finds the knock. Last shot finding contact over there. Team Cosmic, yeah, this is very shaky, man. A few moments of brilliance and then a few silly mistakes. NON, they don't really care. They're going to be grateful for those 4 eliminations nonetheless.
Yeah, but now we're in one fell swoop here in stage 6 itself. We're firing down towards only 6 teams. What is up in this lobby? Because everyone is just fighting across the entirety of the map. And you know what's a really good sign about this thing?
Yeah.
Sarang, being the last player from the side REVENANT X SPARK, has finally break into the top 6 with some position points with absolutely no finishes.
Yeah, I mean, it's still better than the last game. Last game they had nothing. This time at least like maybe 2 points.
Yeah. Hopefully it is going to be able to translate to something here. Because right now, Team Cosmic also has a solo warrior themselves. Lasso, last man standing, has to play this from the high ground. Team H4K, however, from the west side, is going to try and take jabs from afar. Try and get a couple of picks themselves. But this widespread coming from H4K is giving themselves 8 finishes. This is also another big game here coming from H4K. But on the screen here, Lasso is going to get pushed in by Roman. NoNx going to be walking up. Lasso needs to go in for the pump, but the jump shot, ooh. Okay, the ball comes through, and he's still holding nade. Roman goes down, but the nade still clips it by. Almost loses his life, but that's going to be the confirmation for NoNx Esports once more.
5 eliminations secured now, and another top 5 finish. This team is just looking incredible this time around. It's their position that I'm concerned about. They have that eastern edge, but moving down from this hill, it's going to be a big challenge. H4K once again in prime spot for the win, but they got to win those fights in order to bring it to fruition. They have the numbers to work with. H4K with all 4 players, Eggy with 2, NON with 2. 40 are still left in this match with 3 players, but they've been spotted out by Eggy. Shots fired from the flank and a fight head on as well for 40 yards.
Okay, fight comes through. Suzhou gonna be backing off a little bit, but seems like H4K, they've got complete control of the south side here. Meanwhile, 40R gonna finally make their mark against NoNx. Gets naded off. Roman now gonna try and zone him out, but Pain His Life does have a small little pocket to actually go for the reset here. But they still need to push into toward the zone right now. But the problem is, why are they so afraid? Only time can tell, but guess what? Draxi from behind H4K, they third party NoNx, and they actually get the confirmation.
10 eliminations for H4K, and it looks like this is going to be another big game for this team. I mean, the start of the journey for the realme BMPS for H4K was extremely shaky, but as they picked up the pace during the second half of round 1, it seems like they've brilliantly carried it forward into round 2 itself. First match, double-digit eliminations, and of course the top 3 finish, and even in this game 10 eliminations already, and they're almost there, almost on the verge of securing this chicken dinner as well. I think they've made it to round 3 with just 2 games, man.
Yeah, they just might as well, because this is a huge game for them.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Team H4K also going to be part of that echelon as well, I believe. This is a very huge game for them. 10 finishes, equivalent to a chicken dinner point itself here. And a top 4 finish. H4K seems like this is going to be the H4K we saw back in the days.
Yeah.
Because their LAN finals in BGIS wasn't exactly great. Round 1 wasn't exactly great as well. But coming into the round 2 stages, opening with a banger performance in 2 games in a row, H4K seems like they really want to qualify for LAN this time.
Look at how eager they are to just pick a fight against the players of 4TR, even though there's absolutely no incentive in doing so. I mean,
the incentives is I've got bragging rights that I own.
Yeah,
you.
but like in this position, you have the entire control. Eventually, they're gonna be forced to push up by the blue zone, and then you will find those finishes. You don't have to do anything; just stay inside.
You know what's really cool? There's 2 solo warriors in this game.
Yeah.
One named Eggy from Bro OP, and you know who's the other one? Sarang from REVENANT X SPARK.
Yeah.
He actually survived to top 4 as a solo warrior.
I'm not impressed though.
Why? It's points.
What is it gonna be? Like, alright, they get taken out right now. 6-5, 4 points
Hey, man.
from defending champions. 4 points.
Some points is better than no points. Remember that. Some points is better than no points.
Oh, man, you gotta meet my parents, bro.
Yeah, but if somebody if somebody offers you 100 rupees,
Yeah.
and do you complain that is 100 rupees? Will you take it?
No.
Okay.
I am extremely greedy, bro. It's just 100.
If you're greedy, you should be taking it. What do you mean?
It's just 100.
Okay, fine.
I mean, it's like H4K committing for 2 finishes at this point and losing their lives. Look at that now. They had 4 players. Now they're just left with 3.
Oh no.
Either you go big or you go home.
Hey man, H4K, they've got the upper hand, but Sarang himself, here he comes, REVENANT X SPARK. They might look to third party this, 4TR. Gonna be the first victim here, that's gonna be the first knock. And he gets confirmation, he's looking for it as well. And that's gonna be the opening that H4K needs here. And Sarang finds a point himself, and that's gonna be the confirm. So Sarang trying to make things work here for REVENANT X SPARK. H4K now finds their way to actually rotate inside the zone. Final zone in play. We're down to the final 14. And Sarang, the solo warrior, still alive. And guess what? H4K is still having that run in before DR. Osiris finds Sarang. Sarang goes down. And now Knight is going to be forced to defend himself here as the rest of the teams comes through. But H4K, they will defend. Osiris will be juggling aggro here. Draxi does have a very nice off angle, but 4TR, they get wiped, and now H4K, they survive, and Eggy, the solo warrior, makes it to the top 2. It's now or never, Pro OP. They're about to get the reset, Pro OP. You're walking a little bit too slow. He's walking wrong direction, gets the first shot in, but unfortunately, he's going to be surrounded, and he's going to go down, and H4K takes the chicken for this second game.
Yeah, and an impressive one as well. I've lost count as to how many finishes did they actually get by the end of the game. But that's what we have computers for, because we are going to find out in the next few moments. But nonetheless, impressive performance. 14 eliminations, man. Oh, man. 24 points from this game. They had about, well, I don't remember how many points they had, but double-digit eliminations from the previous game as well.
Yep, this is 2 back-to-back consistent games here coming from H4K, and this is an amazing run coming from them as well. Seems like we are going to be expecting some sort of a rivalry to be happening here, because these are the teams that really, really did well during their BGIS run. Round 1, not too good, but when it comes to stages like this, they are the experts of it.
Yeah, for sure. I think the middle stages of the tournament. But again, while we talk about H4K, their consistency, I mean, we also have to give props to 4TR. They did quite well for themselves this time around. And that is one of those experienced names that we, well, kind of experienced names that we wanted to see bounce back. But we do have the highlights of the match on our screens. And Eggy, they were there from the start, in the thick and thin of the action. And yet, they made it all the way towards the top 2. Shockwave, this is the team that has impressed me the most in this game. I mean, fight against White Walker, because it was an instant transition. They were fighting a different team. I think they were going up against REVENANT X SPARK, picked off 2. White Walkers came in with the third party, and Shockwave was immediately forced to reset. And that reset, they lost just 1 man got knocked out, and then it was a full recovery.
Exactly, and even then as well, they've heard all this commotion that was happening on the northeast side here. That was a major fight coming from Autobotz as well, and as soon as they came from the third party as well, they were able to clean them out as well, because of this fight between Shockwave and Eggy, it resulted in both parties kind of getting in one of the most awkward positions possible. But still, Eggy still came out on top. But again, NoNx Esports also a team that kind of surprises here in day 1 itself for round number 2. Seems like they found their mistakes, they ironed the Kings as well, and they look very, very confident in this game as well.
Yeah, very confident. And anyway, and I think again, another impressive run, as we were talking about. It got a lot of eliminations for themselves in this particular match. But Sarang, alright, props to him. was able to secure 5 points for his team in a game where it looked like they were again going to walk away with none. So this is still a little bit of a bounce back, but now again, as we head towards the map of Sanhok, they are going to need a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
You need to make sure you have at least one good game every 3 matches. And Revenant X SPARK, they've already wasted 2.
Yeah, they definitely did as well, considering that this is a battle between 64 teams to stay out of the bottom 24. So in this case, H4K going to be one of those teams are going to be very, very happy that they're pretty much in a very, very safe cushion in a sense where they should be guaranteed into round 3 based on just 2 games of performance, right? Each and every single team is going to be playing 6 games possible here. If you divided my maths, 25% of points out of so many teams, I think it's pretty much you're away from the bottom 24.
I mean, see, but if you're Revenant X SPARK, if you're one of the teams that has proven to be one of the top teams in the circuit, won everything last year, you gotta keep that going, right? And especially with the caliber of players that you have, this is a stacked roster that costs a lot of money to keep on payroll. And they got eliminated from the last tournament.
Why do you know about the payrolls here? Because sometimes, like, yes, even though we should have a segment where this is the highest played players in esports and BGMI, it would be a very, very nice segment to have.
I'm not talking.
We gotta do it happen.
I'm not talking figures. I'm not talking any salaries or anything. But you know for a fact if
How
you
do you
have
know it's
these,
expensive?
it is gonna be expensive. Do you think a man who has been the MVP is gonna be in your roster for less money? That's just logic, I see. They're not going to play for free.
Well, there might be players that want to play for free.
No, those players form their own teams. That is what happened with VXC. That's how the players kept on together, like, because there was no org. They just played together. That
Exactly, and look at them. They've got champion.
Yeah, but Revenant X SPARK isn't like that.
Okay, fair enough. Anyways, moving on here, we're going to be talking about the MVP of this match. It's going to be Osiris coming from H4K. And he is going to be joined with a couple of players themselves in the top 5 players in this game, respectively here. His teammate Knight is going to be part of the equation as well. We've got Pro OP from the side of Eggy. We've got Roman from NoNx Esports. And we've also got Extrovert coming in from Shockwave.
Well, I mean, all 4 of these teams have been pretty consistent in the last 2 games, to be honest. So quite surprising that it is just 4 teams playing today. And we're going to hope that Sanhok brings in a lot more, wakes up the likes of Eggy, wakes up the likes of Forever. In this game, I think the biggest wake up, or at least in the early stages, was from Troy Tamilan. I liked the fact that we saw them take those early fights. It was nice, but then there was the immediate reset. Weren't really able to survive because they lost a lot of players. But Hades H4K, 24 points from this game, and I believe they had about 15 or 14 points from the previous one as well. So this will get them extremely close to 40 points. Eggy with 12 points. We have 40R with 11. Shockwave. And again, Shockwave has sent shockwaves. They were aggressive in the last game, did well. They were aggressive in this game. 10 points. It's not too shabby. That's actually a pretty good performance.
Yeah, this is a very, very good performance coming from them here. You know, they didn't get a lot of position points, but they were part of the ones that actually finish off all the teams rather early as well. This is their usual playstyle, which I think has kind of fit for them, especially like how the flight path and the zone was developed for this kind of playstyles, right?
This game was very interesting in the sense that we had about 16, there was 19, and I think 20 to 21 players eliminated before even placement points were going out. So 21 points were taken off the board before the placement points kicked in. And because of that, you could see like the 2 teams right after H4K just were there with 6 eliminations, 5 eliminations, so just single digits. Vacuum created in the early stages as well is going to cause complications for the teams that just try to hold their position to survive for the late game stages. So you got to make sure that you're tracking how many players are always surviving. Unless you want to be in a situation like Team Insane, who kind of missed out on qualifying for the semifinals because of 4 points.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate here, but that was last year's story. Last tournament here. But for now, we're going to be taking a little bit short break here, and after this break, we'll be right back with Sanhok for the final game here for today for Group A.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BMPS 2025 here, round 2 stages. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and today is going to be a very interesting game here, especially for today, because this is the start of round 2. And now, Group A itself, we saw how things kind of open things up here, especially coming from H4K and NoNx. We'll take the chicken dinner here. By the way, my name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Necro, as we are going to be your English commentaries for today. Now, Necro, were you expecting the game to go like that for game number 2?
Of course not. It was quite an interesting game, and of course we did see the build-up as well, slowly and steadily from the start. And I'm really happy that H4K was the one to get that pretty much chicken dinner in their hands, right? And H4K is also going to be at the top in the overall standings. First game, H4K had, what, 14 points, something like that. Now they've also managed to get a chicken dinner. And speaking of Eggy, a beautiful comeback. I want to see Eggy pretty much on that same track once again.
Yeah, same can be said for Shockwave as well. They've got 10 finishes in that game with absolutely no position points. But again, the biggest question here is going to be towards REVENANT X SPARK here. What happened? Because Sarang was forced to play solo right from the get-go in towards the top 4. Gets himself 1 finish point, so that's a decent amount of points, but what do you think of that?
I mean, look, we'll get back to that conversation, but before we talk about REVENANT X SPARK, a huge shout out to our sponsors, Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and since the device is already out, and if you're considering to buy a new device, check it out. I'm telling you guys, this device is quite good. Stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, smooth, buttery gameplay. If you guys are looking to perform inside of your games, this is the device you would want to get your hands on. And back towards the conversation once again, REVENANT X SPARK. Yeah, at this point, if they're really relying on heroic plays like that, it's not a good sign at all.
Yeah, it is definitely not a good sign at all. Hopefully in this final game here, especially in the map of Sanhok, is going to help them out and pick themselves up. But again, I think there are still not just REVENANT X SPARK, there's still so many other teams that is looking to make a little bit of bounce back as well. Because in the early stages as well, Tamilan Esports was able to get a couple big wins here against SPIRITLESS Esports. Will we see the same? Will we see the drop clash again? We shall know. Find it out in the map of Sanhok itself. Because right now on screen, the flight path is pretty much shown as well. The plane is about to take off, and it is going to be starting off from the southwest corner, and then ending towards the north side of the circle itself. So the flight path seems to be very northwestern shift, but teams are already heading down towards the east side now.
Yeah, of course. I mean, playing flat path once again on the map of Sanhok is not really something that can make a lot of difference, right? We know if the teams do want to move in towards Lakavi Kampong, it's still going to be a bit of that tough stretch, but it's not impossible to move there. They can still go for that pit stop, get their hands on basic loot, weaponry, and then move on towards that spot. Now, speaking of REVENANT X SPARK, they usually like to move in towards that Camp Alpha Island, and once again, they have been moving around that vicinity, and we do see a bit of that scuffle off the rip.
Oh boy, Diesel. They straight away have a little bit of drop clashes with Temple once more, and this time it's going to be ASSAM Tigers that actually comes to say hello. We get the first strike onto them, and now the second pick comes through. ASSAM Tigers, they are going to lose 2 players right from the start. Very good opening here from Jux Esports. But at the same time here, guess what? On the edge of the screen as well, we do see REVENANT X SPARK going to be hearing all this commotion. This kind of reminds me of the past as well, because REVENANT X SPARK really likes to make this exact same play on whoever is on top of those mountains.
Soul and K9 usually do duke it out against each other, and if there is REVENANT X SPARK in the same lobby, they do try to go for that third party, but this time, REVENANT X SPARK, they get countered pretty hard, and off the rip, once again, they're off to a bad start.
Yeah, Sarang is just caught off into the right peak advantage angle as well. He was peeking from the left side. Blind spot was given to him. Immediately allows Jux Esports to spot him out. So nicely done coming from Jux Esports, but REVENANT X SPARK, they're going to get a little bit awkward here in this situation, because Circle is going to shift down towards the south side as well, and everyone from the Alpha Island has to make a break for it. But on screen here, guess what? Shadow finds a very long range shot here as Kato gets taken out, but he can't seem to get the confirmation because enemies are very close around him as well.
Yeah, such an awkward and a scrappy fight, right? Both the teams now losing out on an individual. It's not looking smooth. Down to a 3-man squad even for REVENANT X SPARK. The same thing can be said for Diesel Esports as well. At least for Diesel Esports, the man's not confirmed yet. He's still knocked out. They can go for that revival as soon as possible. And things can be brought under control. Diesel Esports, they've already managed to get a decent bit of points to kick things off as well. But they just need to be careful of a potential third party that might just be occurring soon.
Well, they kind of have to wrap it up as well. But REVENANT X SPARK, they're not too happy. They've lost Sarang. They are going to go for a very greedy 4-way gank here. It's a long setup to actually happen, but if they somehow creep onto Diesel Esports, they should be fine. But Diesel Esports, they are here checking every single corner. Feels like they know what's up. Kido finally gets confirmed, but now Spray getting rushed here with 3-man stack, gets absolutely demolished. And this is the downside of this wraparound. It takes time to set up, but Diesel Esports just brute forcing one angle, immediately finds a pick.
REVENANT X SPARK's getting dismantled off the rip in such an awkward way. There's no way REVENANT X SPARK gets kicked outside of the tournament in just round 2, right? Unacceptable. Should never happen. The third game as well on the verge of being completely wasted. Yeah, the previous game they got a decent bit of points, but those points are not going to be enough. Just 5 points out of that game. Not enough at all. REVENANT X SPARK, they need a bit more. And now Shadow's also getting pounced on. You can hear a lot of those footsteps approaching. Shadow does reposition himself, but his position's also quite noticed. He just had a double barrel shotgun to go for the fight. And then REVENANT X SPARK, they lose out on the third map as well. And eventually the entirety of that team just comes collapsing down.
Oh my goodness. This is the worst possible outcome for REVENANT X SPARK. A defending champion coming in from the previous BMPS last year itself, who made history itself on the LAN in Kochi, but for them to actually lose out 3 games just like that, only the final 3 game can save them.
I know, right? Now they need to pull pretty much a Soul. The way Soul played inside of BGIS, right? First 3 games were wasted, then later on they played the remaining 3 games, and Soul just pulled off a miraculous comeback. And that needs to be the same story for REVENANT X SPARK once again. What's going on with that team? Genuinely, it's a massive concern and a massive question as well. But something that's going to help you guys with your gameplay is going to be the realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7. And if you guys are considering to buy a new device, this is the device you guys should consider. Powered by MediaTek Dimensity 9400E chipset, one of the strongest processors out there for mobile gaming devices. One thing is for sure, you will be having buttery smooth gameplay.
Yeah, this is exactly what you need to be the best of the best, right? And as of yet, on the screen, Circle starting to shift in towards the zone itself. We do see SPIRITLESS Esports already make their way into the center. We've got 4TR official, we've got Alibaba Raiders, we've got Troy Tamilan as well, making a very, very early mad dash for them. Rivalry also making a little bit of comeback. But I'm not too sure about what ASSAM Tiger is, because they were the first ones to get a little bit of contact here with Diesel. And then, because of that skirmish, they're forced to play a little bit of a 2-man. And that 2-man pretty much tanking the zone now. Looks like they are going to play a very, very late rotate into the zone.
Seems like it. And since the blue is on the move as well, now you do not really have a lot of potential adjustments that you can try and make now. Especially if you're outside of the circle. Time's narrow, and you need to be quick. Try Tamilan Esports. First game was decent. Second game, yeah, an okay schmark. But the third game has to be a good one as well. It needs to be on point. And it's Troy Tamilan Esports at the end of the day. I think they can definitely do good, but then you look at the reflection of round 1, and you're still concerned. Because inside of the round 1, they were still constantly around that bottom 16 pack. So hopefully this time now, they've at least found a bit of that win in the sails.
Yeah, definitely did. But speaking of win in the sails here, 4TR official had a great start here for today. Day 3, seems like they've lost 1. And because of this, they are going to play a little bit passive as well, because as of yet, 4TR official, they've got all the time in the world. Circle is going to be in their favor. It's going to be a happy sailing for them. Unfortunately, we do see Mori on screen, and you know who's missing?
Who?
Rick.
Wow.
Do you get the reference?
No. Oh, Rick and Morty?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, now I got it.
But a little, in case you guys missed out on action as well, let's take a look at the replay of how things actually started as well. Sarang was one of the first ones that actually get picked off from Diesel. We also see a little bit of trade here coming from Shadow to take out one of the players from Diesel Esports. But again, this push coming from Diesel Esports to focus on one angle and just brute force their way through, just completely destroyed REVENANT X SPARK's game plan of surrounding them.
You know what the main problem is? REVENANT X SPARK losing that fight is not the main issue, but losing to Diesel Esports is the main issue. Diesel Esports is one of those teams that's been struggling since round 1. And even inside of the round 2 entrance, Diesel Esports hasn't been doing that great. And REVENANT X SPARK lost a 4-on-4 fight to Diesel Esports, and that's the main issue. And let's not forget, Diesel Esports just got outside of a fight as well. So they were just done fighting, and then REVENANT X SPARK technically had the advantage, but they still ended up losing that fight.
So the question, from what I'm hearing, like from what I'm saying, hearing from you, or a statement you're saying, right? Now my question is REVENANT X SPARK struggling as a team, or has Diesel improved?
I would say Diesel hasn't improved yet, but REVENANT X SPARK is just struggling. They're doing extremely bad, straight up. I'm going to be honest, I'm going to be blunt. They're doing extremely bad. It is what it is.
Okay, there you have it. From the man, Necro himself. A very, very brutally honest opinion. But all things considered, you know, still a win for Diesel Esports. This is going to give them the momentum they need to actually make a bounce back as well. 6 finishes in the bag. They're still outside the zone, clearing their corners. But on screen as well, we do have Cosmic in play. And you know what's the sign right now?
Yeah, it is the new Kia Ceros. I would recommend you guys to move on and check it out. Of course, that bold modern design is something that's going to get your eyes attracted to it. Streamlined door handles, Kia signature digital tiger face, star map LED DRL, star map LED tail lamps. What else do you want in your vehicle? Everything is available.
Yes, it is indeed available here, but on-screen Autobotz, they're getting completely rushed in and dismantled by Eggy. As Eggy now gonna go in for the rush. Arif, last 2 players left. He is gonna defend this, and he finds the pick. Autobotz Esports just completely shuts him out. Arif, what was that? Autobotz, they somehow are able to defend this, and they come up on top. But on Alpha Island, guess what? ASSAM Tigers finally gets a little bit of a taste of revenge as they find a pick of Diesel Orlo taken out. As ASSAM Tigers, they've lost 2 right from the get-go. They take 1 away from Diesel. And now, coming from the northwest side, we've got 2 dual squads coming in. But Autobotz with the reset, it's not over yet because Forever X Esports is looking to try and third-party this outside the zone.
It's got a blow for Autobotz Esports at this moment. Just got outside of 1 fight, not even done yet properly, but still the opener. Found by the players of Autobotz Esports. Almost on the verge of getting that confirmation as well. That cusp, though, still missing. Lobster wants to create the off angle, maybe in the hopes of finding a bit of that pixel, but that's not going to be the case. Autobotz Esports. This is going to be the time they need to disengage from this fight, and that's what they're exactly doing. Autobotz Esports backing away from this fight, which is a good thing.
Yeah, Arif now going to be forced to disengage. He's going to leave Lobster somewhere around as well. But it seems like Arif wants to go for a huge flank here to try and pick him up. And Phoenix, however, has a little bit of a rough idea to try and wrap him around as well. So Lobster's pretty much stranded as well. Phoenix will be on the vehicle. But it seems like Phoenix doesn't really want to go for this fight. He is going to rotate away because the zone has pretty much shifted as well. It is going to shift towards a hard south shift.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a very, very awkward circle to come in from, especially where Forever X Esports and also Autobotz is coming from as well. It's so far away.
That's what I was about to say as well. Maybe Forever Esports and Autobotz, they're done for inside of this game. Breaching inside of the safety lines now just seems extremely tough. And White Walkers, this time looking extremely dark. Spraying inside of that smoke, finding the connections as well. And now this nade has to be on point as well. Tossed to perfection, but still the man was a little bit too quick on the feet. D-Biz shots taken in the front, and what a connection that was for AQOO.
AQOO now looking for the long-range fights. He wants to try and punish the members coming from Shockwave, who's rotating from Quarry with no vehicles. But his health is dropping so low. Here comes the rush. Nade comes in, but it doesn't matter. Shockwave does have the timing done a little bit better than him. Gets the rush, gets the cleanup, and now Viral Gonna try and go in for the save as well. The nade will barely keep him by, but it's not even nade. It's smoke to try and smoke him out. Going for the blind push, but no, the jump shot from Shockwave returns the favor. You may miss, but guess what? I just don't miss. Shockwave sending shockwaves into the White Walkers as they get sent out from the day itself, and they are going to be eliminated right now.
So many teams in the blue, though. That's the main problem. Shockwave is one of them. Autobotz Esports as well. Forever Esports too. And one more team around that Camp Alpha Island. Rivalry Esports on the screen. A bit of that blunder. A man was pinned inside of the shack, and Rivalry Esports never knew what was going on in the turf as they mess up big time, and even the man gets confirmed.
That was awkward.
I know, right?
That was really, really awkward. But on screen here, NoNx Esports, they find Forever Esports, who's desperately rushing in from the zone. Gets sprayed down, 2 men down, and now Artel remains. Lavish gonna be looking for those confirmation. Forever X Esports, they're done for. They are definitely gonna be stuck forever, but as soon as they say it's done for as well, Lobster secures the final player for the team. Autobotz, they do find another pick, but the problem is he's all by himself. He needs help. He needs to run in the zone. He's gonna get shot for 4, and Shockwave, why is this split happening? Why are they fighting outside the zone? What is happening? What am I watching here, Necro?
Yeah, one of the most awkward games, huh? And generally speaking, every single fight we've seen so far has been extremely scrappy. Eggy getting eliminated, ASSAM Tigers getting eliminated, Forever Esports as well following that same line. Even REVENANT X SPARK pretty much falling up. Fights have been extremely scrappy and quite unorganized, but that's also making things even fun.
Yeah, this is stage 3, and we've seen so much action in this game. 11 teams pretty much done and dusted. And you know what's really consistent about this game? H4K, 4TR, right smack middle of the zone. And they are going to be one of the heavy hitters inside this circle itself. But Lobster, look at this. Tries to go for an off angle, unfortunately. Even though the car does not show any kind of block hitch. But the hitbox is there to stop him out. And now he's going to be stranded as well. Because of the gunshot, Rivalry going for those sprays here almost takes his life.
Yeah, still demands a life though. He's chipped up pretty low. Rivalry Esports, a 2-man squad can do a lot. Surrounding lines not cleared yet. Rivalry Esports themselves needs to move inside of the circle. A Sandy moment comes through from the side of Shockwaves. It might just not work out well.
Oh my goodness, Madman. He's an absolute madman. Somehow survives the push, somehow finds a space inside the zone. Good luck to him, because he's got to do it all by himself now, as the rest of the world haven't exactly pushed in the zone yet. Team H4K gonna be sitting at a very, very relaxed spot, but look at this. They've got perfect sights of everyone who's gonna be trying to come to the east side. But do they have sight on what was coming from the west side? Because Diesel Esports, all the way from Alpha Island, is about to crash into them.
Yeah, Diesel Esports, luckily enough, they found a free breaching point. So it's a good thing. They've at least got a bit of that turf to play with. H4K in a world of trouble. The man's just trapped inside of the shack. Tossing out a nade in the hopes of finding the knock as well, and it might just be on the mark too. Still missing it. Diesel Esports too, not really feeling too great at this moment, but H4K, they need to back their man up.
But on screen now, guess what? Tamilan Esports also going to be going for the push as well from the north-southwest corner. We do see SPIRITLESS Esports losing 1 player. Tamilan Esports making a little bit of bounce back to going for the push. But prior to that fight as well, Diesel Esports actually gets eliminated by H4K. So that's going to be pointed in their bag. SPIRITLESS Esports. Now, here comes the nade, comes through with fake throw. They will get the opening against Hydro. Tamilan Esports really looking for those epic comebacks.
Yeah. Those shots not able to find proper connections, but still should be enough to fend away the opponents. That's doing a bit. SPIRITLESS Esports still holding things back a bit, waiting for the opponents to step up, make some sort of mistake. The next zone's going to pop up as well, a bit on another side. Favoring the players of H4K and a few more. Shots were taken from Tamilan Esports. Toes were caught as well, but not enough to get the knock. That's the main concern.
Dude, it was so close. It was just 1 HP, man. That was so close there. That's a very, very disgusting off angle here coming from Ralphie. Inferno going for those nades, going to the flank, and again, they're just shooting their toes. Spiritless Esports, they just can't find a space at all. But now here comes the rush 4v2. They have no choice but to go for space. The tight angle comes through. Kira looking for a pick, but no, Fake Pro gets clipped off, and now Kira has to push it all by himself, but he finds one outside here, and a great pick. But he's going to be surrounded as well by Kira. He somehow survives. He finds the second, but the zone is pressuring his way through, looking for the third. Unfortunately, could not do so. Senseboy going to be providing those cover fire, and he's going to try Spirit Inferno out, but the zone is ticking away. He's dropping down a little bit too low. Running out in the open. Inferno scrambling for space. Troy Tamilan somehow finds the angle, but Senseboy still finds one more. They're taking each other out. 1 for 1. Left remain. Spiritless Esports, only Senseboy remains, but he will go down to 4 TR official, but the damage has been done to Troy Tamilan.
Of course, Troy Tamilan Esports not going to be able to stay alive inside of the game for too long. Down to just one man, and that one man has tried to make the mad dash towards the safety lines. As I mentioned now, since it's the only man standing, now he needs to do the job all by himself as well. And soon he will be eliminated. And that's what exactly happens. Troy Tamilan Esports outside of the game as they're done for. 4TR looking extremely dominant inside of the zone. You've also got H4K. They're doing pretty okay for themselves.
Yeah, at the same time as well, this is a very, very short game here, Negro. Like, out of nowhere, we've got into its final 7 teams. Almost every single team has lost some sort of casualty. The only team with 4-man strong right now is Alibaba Raiders.
I know, right?
And I don't think they realize that they are 4-man strong right now.
I just love Group A. It's been action-packed so far. Yeah. Even Erangel was super intense and super close.
It was just fights after fights after fights. It's
even
insane.
Miramar as well, just action-packed and quick game. And now this one as well, from action, now almost to the end. Alibaba Raiders, all the 4 players on the board. That can really help them secure a bit more points. They need this game as well, and it's going to be on the money. What a nade that was. Placed to perfection. Cooks the man in the front. NoNx in a world of trouble, as Levi is now going to be the only man standing. Alibaba Raiders, time to make the most out of nothing.
Great comms there from Alibaba Raiders. That was something that I did not expect as well. Wanted just dropping one of the most sickest nades from an off angle as well. Levi, last man standing. Solo warriors here. Seems like on screen we've got at least 3 solo warriors here. 1 from Shockwave, 1 from Autobotz, and 1 from NoNx Esports. As they try to make their mark here. Be a potential comeback in this game. I really like the sticker on the pan though. Looks like a... What sticker is that? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. But you know what? Alibaba Raiders now, they've gathered too much attention upon themselves. There's also 4TR looking around that same direction. Alibaba Raiders, covers blown. 4TR, they've got a bit of that better stance as well since they're inside of the circle, extremely comfy. And they've spread themselves out pretty well too. And now this fight, H4K, well, before it even began, it's already over.
Yeah, Shockwave, they tried his best. At least Madman, he lost his player rather early, found a spawn as well, but unfortunately the zone pretty much shifts him out, forces H4K to push into him, and then take him out. Levi also going to be the next to fall as well. It seems to me all the solo warriors has been picked off, so we are down towards the final 4 team. And that is going to be Alibaba Raiders, H4K, 4TRX official, and also Team Cosmic in this final zone itself. 4TR official having a widespread inside the zone, but they are surrounded by multiple angles here. H4K now making an off-angle rotation here. Morty finds them out in open here, finds the first pick. Suzhou will be playing from inside the zone, but Knight also goes down as 4TR official cleans out H4K. Last player left, Suzhou going to be tanking the zone, but seems like Morty is not going to be looking at him. He is going to focus on the potential third parties, and guess what? His call was correct because Alibaba Raiders is coming in.
H4K was extremely desperate to find a better spot. Number 2 exposed, and now for 4TR, the backline's exposed as well. Alibaba Raiders, they try to sneak in, go for that third party too, but at 4TR, they're looking extremely strong. Surrounding awareness is on point as Alibaba Raiders, they're getting constantly dismantled.
Oh my goodness, the rush comes through, and another one for 4TR official. Morty shuts them all out. 7 finishes in the back. Final 3 team left. And Alibaba Raiders could not hold down the fight. And now Bragger is going to bleed out his own by 4TR official. They lose one themselves. But it is going to be Team Cosmic looking for that third party. It is a 2 versus 2 now. 2 versus 2. Lasso with the nades sees a jump shot coming in from Morty. The spot is confirmed. They know where Lasso is, but with the smoke coming in play, he's going to try and isolate the fight with long range as well. Free fire comes through. Action dropping down low. Lasso with the off angle. He's going to try going for the rush here. Finds a couple of sprays. Hangs him out reload. That's going to be the first knock. 2v1. And guess what? Team Cosmic snatches the chicken dinner away from 4TR official. And just like that, the game concludes here for Group A in the first half in this day one itself.
Patience played to perfection, and of course, perfection personified in the end by Team Cosmic. 4TR solid stuff as well, since they had a lot of eliminations racked up in the final few moments, eliminating teams like Alibaba Raiders, H4K. Yeah, they were looking extremely dominant, but then in the end, as I mentioned, patience were played perfectly by the players of Team Cosmic, and that's why they scooped in that chicken dinner with 6 finishes. Not a lot of points, but still Team Cosmic, it's something they can work with. And as you mentioned, first 3 games are done. That means halfway point for this group is already done as well. And Team Cosmic got a decent bit of points.
I think Team Cosmic has got to be very, very happy. They are going to be progressing into the next round as well, joining the ranks of course, 2 of the teams here. We've got NoNx Esports for sure, one of those teams that actually did really, really well at the start of the day. And we also got, well, I would say Team Cosmic themselves for sure, right? Like,
yeah, even Eggy did pretty okay for himself.
Yeah, Eggy did pretty good as well. So I would say this is a big win for all 3 of them. NoNx is also going to be one of those teams that you have to watch out for. But in case you missed out on action as well, right? Diesel Esports had a little bit of run-in with another team alongside with REVENANT X SPARK, which resulted in REVENANT X SPARK hoping to get a third party, but unfortunately the third party just ended up causing them to actually get taken out instead.
Yeah, it just backfired on them, right? And for REVENANT X SPARK, them getting eliminated in such an awkward way is now going to put them in such a bad stance in the overall standings. Hopefully in the future, though, they can recover. That's all we can say at this moment, because their performance has been extremely bad so far. And now moving on towards the future moments inside of the highlights itself, we did see Team Cosmic as well duke it out. Quite a few teams in the moment. So many teams are outside on the blue as well. And of course, as we mentioned, it was an action-packed game. Fights were happening constantly all across the board.
Yeah, it is definitely a lot of fight as well. I really like this stalemate coming from SPIRITLESS Esports as well as Tamilan Esports, but the fight took a little bit too long, even though, like, I'm not a fan of what SPIRITLESS Esports is doing, but I like the mentality of each and every single team in this lobby is thinking about, right?
Yeah.
Do what you can. Some points is better than no points. If I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Just so be it. I'm gonna take somebody out with me, and because of this, every single team in these 3 games has caused so much damage to each other to a point that there is always no one strong team that is going to shut down the competition.
Yeah, and the good thing is that the newer names are actually dominating the older names as well, right?
Yeah.
H4K was getting a reality check. Yeah, H4K did get a solid chicken dinner on the map of Miramar, but then that conversion on the map of Sanhok did not really come through. Of course, there was a team on the hilltop constantly pressuring them, and H4K had to move out in the open. Today, REVENANT X SPARK as well struggled a bit too much. Eggy, they haven't got any sort of chicken dinner, but Miramar was a saving grace.
Yeah, it is definitely a saving grace coming from them. But all things considered here, I think this is a big win here coming from Team Cosmic to stay in the run here to actually qualify the next round here. All they need to do in their next 3 games is very, very simple. Consistently get to 5 to 7 points. They are going to be good and set and dusted to directly qualify towards the next round as well. But for now, I think the ones that is going to be taking a little bit of chill pill is definitely going to be H4K and also NoNx Esports. These are the 2 teams that one of the biggest winners from Group A itself today.
Yeah, I mean, NoNx did pretty good for themselves, and as you mentioned, even H4K did quite good for themselves. And I'm pretty sure even that last game for Alibaba Raiders wasn't extremely bad. Even they were able to scoop in a decent bit of points for themselves, right? And Lasso is going to be the man to be the MVP of that previous map. 5 finishes, 2 knockouts, and that's going to be a damage dished out. It's going to be 498, so solid stuff, good conversion.
Yeah, Team Cosmic was able to snatch that win in the final moment as well. That was a very, very important one for them, because even though they've taken out here as well, obviously they will get themselves 6 points, but their finishes wasn't really that high. If you balance it out between 3 games, Team Cosmic, this is a great game for them, but they're still not safe yet compared to the other groups that is going to be playing in this game. So I would say this is a well-needed win here coming from Lasso. We saw a couple of moments of brilliance from him in Miramar, but it feels like it's still very, very lacking. But as of now, this is going to be the top 5 players joining him on this ranking for this game. We have Inferno coming from Tamilan Esports. We've got Levi from NoNx Esports. We've got Ari from Autobotz. And also Pain is live coming for 4TR official. Ari, not going to lie, from Autobotz is actually, doing pretty well, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Autobotz Esports isn't really going for a lot of flashy plays, but I'm pretty sure so far in the overall standings, even they're doing quite okay for themselves, right? First game, Autobotz Esports were able to get a decent bit of points. Even the second game, elimination points were there on the board. And even inside of this game, Autobotz Esports, they've got an okayish amount of points. So they're trying to maintain that same consistency. As we do see the match rankings on the screen, Team Cosmic with 16, then you've also got 4TR right there, and then Alibaba Raiders on the third.
Yeah, and on the fourth place as well, we've got NoNx Esports with 9 points, we've got H4K with 8 points, we've got Autobotz with 8 points as well, we've got Diesel from 8, Shockwave with 6 points themselves. All these 8 teams in the top 8 is pretty much one of the consistent teams out of all 3 teams so far. Tamilan Esports had a little bit of an awkward start here for first 2 games. Third game, making a little bounce back with 5 points, not the end of the world. Same can be said for Senseless as well. It seems like Tamilan Esports and also Spiritless Esports, sorry, pardon my English as well, Spiritless Esports has gotten a little bit of awkward start because in Miramar they had a little bit of rivalry match, and even in this final moment it was both of them that actually had a run-in with each other.
That's got to stink for REVENANT X SPARK fans. In the bottom 3, currently sitting with just 6 points. It's not looking too good for them. And then you move on towards the first spot. It's H4K with a lot of points pretty much. Looking extremely comfy. Then you've got NoNx right there too on the second. Autobotz Esports, as I mentioned, they're not really going for flashy plays, but they've got a lot of elimination points to back it up.
Yeah, there's a lot of consistency coming from Autobotz as well. And for them, in the next 3 games, technically all they need is to just like 3 to 4 points. They should be able to qualify towards the next round themselves. Team Cosmic with that chicken dinner also puts themselves in a very, very good spot. Unfortunately, that chicken dinner is their saving grace here to give them a shot as well, because they will be put into 5th position. Because the 2 teams that has no chicken dinner, Autobotz and also I think 4TR official, is the ones that are doing a lot of work here in Group A itself.
Yeah, the good thing is both the teams have been playing extremely aggressive, right? First game, 4TR was getting a lot of elimination points. And then even in the last game, 4TR was constantly hammering down the squads. So that's a really good thing. Autobotz Esports, so you clearly saw the difference between the placement points and the elimination points. It was completely different. At the start of the day, we locked in our predictions. I personally went with a completely different team. But you guys, I mean, Johnny went with REVENANT X SPARK. It's quite interesting, right?
Well, REVENANT X SPARK is kind of expected, right? Like, just because they have a known team as well. But for him as well as Ravan, both of you didn't do too well in this perspective here. I feel like Autobotz did pretty okay. Tamilan Esports did okay-ish. It's not the greatest, but Rivalry did okay.
Look, compared to REVENANT X SPARK, my prediction was much better, right? Eggy on the map of Miramar got 12 points, so they did pretty good for themselves.
I think Eggy did pretty well.
Yeah, Eggy did pretty okay. They're inside of the top 8, and that's all that matters, right, for now. So even Tamilan Esports did okay. Not too good, not too bad, so on the mid-pack.
Yeah, whatever you say that makes you feel good. Yeah, sure.
All right, Icy, just because you picked Autobotz Esports and they were quite good today, you know what? I'll settle my score in the future.
Yeah, we will set it on a different day as well. But all in all, this is a big day here coming from the top teams for Group A as well. They will be the ones that actually set the benchmark, or in this case, the starting point for all the other teams that is going to be chasing through as well to try and take them out. But for now, a big day here for H4K.
Exactly. Today's day has been extremely quick, but still a few more games and a few more groups are yet to play. So we're going to toss into a short break.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. Johnny, Group A is done with all their 3 games, and REVENANT X SPARK still sitting in the bottom 3, by the way, of the overall standings. What are your thoughts about that?
I mean, I'm just afraid, man, if the next 3 matches go the same way, then we are going to miss out on the defending champions in one more tournament.
I mean, REVENANT X SPARK sitting in the bottom 3 and just getting eliminated outside of the round 2. That's gotta sting. I'm pretty sure that does not sound too right, even for the fans and even for the people that are currently watching their broadcast. It's pretty uncharacteristic.
It is, definitely. I mean, it's one of the best lineups you can ask for, or at least one of the best lineups on paper that you could build for yourself. And yet the struggles that are there, not just now in this tournament, but I'm going to include the previous one as well, the realme BGIS 2025, because that is where we saw them falter for the first time. And then we expected that, maybe the Pro Series is where we're going to see this revamped REVENANT X SPARK sort of rise from the ashes again. It's looking like a whole another story right now, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm really happy for a few names like 4TR, Autobotz Esports, and even H4K doing so good, currently sitting inside of the top 3 of the overall standings. Especially H4K. The confidence is just oozing out. I'm loving this H4K.
Yeah, they've done like, what about 16 points per game in the 3 matches that they played? Incredible. And of course, at this point, I think they've pretty much made it through to the next round already. It's just about when they play the next 3 matches, can they be consistent?
Yeah, of course. And speaking of consistency, you guys need a good device as well to be consistent in your games. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and of course, if you guys are looking to buy a new device, this is the device you guys should consider. Stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, 7,000 mAh battery, so you can have your gaming nights going as long as possible. But back towards the main question once again, Johnny. Now, the real question is going to be, if the teams are not able to cross on more than 40 points in these 3 games, that means the Sword is instantly going to be on top of their necks.
I mean, of course, we were asking for 40 points in 6 matches, but in the first 3 games, if we can secure 40 points, that is job well done. You have already made it through. Then you can pretty much relax for the next 3 games.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, and as we look at the teams from Group B as well, it's going to be interesting to see which names actually bounce back in this group, because Team Tamilan, let's be honest, that initial run in the opening round of the realme BMPS was not the best. So they are also sort of making a comeback with their last 6 matches, I think, is when they kind of had a middle-of-the-pack performance, because of which they are here. So again, this team needs to hold on to that momentum. Myth had a pretty brilliant leap in the last 3 games, last 4 matches that they played. So Myth definitely needs to hold on to that momentum. Along with that, I think you've had a lot of hopes from Jux Esports.
Of course, Amazing is popping off.
Yeah.
And what else do you want, right? The main man inside the roster, once again, starting to feel himself, getting the OG prime power back in his hands. Amazing did so good in the last time when we saw him, so I just love to see Jux and how they're going to be performing inside of the round 2. But back towards the conversation about the points we're having, right? In my opinion, in the first 3 games, at least have more than 20 points. That's going to give you a bit of that sigh of relief. What do you think?
Yeah, I think 20 points should be fine.
More than 20, though.
I mean, 20 itself should be fine. If you can get like 50% of the job done in the first 3 matches, you are in a stable, you will be in the stable footing. And again, I think after this match, we will have a clearer picture of what the bottom 24 is going to look like in terms of points. We can just keep the averages going and roll them over. Doesn't matter if the number of teams is going to change in the tournament tomorrow, because 2 more groups are going to play. But again, I think after this game itself, we can get a picture of, all right, bottom 24 is doing like 2 points per game, 3 points per game, and then that will be the average to surpass. Even if you can do 6 to 7 points, it's good.
I mean, Group A has been extremely aggressive so far, and I'm expecting the same thing even from the side of Group B, because securing those elimination points, it's definitely helping quite a bit of those teams. Autobotz Esports not really pulling off those flashy plays, but going for fights and going for third parties. That's helping them stay quite consistent in the overall standings. Without wasting any more time, we move on towards the second Sanhok of the day, as the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Camp Alpha towards the opposite side, which will be Mong Nai.
And of course, this flight path leans heavily towards the northern half of the map, and specifically towards the northwestern quadrant. But are we going to see a few extra names drop towards Camp Alpha? That is going to be the question. I mean, usually 2 teams, it's fine. 1 occupies Camp Alpha, 1 occupies Hathin. But if there's a 3rd team getting involved, then you know there's going to be scramble for vehicles. But right off the bat, I think one of the big names that has been in discussion because of how well they played in their last 6 matches in round 1 is Myth. And we see them move towards Ruins and Tambang.
They got a back-to-back chicken dinner. But Johnny, another team that played extremely well was also Golden Glider Esports.
Yeah.
How can we forget them? Extremely consistent. In every single game, they were there in the top 5. Yeah, maybe off to maybe 3 or 4 games they were not there. But still, they were extremely consistent. And that's why Golden Glider Esports, they've created a bit of that space in my heart.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, because being consistent is the most important thing. If you can win the matches, if you can close out with a chicken dinner, that's even better. But if you can consistently place yourself in the top 5 of the matches that you played and secure 3 to 4 eliminations, you are going to be in a safer position every single round. But talk about safety, and I think Beard Baba might not have any. Because he has a pistol, and he finds a knock on amazing from the side of Jux. That second man has nothing but a shank to work with. It's a 6-shot revolver versus a knife, but Beard Baba, he just gets baited as from an open spot, the off-angle Jux, they do find a trade for themselves.
Greed is never good, my friend. He should have just gotten his hands on that vehicle and ran away.
Or just secure the finish.
Yeah, probably. Something would have been better than nothing. And for Miracle Esports at this moment, even their backup arrives. Jux, they need a helping hand. Their cavalry as well is going to be arriving, so they do want to get the fallen man confirmed and also get the man around that vicinity evacuated instantly. But since there is a man holding the cross as well from the side of 4 Miracle Esports, this will be tough to do. Jux now taken down to a 3-man squad, and as of now, when the same thing can be said for 4 Miracle Esports, even Steven's on the board. And yes, that's what happens. Both the teams taken down to a 3-man squad.
Numbers traded out, but still, it is the conflict to see who gets the vehicle. In fact, it's going to be the players of Jux who just get in that vehicle and get out of there.
Yeah, skedaddle away.
Yeah. The backup arriving right in the nick of time was a saving grace for Jux as well. Plus, both these two teams fighting in a very awkward spot just southwest of Painan. It's an open position, not a big compound cluster, so you need to secure map control as quickly as possible. As we see, Reaper finds a second knock in that fight, but over here we have 2 OP official against Mysterious 4.
Interesting. Mysterious 4 is one of those teams that's been struggling. Even 2 OP pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Round 2 is filled with strugglers. Let's be honest. Even the known names that you expect to perform, even they're struggling too much. And the previous group has to be a prime example. Mysterious 4. They know exactly where the foes are positioned as well. Still waiting for someone to move out in the open. Make that rookie mistake. A bit of that stalemate. Both the teams in a bit of that deadlock as well. It's going to be tough to escalate. They're just wasting a lot of time. Shots were taken on the man who was trying to get away with that vehicle. Gets stopped for now.
Yes, gets dropped extremely low. Now Mysterious 4, they know they can't re-peek that angle, look for information. Oh no. This could be awkward for 2 OP if they don't find the knock, or if Mysterious 4 do not actually spot that prone man out. But with how this lad has positioned himself, I think Jax has an idea of where Shoot Puglu is. And in fact, Shoot Puglu gets shot in the back. Hero finding the opener for his team, and Mysterious 4 finally find something in the stalemate for themselves.
Beautiful. Mysterious 4. This might just be the icebreaker they were looking for. 2 OP officials in a world of trouble. Mysterious 4 surrounding them from all the different angles. It's tough to evacuate if you're a 2 OP official, especially the man out in the open. Nate tossed around that vicinity. It's not going to be finding any sort of connection, so it's all good in the hood for now. But for how long, that's the main question. Players are now starting to get real anxious. And they just want to get up close and personal and finish it as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's what 2 OP official want, but look at Mysterious 4 and how they've positioned themselves. Hero finding the first knock from the distance. Just making sure that he's staying away and just surrounding these compounds looking for these openings from angles where 2 OP official wouldn't expect Mysterious 4 to be. So he's just like playing from 100, 150 meters away from these compounds. And that's the thing that is working out right now for Mysterious 4, but they need to be careful as well, because this means if a player gets knocked out, then bringing him back into the fight, getting a revive, it's going to be a very big challenge, and it will be too difficult for Mysterious 4 to deal with, to be honest. Oh no, but Potfire also gets knocked out. 2 OP official, they could be done for here.
Seems like it. Down to a 3-on-4. Technically 2-on-4. Since the man's knocked out. One of the men from Mysterious 4 almost made a major mistake. Luckily enough, gets back to safety. Liability knows the position of 2 players, but he still can't do anything. His team's getting dismantled slowly and steadily in a systematic way. And the longer this stalemate keeps him going, there's a lot of chances that we might just see a third party soon.
Let's see how things turn out, though. 2 finishes on the board already for Mysterious 4. 2 OP official have an option of just completely denying the line of sights and falling back and just playing for safety. But are they actually going to take it is going to be the question. Also, Paradise Resort, there was a little bit of conflict there. But that has been disengaged. But for Hermanos, we have them in Camp Charlie. And they are making a pass, it seems like, for the survivors of Jux. Jax and Rebu still in hiding. But Los Hermanos, they are looking to hunt these 2 lads down.
Oh no, in the front it's going to be straight up a barrel stuff from the side of Los Hermanos, but still damage happening on both the sides.
Again, 1 man dropped out, 1 man traded out, but Jux, they do not have the numbers to work with to begin with. And even though the players line up, Rebu eventually gets finished off, and Jux, it is going to be the first team to be eliminated from this game of Sanhok. Los Hermanos finding 2 finish points off of that.
Revival's going to be there. Players will be back upon their feet. No issue. Still the chicken dinner, though, is pretty far away. Oh, that nade was extremely close. Could have been a 2-piece as well. But luckily enough, the player's still walking. Want to fall back to safety for now. Get a bit of that piece of cover available for themselves. Stay outside of that nadeable range. But the opponents, they've got the high ground to play with. And a nade might just squeeze in any time.
DC against Dragon Esports. And Spray God, I mean, that's a risky move, just climbing on top of a rock like that, but I think they are also desperate for an opening. Fight happening towards the northwestern edge of the zone. Yeah, shady fan, what is that? Is prone on the floor, completely gets missed by the vehicle passing by. And luckily for him, by the time Honeybee Esports got their eyes on him, they did not really have a line of fire to do any significant damage. But no, oh no, Necro, no armor, no helmet, no ammunition. This man has nothing left to fight with except that AKM.
So now we can say Shady is in a shady spot.
Yeah.
And he will find out how it is to live his name.
I mean, yeah, it's going to get pretty dark for him very soon if he gets spotted out again. Yeah. But luckily, that northern edge is quite empty and has a small shack to work with as well, where liability is.
Yeah, this group is quite slow compared to Group A, right? Feels like a completely different era now.
I mean, it is a completely different group, to be honest, so...
Yeah. Looking at the Smack Center, a few teams still around that vicinity. You've also got Team Tamilan. Looking okay for now. A few more teams wanting to move around that off-centric spot. A lot of teams still going for that late game rotation. Not a big fan of what's going on.
Oh, but he sees them. Revive just
now my God.
And finished off in a second. Oh no, Dragon Claw, that is just unfortunate. They just get 1 point off of that entire conflict, and Dragon Esports getting that squad wipe. They will be very happy with themselves. It's not just the points that this fight gets them, it also gets them into a decent position towards the northwestern quadrant of the play zone right now. And there's no one there to challenge them, so that's decent amount of map control for Stage 3 as well.
True that. Dragon Esports, even they're on the move. So now we know who's the strongest dragon in the lobby.
I mean, see, it's just Claw, just the Claw fighting an entire dragon, so...
True that. But hold on to that thought, though. A bit of that problem brewing up for now. For Miracle Esports in a big world of trouble.
They've lost Dragon OP, the player from their roster, but they do find a trade against the players of Los Hermanos. Although Los Hermanos, I think they will try to put more pressure on 4 Miracle. Just press that man advantage, get the squad wipe. 3 finishes on the board already. It's not going to be too difficult for them to bring Shadow back into the action. Plus, not a lot of teams present towards the southwestern quadrant. It's just these 2 lads.
True that.
And Myth a little bit closer to the center, but I don't think Myth is going to look to get involved in any action anytime soon.
Yeah, Myth is going to try to aim for a chicken dinner straight up. Get the same back-to-back that they got in the round 1 to bring themselves back to life. But hey, something that's going to bring your gameplay back to life, because you're doing pretty bad right now, is going to be the Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and trust me when I say this, you will be having a buttery smooth gameplay experience on this device that's stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours, code-tested by Realme and the crafting guys themselves.
Oh, but here comes the push. Los Hermanos, Evil leading the charge. 4 Miracle completely pinned down, and there is going to be no escape. All 4 players making a bounce in sync, and 4 Miracles wiped out from this game. 5 eliminations for Los Hermanos. And this is surprising, by the way. This team had an extremely slow start to their journey in round 1, but round 2, game number 1, they are on fire.
True that. The next zone's going to be shifting around that centric part once again. Team Tamilan is around that center, pretty much in the prime spot. There's a few more teams around that vicinity, so Team Tamilan, they're not going to be feeling too secure yet. You've also got WELT, another team as well around that same area. So let's see how Team Tamilan does decide to play. Someone has to go for some sort of fights. You cannot be suffocating yourself for those elimination points.
Team Tamilan, we see them on the finish feed, a fight against the players of Myth. And Myth has lost some pressure in that conflict, so they're trying to evade, but Shadow damaged just out to that vehicle. He was trying to put it out of commission. At least now they have the information of the location of the 2 players from Myth. Maybe they are going to look to make a bounce as well. Los Hermanos, they want to take control of the circle, it seems like. Moving forward, looking to climb that hill, get themselves to a high ground.
Oh, Honeybee Esports in a big world of trouble. Still trying to eye out the team at the front. Nothing found just yet. It's one of those fights that you know it's not really going to be concluded, but still you're taking those shots to burn through the opponent's med and the ammunition. Mysterious 4 spotting out the team at the front. Shots were taken, no connection found.
Mysterious 4, just 2 finishes on the board, gets knocked out as well. Gotta be careful, Aerobotz. They have a line of fire. Hero wanted to go for a revive, but his teammates just gets finished off right in front of his eyes, and Hero also knocked out. Mysterious 4, their time on this map of Sanhok might be coming to an end. Jax is still there, but I think he's struggling to find a way to get to Hero. Doesn't really know where the threat is, doesn't really know where the shots are coming from. Now finally spots that vehicle from Aerobotz, but even he is put under pressure from the left-hand side. And it is going to be Aero WBG Esports with a direct and a very clear line of fire for his position, to be honest.
Sprays inside of the smoke as well in the hopes of finding some sort of connection. Everyone's taking shots around that same area. Mysterious 4, though, planted extremely well. The man tried to escape away, but instead those shots will find the connection in the end as he gets knocked out.
And Mysterious 4 with that are down to the last man. Not looking good for Fragger. He is stuck outside of the play zone as well. And he's seen what happened to his teammates, but hey, with how the circle is moving, Honeybee Esports, Team Tamilan, they are for sure having a lot of fun for themselves. Some a little bit more than others, but Team Tamilan, that is a very wonderful position to play from.
Indeed.
Especially considering most of the teams will be moving in their direction. They will have an opportunity to just pump up those finish numbers soon.
But it's Team Tamilan, though. That's been the main concern for them. They just never really go for those proper fights. In round 1, we did see a bit of that ray of hope that Team Tamilan might just shift their gameplay focus on elimination-centric. But still, they are someone who do lack on a lot of confidence. And hopefully this time around, they're going to fix that issue.
I mean, hopefully. That's all we can say about it, but let's see. Mash spotted out by Gabru. Shadowblitz, another interesting name to bring to the table after their impressive run in round 1 itself. Taking things a little slow this time as they find themselves quite close to the players of 2OP.
One man around that spot. Mysterious 4 eventually eliminated from this game completely. 2OP officials does hear a lot of those footsteps and also the vehicle sounds. They just don't exactly know what's going to be the right time to breach in.
make a bounce for the compound and control of the players of Team Tamilas, and trades come through. Team Tamilas, they find themselves in an advantageous spot, and 2 OP. They gotta be careful as well. Because it felt like they wanted to make a move along the lines of shadowblitz. They wanted to move forward. Shadowblitz, as they switch things up, now caught off guard by Los Hermanos. This was a very questionable decision. You try to slam the center this late in the game. Unless shadowblitz win this fight now, they are not going to survive. Los Hermanos has too much pressure on the players of shadowblitz. Look at that, Nate comes out. That's the second player out of the way. Just 2 men left standing from the side of shadowblitz.
Yeah, those utils are starting to hurt. Now you can see Los Hermanos just making that run against the foes. Barrel stuffing the man down as well, and eventually the entire squad comes to an end.
Los Hermanos doing phenomenal for themselves in this match. 8 eliminations secured. And even the position inside of the zone is going to be immaculate, man. Look at that. The entire southern half belongs to them. Anyone who wants to climb this hill, anyone who wants to take that high ground, has to come and have a conversation with Los Hermanos first.
Slow and steady approach so far. Next zone's going to move up north just by a bit. Team Tamilas finds themselves in a decent spot. Los Hermanos as well, doing pretty okay. But a few names like Tribe Hirdmen, they still need to squeeze themselves inside of the circle, which will be a daunting task, but it is something they need to do. Honeybee Esports just barely inching off that zone. The only way Honeybee Esports can find a decent and remarkable spot is if they take down the players of Team Tamilas, which sounds like a tough task. Extremely tough and challenging task. But it is Honeybee Esports. They have shown a lot of signs of life in the round 1. They can do it. Welt as well on that northern side, looking extremely deadly.
Oh, they are for sure. But again, haven't really done much in this game. It's just that the circle has been on top of them, so they've been holding on to their stronghold, and now finally time for them to step into the fight as they pull off a few shots and secure a knock against the players of Tribe Herdsmen. Converted it into a finish as well. In fact, 2 players from the side of Tribe Herdsmen out of the way. But here they come, the players from the side of Golden Gliders. 1 man has been knocked out. In fact, the finish comes through. And it seems like they might be stuck in query every single time they try to go for a peek. They are put under immense pressure by the players of Team Tamilas.
Golden Glider Esports, they have been playing this game extremely patiently. Showcasing a lot of patience, but now it's time to make that run. Blues on the move as well. Golden Glider Esports, they're taking too much damage, and within the blink of an eye, the entirety of Golden Glider Esports has been eliminated from this game. What a big blunder.
And too much pressure, just held back too long, and then the blue zone forced them out, and in an instant, all of that suppressing fire from Team Tamilas just brings the finishes forward, but 2 OP. Liability and Shady crawling forward on their belly, haven't been spotted out yet, but now finally, Aerobotz, they spot out Liability. He's going to get knocked out, but Shady, he's gotten himself quite close to the players of WELT, and there's the opener, needs to go for the finish conversion, and he does. 3 finishes on the board for 2 OP official as they break into the top 9 of this game, but that's not going to be enough. But luckily, WELT have been kept distracted by Aerobotz, by Team Tamilas all this time, and 2 OP official, they're going to be allowed to recover.
So unfortunate for Welt, getting caught in a bit of that back party. Getting surprised completely by a team that was not even inside of the action, not even in the fray. And 2 OP officials finding themselves the best possible scenario and the outcome. And now looking at Welt, they've got a bit of that prom brewing up in the front as well. Aerobotz Esports, they're not someone who's going to back away. They want to apply a lot of that pressure onto Aim God.
Ollie goes out to flush out the player. Brilliantly done, but as soon as he finds the knock, he instantly gets sprayed out. The numbers advantage playing in the hands of Aerobotz, but not now anymore. They're down to the last man. He gets spotted out. Finds the trade. Shady drops. Liability is still there in the back lines, but I think 2 OP official, they realize the situation is dire before going out. They are going to rack up as many eliminations as possible. The number is up to 6 eliminations right now as they find themselves in the top 8. And another revive comes through.
Yeah, 2 OP officials somehow keeping themselves in the race for the longest.
Yeah.
We saw them go for the early clash, and now they're still somehow making it out alive inside of the game. Slowly and steadily, barely inching in the safety lines too. Well, it's even they're barely alive. The real question is, for how long now? Team Tamilan's in the front now. Even they're going to try to bring out that scouting mission. The man still pro, not spotted. Gets spotted eventually. And it's crazy. The man actually went for the eject as well, just right in front. A lot of guts.
Yeah, that did require a lot of guts, but yeah, unfortunately it did not work out too well for the lad of WELT. But Team Tamilan, I mean, off to a great start, to be honest. 3 players left, 9 eliminations on the board, and it seems like they have an idea of where the players of 2OP Official are as well. And considering the circle is in the middle of no man's land, this game might just come down between Team Tamilan's Aero WBG and Los Hermanos. But Los Hermanos, we see them make a pounce, make a move towards Team Tamilan from the flank. WBG put under pressure as they find themselves against Aerobotz, and as we're down to the top 4, 2OP still alive in this game, and all of their competitors are just taking each other out. Those 2 players in the back lines, they are just keeping their heads down, avoiding any attention from anyone, and they made it to the top 4, but finally they get taken out.
Yeah, final few teams standing inside of the game. Or maybe just say final 3 teams standing. Team Tamilan is one of them. The exact game the players wanted to have. All the fans still went for Team Tamilan to snatch the chicken dinner away, but Los Hermanos in the way. There's also Aero right around the fray too. Team Tamilan want to squeeze themselves in the safety lines, but now Team Tamilan, they're starting to get picked off. It's down to just Mr. IGL, the last man standing, the final glimmer of hope. And the real question is, for how long can he keep himself alive? Well, in the end, eventually gets scooped under the rug. And just like that, Team Tamilan get eliminated from this game on the 3rd. But that's a great way to kick things off for Team Tamilan.
It is indeed. But let's see how the rest of the matches are going to turn out. As you mentioned, top 3 finished, lot of eliminations. And I think same can be said for Aero WBG and Los Hermanos as well. All top 3 teams getting decent number of eliminations in this particular match. But the chicken dinner, seems like Aero have the upper hand, having the numbers advantage to work with. But that can go away with a single nade, and Spy, he lines it up, lobs it out, no contact, half the HP bar goes away, but now he gets shot in the back, allows the player to get a little too close, and Los Hermanos lose any advantage they would have been able to hold on to in this fight. Even Evil falls. You can see the confidence in the players of Aero, and it is going to be down to the last man, but he fails that last-ditch attempt to get 1 extra finish point, and it is Aero WBG that walk away with the chicken dinner. How many eliminations did they have? 13?
Okay, look, I've got a simple question. Are Los Hermanos not playing with the headphones on? How did the man not hear the footsteps approach him in front of the rock, and the guy in the front just straight up walked right next to him and got the knockout?
I mean, game mechanics, man. I mean, only limited number of sounds rendered.
Yeah,
at the same time.
If that's the case, then it's quite unfortunate. And if there were footsteps and he could hear it, it's his fault, straight up. But 13 finishes on the board, solid stuff from a team like WOBBLExAERO. And what a way to kick things off as well, right? WOBBLExAERO, it is one of those teams that was struggling a lot in the initial phase off the round 1, but now inside of the round 2, off the rip, they just start things off in a banging manner.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And again, I think if they get the job done early within the first 2 games, then you do not have a lot to worry about in the remainder of the matches. When you're playing without pressure, you're automatically going to do well. And I think with this great start, Los Hermanos, they're going to do rinse and repeat in the upcoming game of Miramar. And if they can get themselves anywhere 25 to 30 points, it should be good.
Just do what exactly Autobotz Esports did, right? Be part of a lot of fights, third party, get as many points as possible. Just squeeze in those stragglers as well. And scrappy points is something that might just help you a lot in the overall standings.
But I mean, in this game, the best performance, they did not win the chicken 2OP official. Man, that was very impressive. They made it all the way towards the top 4. I thought 2OP official was done for, because that was the first team that lost 2 players right at the bat as soon as the game began in that drop clash. And then the other 2 lads going on to secure, I think they had like 6 to 7 eliminations on the board and the top 4 finish. This was the best outcome.
I think they were the main reason why WELT got eliminated from the game as well. Because WELT got shot from the back, one of the men got instantly confirmed, and 2OP officials was being a constant threat for WELT. WELT pushed up, later on just found themselves in the middle of too many teams, and then later on they were just eliminated from the game. But this is how the action really kicked off in that previous game.
Yeah, and again, I mean, a lot of big names that we were expecting to do well in this round actually getting eliminated super early, and shadowblitz was one of those names along with the side of Myth. These 2 teams Last round, round 1, incredible run, but this time not the start that you would hope for.
I mean, the same thing can be said for Miracle Esports, even shadowblitz, as you mentioned, Golden Glider Esports as well. Golden Glider Esports just had 1 elimination point out of that game. The players were playing with so many patience. They were inside of that quarry area too. And the moment they decided to move out, a lot of shots were taken against them. Even the blue was on the move doing a lot of damage. So Golden Glider Esports could not really do a lot.
Yeah, and Jux was so unfortunate, man. First drop clash, lose 2 players. Try to run away, lose 1 more. Last man tries to make an escape, even he goes out. Jux was barely there for 5 minutes, and I think with the cards that were dealt to them in this game, you can't even blame them, because that first fight did not even have any weapons. Man on the flank finds a trade, but his teammates get finished off. The other 2 players try to escape. They get taken out.
Yeah, I mean, for Jux Esports, it's pretty much characteristic for them at this point. The first few games, they always mess up, and then later on is where Jux Esports just pulls off a miraculous comeback. But I hope the same script repeats inside of the round 2 as well. That's all I'm going to do. I don't exactly know what the future stands for. I don't exactly know what's going through the player's head as well. They've still got 2 more games to go in the future. Let's hope on the map of Miramar, Jux does well.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to keep our fingers crossed, right? Not just for Jux, for the likes of
Miracle,
shadowblitz, Golden Gliders, all of these big names. And again, still 2 more matches left. Day number 1, all you got to focus on is just converting 1 game. And I understand, I mean, it is always going to be a struggle for teams that start on Sanhok, because instantly you're put on a map that just very fast-paced, all about aggression. You have to be at your peak on this game with your instincts, with how you're dealing with information as well. And I think once you transition to Miramar is when you're looking to stabilize. Like, all right, warm-up done and dusted, and now we again, with a calm and composed mind, jump into Miramar.
Yeah, even Tribe Hirdmen, I had a lot of expectations from them, right? Because they're known for their game of Sandhawks, especially on the top left island, though, on top of Camp Alpha. But since the zone was not really over there, then Tribe Hirdmen, once again, Blitzpoo and his shenanigans did not really come to life.
I think no one from that northern quadrant survived, except 2OP Official. 2OP Official was the only team, and that was because they just went wide and came in, re-entered the circle from the southwestern edge. Other than that, I think the 3 names that we saw fighting in the endgame were the ones that pretty much held their ground throughout the match, because they were there from the start, basically. And the circle was not moving too far away from them.
At this moment, you cannot even blame for the teams that do start things off on the top left, right? As I mentioned, the circle forming on that island is pretty much 25%. And the moment the zone moves away from that island, it's really tough to pull off a rotation as well, because you don't exactly know what's going on inside of the circle, because dropping towards Camp Alpha, that means you're pretty much disconnected from the world. And then when you try to get back inside of the real world, you just don't exactly know what's going on. And every single team usually gets taken out in that same process.
That is true. Again, crossing those bridges, especially if you're making that cross from Hatin, that is difficult, because even on the other side of the bridge, it's completely open position. There are the 2 hills where usually teams like to position at least one player is going to be playing the top of the hill just to mark the crossing players and see if he can find an opening. And that becomes the first challenge. You're always going to be paranoid about those shorelines whenever you're playing Camp Alpha. But the thing is, in this game, we saw both those squads that dropped on Camp Alpha crossover. It was just the fact that they weren't able to survive the conflicts happening towards the northern edge of the circle because of how late they were with that rotation. Had they moved in early, things could have been different.
Yeah, we've got the top 5 players on the screen as well. Of course, WOBBLExAERO, Gotham is right there too, with a lot of elimination points on the man's name. You've also got Kalan right there from Los Hermanos, Liability as well coming in from 2OP Officials. Even Sporta is doing pretty good for himself and his team. That's a good thing.
Yeah, Sporta, I think, is one of those experienced players in the lineup of Aero WBG. So there has to be a pressure on him to help his teammates refocus and help his team sort of bounce back from the troublesome situations that they have been in so far, because round 1 was not the greatest, but I mean, he's off to a great start. His teammate is doing well as well. Hopefully, Aero WBG end round 2 on a good note, and we see them move to round 3 with great momentum.
This is one of those groups that does have a lot of dark horses, right? Especially for Miracle Esports. You never know what to expect from them. Sometimes they can just pop off in a completely different level, and sometimes they will just bomb everything. They just don't really perform. The same thing can be said for WELT as well, Tribe Hirdmen too, even they can do really good. So yeah, this game is filled with a lot of dark horses. It's just filled with a lot of mystery, and you do not exactly know how it's going to be unfolding. And that's why I said every single group from the group draw seems extremely balanced, because every group has got their own unique characteristic.
Yeah, it will be very difficult to predict what's going to happen. Every single game is going to be critical, but before we move to the next match, we're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. This is Super John, joined by IC Baby alongside with me. And of course, after completing the journey of Group A in round 2, we have moved forward and started the journey for Group B as well. That first game of Sanhok was interesting to say the least. We were expecting a lot of chaos, but that wasn't the case.
You know, to be honest, I felt like this game was a little bit of a weird side just because of how things has kind of shaken up here. Because, you know, we've been expecting Wobble to do Wobble things for the longest of time, you know, since the entire round 1.
Yep.
Did not exactly happen. And now, finally in round 2, we finally get to see Shockwave kind of do Shockwave things. And we finally now get to see Wobble do Wobble things. So I'm happy that I'm able to see that, hey, these guys are doing a little bit better now here. They found their momentum, you know, coming to BMPS. But now it comes down towards a question towards teams that are desperately fighting for a shot to qualify as well. Because now, obviously, at the start of the day, I think if you've seen our predictions as well, you know, Necro is a big fan of Golden Gliders. He has somehow turned me into a Golden Glider fan. Did really well in round 1 against the best of the best.
Yeah.
And then now, coming to game 1, a little bit shaky coming from them, which is kind of ironic.
I mean, it is a little bit weird, but again, I think Golden Gliders, again, the main focus has always been consistency. And as long as they can maintain that in the upcoming 2 matches, it should be good, not a lot of trouble. But if you want no trouble during your matches, check out the Realme GT7, ladies and gentlemen. 6 degrees cooler compared to the rest of the devices in its segment for the marathon gaming sessions. And when we say marathon, we mean a marathon, because it gives you 120 FPS stable for 6 hours, and this has been co-tested by Crafton and Realme. But one thing that we're going to test is our teams from Group B, ladies and gentlemen, because it seems like the map of Miramar is about to start soon. And as you were talking about all of that chaos and predictions, my predictions aren't doing too well, so I'm just going to be hoping that Myth actually walks away with like double-digit points in this game.
I think I really like how Myth kind of started their journey in round 1 as well here. It was completely flop all the way through, but eventually make a little bit of comeback. So in this case, in the map of Miramar, will that comeback actually help for you? Only time will tell, because now the plane has pretty much departed away from the airport. It is going to be starting off the journey coming in from the southeast corner of the map itself. which is going to be the southeast corner of Impala, and then traversing all the way towards the north side of La Cabrera. So I would say a pretty northeastern shift for this teams here. Teams heading towards Valdemar, Chumacera, Ladrela is going to have a little bit of run in, but there are a lot of highways to actually find themselves some decent amount of vehicles, so I don't think vehicle clashes is going to be happening anytime soon. But, you know, considering that that may or may not happen, we have to see if Picado is going to be contested as well. Because earlier today, in the first group, we saw a little bit of skirmish towards Picado as well, coming from Tamilan Esports. But this time, Team Tamilas, are they going to go there is going to be completely different question, because they are heading towards Los Leones.
Well, let's see how that is going to turn out for them. There's one more team following them. I think it's not an entire team, just a few individuals from Los Hermanos. And 4 Miracle towards Puerto Palacio. That's going to be early vehicle control and a decent position towards the southeastern quadrant of the map. We have Dragon Esports taking control of Impala very early inside of this game. And with this flight path, if you want chaos, you want a Chumacera circle. So I'm just praying for that southwestern quadrant stage 1 to pop up. Well, it's still towards the west, to be honest, so I'm kind of happy. This zone, if it comes to end somewhere on the Craterfield Hills, then it's going to be an interesting game, because majority of the teams, you do see them towards the eastern half of the map.
You know, both Miramar games today has pretty much have very, very similar circles today. Only difference between the previous Miramar for Group A was that the flight path was very southeastern shift. That's why you see like a huge cluster of teams pretty much stuck out in the open as well. But this time, it's pretty balanced themselves. But Drop Clash comes in. Seems like we do see Dragon Claw going up against Shadowblitz. Shadowblitz, a team who almost made it to the top 16 to qualify towards round 3 and also round semifinals itself. Forced to take a little bit of tumble in this second half journey, round 1 now. But now opening map, in this case, opening pick against Dragon Claw gives them a little bit upper hand. But we do see a trade here as well coming from Dragon Claw themselves, as it is going to be a one down situation.
Yeah, numbers kind of even in this fight, but ShadowBlitz, they have to be careful. Their back is exposed to Tab God as well. And Liger, no first aid, just 30 rounds in the max, so they are outgunned for this fight. Every single shot needs to be precise and needs to make contact with the opponent, but the nade from Hirsch almost finding the opener. In fact, it does chip away one of the players from the side of ShadowBlitz, and these two men, they're not going to survive. SKOP is just waiting for information. They know they're hiding in a corner. There's the first, and there's the second. 2 players out of the way. ShadowBlitz left bleeding within the first few minutes of this match.
Oh, SKOP, great start here coming from Dragon Claw Esports. Pre-fires comes his way through, but they do find ShadowBlitz in one of the most awkward situations here as well. Phoenix pretty much stuck in towards the containers, needs some sort of backup. A couple of trades comes through, and somehow he's getting able to drop Harshu pretty freaking low. ShadowBlitz now has a very decent chance to actually find a pick here, but no, the off-angle Phoenix missing the mark here. Tries to go for a wide swing. Unfortunately, got swung by Dragon Claw first, and now even the quick tap of VSS is able to chip him away. The last player coming from Autobotz Esports, and now 3 finishes in the back of Dragon Claw. Adonis, 1 against the world, 1 with nature, 1 with the building. Only time can tell here. First pick comes through. Needs the confirmation. Pre-fire to stop his drag, but he gets the confirmation for now.
Well, that's going to be at least 1 point secured by ShadowBlitz, the best they could have done in one of the most unfortunate situations. Now the Molotov to flush the player and actually force him to reposition. But pro sliver of HP, Adonis can actually find a re-knock. Has to be careful though. No helmet. Armor is kind of damaged as well. In terms of healing utility, he just has 1 energy drink and 1 bandage remaining, and even that is going to get utilized. Or maybe he's just trying to get the players to come towards him. Oh, that's a brilliant use of that bow.
Very, very close there as well. That is the knock that he needs, but right now he needs to reload that bow if he wants to check his way through as well. But looks like he's going to try as well. He just hurt 1, but seems like he's not going to make a gamble for it. He's swapped for the Winchester. 1 versus 3. He might have won him the fight, but Dragon Claw, they're regrouping for this fight. They're pretty low in a choke spot as well. This is the perfect isolation here coming from Adonis. He needs to find the pick. Here he comes. Shorties comes through. They know exactly where he is. Trying to bait some sort of reaction. Tap got. Oh no, he popped the energy in the right time as well. The pick comes through. Can he go in for the swing? No, he misses the timing. Great bait there. Great game sense coming from Tab God as soon as he heard the energy drink.
Yeah. Both the players are standing on the corner and waiting for info. And it was just a battle of patience won by Tab God over there. Quite a interesting 1v3 towards the end, I have to say. So stressful when you're stuck. Faster plays are easier to deal with because they're very chaotic, so you do not really have time to think. When you're stuck in a situation where the other team just refuses to push, you will eventually make a mistake because there's so much pressure. It's 1 man against 3 from the opposing side. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want no pressure in your matches, well, check out the Realme GT7. It is available on Amazon, so you guys can go onto Amazon and grab yourselves a Realme GT7 now.
Exactly, 6 degrees Celsius cooler for the uninterrupted gaming for up to 6 hours of 120 FPS. So be sure to check it out. Meanwhile, Golden Glider Esports x Orion Esports now. A little bit of rebrand here coming for round number 2. Saw a little bit of a surprise factor with Caesar clutching multiple top 2s. Unfortunately for Golden Glider Esports, they may have done well during round 1 stages, but still not enough to push them into his round 3 or even the semifinals as well. Hopefully in round 2, they will be able to maintain that consistency that we know them of. But of course, when it comes to Circle here, we do see a lot of teams already making their way into the zone. We've got Honeybees on the north side, and they are getting contested by WELT Esports here. 2 of the highest points inside this spot here. And we've got WELT also looking to try and tap them away. Aim God now. A little bit of an interesting switch here, especially coming from WELT Esports. This is a team that, you know, were very, very consistent. Almost like 1 point away to qualify into the quarterfinals themselves, but unfortunately could not make it.
Yeah, unfortunate for WELT. And now they have to deal with the fact that if they do not play well in this round, then they are instantly going home.
So how do they play well?
I have no idea, man. They know it better than me.
So is that why instead of calling themselves WELT, they call WELT?
I guess so, but let's see how this match is going to turn out. I'm kind of worried, even though they have the high ground over there, the mountain where we saw the conflict with Honeybee. The problem is that that 1 man was a little too far away from his teammates, and with Mysterious 4 closing in from the eastern side, it is going to be a troublesome situation to actually come back down.
Well, speaking of a troublesome situation coming from Mysterious 4, are they truly mysterious right now in this game? Because it seems like they are going to be surrounded by a lot of teams coming from the east side. We see a lot of quick rotations coming from the south side as well. We've got Team Tamilan and also Tribe Hirdmen going to be coming from the southern highway as the circle is about to close in as well. Seems like based on this circle, it might shift on towards El Pozo itself.
Yeah, it can, and if that happens, then Dragon Claw are going to be quite happy. They've moved in towards El Pozo, or at least are moving towards El Pozo, but spotted out by Myth Official. Shots fired by Clutcher. No contact between the 2 sides. And it does. The circle moves towards El Pozo. Now Myth and Dragonclaw realize they have a positional advantage against almost 80% of the lobby. Yeah, no incentive to fight, just hold on to your cover.
I think they are trying to be quick as well, because in this circle they have to find they are the closest to finding the best spot possible to try and gatekeep everybody else. Myth is already making the move to actually reposition. You know, for Golden Gliders, they're very happy about it. You know, they are going to be staying in that northern, the eastern side of the mountains itself, inside the zone. But I feel like the rest of the world, they are going to struggle the most against Golden Gliders right now. But on screen here, Mysterious 4, while they're rotating here, they're still outside the zone. They are going to be forcing a fight against 2 OP Official. Liability pretty much losing his life now.
Yeah, 2 OP Official, great start to the day with that previous match, but now in some trouble. But this is what I want to talk about. As you were talking about Myth moving in from the prime spot, along with them, Team Tamilas had the same idea. And both the teams just end up into an unwanted fight against each other. Utility exchange coming through. Some damage traded out by the side, but still looking for that opening knock. Mr. IGL needs to be very cautious with where he positions himself. A small off angle and he could be knocked out from absolutely anywhere. Shots fired on these teams, and especially Mr. IGL, even from the back lines, by the way, from the top of the hill.
Yeah. Team Tamilas, they're getting a little bit desperate as well. Myth, he sees the 2 as well, but he's cooking up a nade, could not pull up the gun. But he is going to isolate them in that small little track. But IGL, guess what? Instead of pushing through, he's backing out. He's going to try to bait a mistake coming from them. Now, with an off-angle nade here, he's going to try and creep up as well. Clutcher, I don't think Clutcher realizes that he's repositioned. But another nade comes through once more. They're panicking. Everyone from MIF is getting completely shut out in one of the worst awkward positions to be in. The same can be said for Team Tamilan as well. They're getting shot from afar.
Yeah, but Team Tamilan have done a brilliant job just forcing and cornering the players of Myth. But still, Sarkar, he is alive. And he shows up with a brilliant trade. Now Team Tamilan, since they can't get into their backline's compromised by 4 Miracle. If KSR can just delay this bounce, he can get some revenge for his team. But 2 players lost by Myth. And the finishes are going to be taken by the lads of Team Tamilan over there.
Now it makes sense where the shots are coming from as well. Go the glider from all the way from the top. Who would have thought somebody would be shooting from those angles? And because of this, Team Tamilan, they panicked their way through. Myth official. Sakar, he tried his best, but he was picked off with one of the most I would say unexpected off angle here. So Team Tamilan, they will get the flush in this round. As KSR left alone. Now the zone shifts, and guess what? The zone shifts back up north. Feels bad for both Myth and Team Tamilan because they have to go back north.
Yeah, this is just unfortunate for both these 2 teams. But I wonder, for Miracle, I mean, I think it's all that commotion that's keeping them at bay, because you see they're constantly on the radar. You see that. For Miracle, just keeping an eye on this barn house and this factory, and they really are itching to move in. It is a low ground position, but it still gets you very close to the circle, and you can potentially, if the circle moves up north towards El Pozo, you have that open field rotation from the western side to actually use. And Dragon OP has kind of already decided that, alright, if we can't take control of these southeastern shacks, we are going to move directly for El Pozo.
Speaking of El Pozo right now, seems like El Pozo has only got 2 teams there, so it seems like we might see a lot of teams try and rotate in as quickly as they can. Considering there is a lot of spots to work with. Aero would be one of the first teams here. Guess what? Nobody's punishing them here. Seems like Aero, WOBBLE Esports, now WBG is going to have a very, very good time. Rotation comes through. A lot of bullets coming through, but no connection. They are going to successfully make their mark and push into it from the north side now. The spray continues on for Honeybee Esports. Nobody is able to stop them.
And well, Honeybee, they have to be careful. Smack center of the circle. This is where you go for the chicken. This is where you convert the advantage. One thing you need to go for, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the Kia Ceros. Comes with a lot of amazing features. Cutting edge technology, seamless connectivity. But how connected are Honeybee Esports? I mean, the players to each other, because they have to be in sync. Aero WBG pushing in from the north. And then you have Dragonclaw Esports towards the southwest as well from Honeybee's position. So you have to deal with 2 teams. They have gone for a 2-2 split. So it's basically them taking 2 different 2v4s.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, they've got Golden Gliders all the way on top of the mountain, which is something that they are worried about. But when the circle comes down, everybody needs to get down as well. And Honeybee's perspective, they've got like an entire open wheat field that is pretty much no man's land to be picked up for them. So that's going to be something of a small victory for them. Meanwhile, Los Hermanos, they were about to take a fight. Guess what? Getting shot from behind immediately. They have to reposition. Kalan now desperately going to push up the mountain as well as Los Hermanos needs to find some sort of space to push through from the south side.
Oh no, but he goes prone out into the open and still stays alive. Los Hermanos against Aerobotz. They have, well, 2 players knocked out, 2 players in the backlines try to make the bounce. They are going to be denied the opportunity to do so. And Dragon Esports also show up looking for a third party. And they are able to steal 1 finish off of that. But Aerobotz, I mean, I thought with how the fight began, Aerobotz, they had messed up, but good recovery from them. And luckily for them as well, one more thing, Dragon Esports, the timing of this third party was just perfect.
Yeah, and now Dragon Esports, they may have gotten 1, But it's getting a little bit too crowded here, Johnny. South side is just completely occupied. Everybody just refuses to go out in the open. No man's land, not exactly the greatest spot to be in. Everybody is just circling around this center itself. And it makes a lot of sense why nobody is going to be playing out in the open, just because of this high ground of a valley that surrounded the entire next phase of the zone itself. So they have to clean out the edges in order to survive. So this forces every single team to fight head to head before the circle actually shifts. And whoever is late is going to lose out the most.
Oh, try Hirdmen though. Don't even have to be late. They just have a run-in with Mysterious 4 and lose out on Panther. And Panther's position was very important for this play. Playing from the southeastern edge of the circle, you need that high ground advantage to maintain vision and information of the grounds up ahead. And now your scouter is gone. Blitz Pew, he sees the players from Mysterious 4, but Golden Glider, oh man, you need to get those finishes. How much ammunition do they have on that AIG?
13 bullets.
Yeah, nah.
No. Golden Glider Esports is done. They can't hold on anymore. This is not good. They need ammunition. They're a little bit split off. They've got 105 on Damu. If not that great as well, considering that that was a finish that Caesar needed as well to actually zone off Mysterious 4. Yeah. So they are going to play this slow and let them slide. But Mysterious 4, they've got to be counting their lucky stars just because the guy on top has no more ammunition. It is going to scare them off, but Mysterious 4, they are going to try and out-rotate around them. So that is going to be a small little victory. But again, look at this. Caesar, he's like, I want to shoot, but I just can't. I just have 13 bullets. Oh, boy, damn, you just give him some bullet, man. Like, maybe 30 bullets, 40 bullets, good enough. Like, look at this. It's just free shots, but he just cannot take any shots at all.
And his teammates are running out of ammunition as well.
Oh, no.
This is the thing, right? You get to the top of these hills, you won't have ammunition, so you have to be very quick about securing those points, making sure every shot has a value. Now they steal one finish, that's 2 points, and it's still the top 14 teams. So Golden Glider could get taken out potentially in this game right here, and they will just get 2 points.
You know what's really sad?
What?
I don't think they've stocked up anything in those vehicles.
Nah,
maybe like probably some utilities like smokes or grenades, but I don't think they have ammunition at all. It's a bit unfortunate here, but Golden Glider, they do have nades. Here he comes, Sukuna, going to be lobbing the nade as well. It does tag up Hero. Reposition some of the vehicles of Mysterious 4, but they are still safe in this valley. So Mysterious 4 is just waiting for the next zone as well, knowing that there's no reason for Golden Glider to go for a Superman dive down just to take a fight with them as of yet. So they are relatively safe.
I mean, not anymore. Look at that. Circle moves away. Now you're done for.
Golden Glider, they have to come down. But if they come down, they are going to get completely shut down by Mysterious 4. Unless they find some sort of opening. And now Caesar, he actually shot his bullet as well. He was 13 bullets, now down to his last bullet. And it looks like he's going to force to come down with his shotty. He's going to make an attempt as well. Here he comes, Caesar! Whoa! Okay, he's fine for now. Like, I don't know how he's not getting punished yet, but it seems like based on this angle, he's going to be fine-ish. Maybe. Okay, he's going to reposition here. Give him some ammo. Alright, finally get some ammo.
But again, I mean, it's the entirety of Mysterious 4. Difficult to take them down. Golden Gliders, they have a sandwich going, but Mysterious 4, they're using the valley quite nicely to avoid getting taken out. But again, we talk about the zone, Honeybee, prime position in it to win it, basically. WELT, they were trying to breach the northern edge of the circle. A little bit of a run-in against the players of Aero WBG, who are quite confident, by the way, after their performance in the previous match. Look at that spray. Gotham finding the second point for his team. But Wampy in the back lines is going to get knocked out. Quite unfortunate, but it should not be too difficult for Aero WBG to recover from here.
Yeah, WELT stood no chance at all in that scenario. Aero WBG finally finds some sign of life today itself. Great start for them, great pick. Just finding every sort of openings they can work with. Meanwhile, they are still on the northern side of El Pozo. They still need to find a way to rotate the next phase of the zone. Meanwhile, Golden Gliders, however, still have leaving Sukuna on top of the mountain. One of the players already inside no man's land, pretty much prone out in the open. You can see the smoke of remnants of his teammates out in the open. This is not good. So Sukuna needs to make the best out of it, but 25 bullets and 4 players to knock down. Well, that's pretty much out of his ammunition here. 6 bullets left. Not going to be able to do too much. He needs to tap his way through. He is out, and now Sukuna has no choice but to make a mad dash into zone with those shotties. Team Tamilan, however, gets confirmed by Aerobotz Esports.
And Aerobotz up to 4 eliminations. 2 more players from the side of Team Tamilan still left in this fight. This fight has been at a standstill for a long time, but finally Aerobotz, they're losing bodies. Rico gets baited. And it's down to a 2v1 situation. Mr. IGL, the big brain of Team Tamilan, still alive in this matchup. Puts on a med kit. 100% HP. Not gonna matter. Anto. Ooh, nasty shot to his face. And he finds Mr. IGL. 6 eliminations on the board for Aerobotz. And I think from where they are playing, the south eastern edge of the circle, front line's completely clear. They should be able to break into the top 5 at least.
A big game. A big game for Aerobotz Esports. This is exactly what they need as well to actually keep rolling through. But Team Tamilan, they bow out on one of the most awkward plays to be in as well. No position points, but 8 finishes. So I would say it's still a win for Team Tamilan. But Jux Esports now, from their perspective, they finally make their way into the next phase zone. It is somewhat of a center control. But again, this is what I'm talking about. This entire valley itself, everyone is playing on the corner itself. No one is the center just because of how the terrain is. Ammunition is just getting spammed after spammed after spam. Jux, they find themselves a little bit of a temporary cover in those spots. It's a great spot to be in. But only if nobody's shooting at you. But Sukuna, he restocks a couple of ammunition, finds a little bit of opening here onto his Mysterious 4. But can't seem to get those confirmation. He's going to get shot from afar. That's exactly what they need to do. And go to Gliders, they are the weakness for people out in the open, but they just don't have the ammunition to pick them apart.
Oh, UMP actually can get the job done.
Come on, use the UMP. But the zone, so close. How did they get down now? The buggy is pretty much stuck.
Yeah.
The buggy's lost a tire as well.
I think this is also stuck now.
I don't think it's stuck. They're just waiting for it. You know, they need to, you know, get their health back up, because now they have to make a downhill drive as well, because Mysterious 4 is going to be waiting for them. But here he comes, man. Dash comes through. Jux going to take an attempt as well. The leap of faith, and it's tumbling. Oh no, they just completely fumbled. Mysterious 4 gets a couple of freebies themselves. I don't know what to say about that. Golden Gliders, they tried their best, but it was not enough. And now Jux is going to continue spraying on them, as well as Mysterious 4 has been stuck there for the longest time. Fragger's next to fall. Everybody's tumbling.
Yeah, it's a fire sale in these open fields. Even Honeybee Esports walking away with a few points, and Mysterious 4 hero. Can he live up to the name for his team? Down to a sliver of HP. Luckily, no one has a line of fire for his position, except 2OP if they move out wide towards the eastern side. But for the next few moments, Hero is still going to be alive. The problem is he is right at the edge of the zone again. So maybe in the next zone he gets taken out.
Oh my goodness, that is so unfortunate of Golden Gliders. But Mysterious 4 hero, he is going to be able to stay alive for a bit. They've got 3 finishes. He's got a decent spot, but he's not exactly in zone. So I think it's borderline right on the edge. Hopefully he's going to be able to find a couple of straggling picks here, because now as the zone progresses as well, everyone from the edge is at a disadvantage. They need to push out in the open. Tapping away, Mysterious 4 hero gets a very nice tap. Looks for confirmation. Unfortunately, no confirmation for him. It is going to be stolen away on this case. But Aerobotz now. Ooh, Clown. Where is this random shots coming from?
I mean, they are being shot at by Dragon Esports.
Suppressed as well. Don't even know where he came from.
Yeah.
Oh, he sees the beans on a hero as well. Hero, his head was spotted out.
The problem is that he's getting shot on his ankles, and every single time he gets prone, his ankles are going to be visible to Duora from Dragon Esports, who's just playing a compound in the open field.
Oh, that's so awkward. But for Miracle, though, they do have one of the best spots right now from northwest corner. A lot of high ground here is going to be able to shut down everybody out in the open, which is a great small little spot to work with. But it's only going to be helpful for them for the next 20 seconds, because the zone is about to shift.
It's going to be interesting to see where does this circle, the next circle actually takes it. The countdown is down to 7 seconds. Jux, though, this time a much better performance than the previous game. This time they have been able to get a decent number of eliminations and find themselves in the top 9. But the circle as well favoring Jux, by the way. They are smack center of the circle, have a lot of map control to work with, and everyone else is going to be forced to abandon their safe haven and step out into the open. And it's much easier to mark the exits of this compound. So Jux well, I hope they have saved ammunition because now it's their time to frag out.
Yeah, this is the best time for them to actually frag out. So because everybody needs to run out, they will be focusing on each other.
Yeah.
And this is the perfect time for Jux to actually steal away every single finish point. And the only thing they need to do is just wait for the zone. But speaking of waiting for the zone now, for Miracle instead, they're going to be taking jabs inside the zone. Or in this case, outside as well, because Alibaba Raiders is still struggling to push into the zone as well. The vehicles are pretty relatively damaged. And Jux Esports, they are going to be focusing on that spot as well. Right now, Jux, who do they focus? The guys coming out from Pozo or the guys in front of them? Because right now, they're exposed in every single angle.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them. Dragonclaw, they try to move in. The sandwich comes through. Shots fired upon them. One from 4Miracle, the other from Honeybee. And in fact, Jux also chiming in. Dragonclaw getting eliminated in just a split second. Now, Dragon Esports also spotted out. And Honeybee Esports, by the way, are doing quite well for themselves, capitalizing on every mistake, every positional mistake from all of these teams. But they make an error of their own as 3 players from the side of Honeybee are knocked out. Aero WBG make that bounce and get the edge against the opponents. 2 OP, another third party coming through. Wampy, he's gotten distracted, but his teammates are being brought back into the action over there.
Oh, absolute chaos, absolute chaos. Zone about to close in. 2 OP official, he needs to get out as far, but he can't seem to find an angle. The zone comes through, he's exposed, he's about to get dropped as well. 1 HP comes in, but Jux will be the one that picks him apart. Freebie in the hands of Jux Esports. 3 finishes in the back as everybody's scrambling to find some sort of a haven or safety net. But Aerobotz still alive. They're still in the next phase. They still have the high grounds, and Honeybee Esports getting picked apart. They can reset, and this is the opportunity for them to push in.
Yeah, this is going to be the perfect time. And Honeybee Esports, I think they also realize this is going to be a dire situation. There it is. The wrap-up comes through. Aero WBG eliminate Honeybee. But they're going to be next as they find themselves into the line of fire for Miracle. And it's desperation from all of these teams playing outside the play zone, because they will be exposed against each other. Look at that slope. There's no way down from there for Miracle as well. They cross the ridge. Jux is going to take them out. And of course, there's threat from Dragon Esports as well down south.
30 seconds left. They have to move in. 4Miracle just waiting for the perfect timing here. Well, somebody is distracted because as of now, Jux, they're making sure the teams in the south do not make it out alive. And here he comes, another pick here for Jax. As Jux Esports finds only 4 finishes despite having so many teams rotating their way through here. But guess what? For Miracle, they are going to make a mad dash for this. And they lose their life. They were able to trade 1 for 1, but for Miracle, they lose 2 at this push. Reaper going to try and take the position away. But it's not exactly outside the zone because there's one more outside from the south, and that's going to be Alibaba Raiders. The last man standing from the south side cleans out for Miracle. But we're down towards the final 2 in one fell swoop.
Yeah, and somehow miraculously, Aero WBG, they've gotten themselves inside of the circle. Wampy and Zero, if they can keep their position hidden, maybe Jux won't stand a chance. But the problem is, this is the northern edge, so the blue zone is going to close in here first. And Jux have a little bit more control for the center, but Wampy, as I say that, just moves in further. And amazing. His last nade. He needs an opening. Ammunition running low in that AR. And Wampy, he has a lot of utility to work with. Here goes the first nade. No damage onto Amazing, but Rebu in the backlines. He's going to be waiting for Wampy to overextend. One small tiny positional mistake, and Rebu is going to gun these players down, finding the opening for his team. Why has all the utility been left to the man in the backlines? What is the decision making from Jux, man?
Oh no, this is so unfortunate as well. But now guess what? Jax is going to walk up, try and need somebody out in the open, but Wobble, they have so much space to work with. They don't exactly know what's what. But now another D comes through. Jux pulls the shot. Does he miss the shot? No, he does not. He finds the connection, and now Wobble getting run down. Jax goes for the spray, sidesteps, and the rush comes through, and Jux Esports will be the ones to take the chicken dinner in this game. What a bounce back for Jux.
Yeah, brilliant bounce back towards the end. The cleanup did come through as well. Decent number of eliminations, of course. The helping hand being lent by the players of Aero WBG. The chicken dinner for Jux with 8 finishes, 18 points in total. But that final 3v2 could have gone either way. They left all the utility, majority of the utility on Rebu in the backlines. And then it was just 2 players pushing up front. I think they were expecting Aero WBG to directly commit for the fight, but that didn't happen. And if even one player from the side of Jux got knocked out, especially the frontliners, if Amazing got knocked out, it would have been over so quickly.
Well, for all things considered here, a big win coming from Jux Esports, but that circle was not an easy circle to play with as well, because everybody had to hug the corners. There was no man stand out open, and every single team that came in from the south side got completely shut down just because they had no space. Dragon Esports got shut down. 4Miracle tried to take their spots, also got shut down. Alibaba Raiders, pretty much the last survivor coming from the south to actually survive it. So it was absolute pandemonium in this circle.
Yeah, it was absolute cinema. And it was interesting as well because we did see a few of the names that started off on a bad note on that game of Sanhok kind of try their level best to bounce back how they know best, which is go for those early fights, get 4 finish points early. But again, there was so much conflict because of how weirdly the circle was shifting and forcing these teams into awkward open area positions, especially northwestern quadrant is quite exposed, except for the big city like El Pozo, or maybe water treatment being present, or San Martin. Not a lot of cover to work with except those hills, and once you go up the hill, you need to have a backup plan. Golden Gliders, this could have been a brilliant game for them, but things they did not keep in account was utilization. You have to be, you can't just shoot willy-nilly and just hope that something comes your way, some finish is going to be secured. Even if you're going for a knock, try and see if you have an opportunity to confirm that knock. Otherwise, there's no point.
Agreed. And here as well, you know, Jux Esports, the moment they knew they had the upper hand, it was the last 2 players there. They just found themselves the confidence, just cleaned them out. So very, very nice victory here coming from Jux Esports here. The patience definitely paid off as well because they were suppressed for the longest of time. All they needed to do was just wait for the zone, and eventually the enemies will take each other out. But nevertheless here, a big win here coming from Jux Esports here. They do get themselves a total of 8 finishes from this game, as well as the chicken dinner. So 18 points in the bag, and Jux Esports should be very, very close towards the qualification mark.
I mean, hopefully. I hope they're going to be close. Because that previous game wasn't that great. This one actually gets them into a fighting position. And Necro had this theory that today, within the first 3 games, you need to cross 20. So at least that way they get the job done. In the next 3 matches, if they finish at 25 points, let's assume today, then in the next 3 matches, they just need to get 10 points. And then they're going to be in a safer position moving to round 3.
Well, it is going to be very, very close here as well. But all things considered here, small little victory here coming from Jux Esports. And of course, you know, if you guys want to know history as well, Jux specifically was from TWOB as a sub. Now coming in, he's going to try and qualify his way through. But I don't know, will we see that revenge story? You know, that's the one I see. Like, Jux qualifies all the way to the top and then fights TWOB.
I mean, with how they're playing right now, maybe not. But let's see how the rest of the matches go. But MVP of the match right now, it's going to be Aerobotz Esports' Beast. 5 finishes secured. And Aerobotz, I think, controlling that southeastern edge, nicely done. Were walking away with a decent number of eliminations as well. But at one point, you have to realize that you are just taking too many fights, man.
Well, I kind of agree as well. But the top players from that match itself was an absolute of a cinema of a game. Beast definitely going to be the top here, followed by Jax, followed by Light from Honeybees. We've got Jin coming from Dragon Esports and Spray God coming from Dragon Esports. So I would say the biggest winners from the south side is going to be Dragon Esports. Yes, they were one of the earliest one to be stuck out in the open, but they were able to get a lot of finishes from the sides themselves. So I would say it was a big win coming from them. And this entire fight, a majority of them actually came from the south and the north itself, whereas the east side, the mountain terrains, especially coming in from Golden Gliders, was just a complete, I would say, disaster for them here, because Golden Gliders with Series 4, they were just completely shut out from the east side.
Yeah, but we have the match rankings on our screens. Jux 18 points, Aerobotz 15 points, Aero WBG 11, Dragon with 10. I think this match has points a little bit more evenly split between the top 8 at least. Not a lot of differences between the top performing teams and the middle pack itself. Team Tamilan did quite well for themselves. All of that early action, 8 points secured. Honeybee Esports with 7. You have Dragonclaw finishing with 5 points. Mysterious 4-3. Golden Gliders with 3 points. 2 OP. I thought 2 OP, they were going to be a menace to all of those teams moving in from the northwestern quadrant, but unfortunately they themselves lost players super early in this game. And of course, the early stages of this match were kind of quiet. It was during the extreme the second half of the mid-game stages where we saw majority of the action, and because of that, it got extremely chaotic. Why we see Golden Gliders there with not a lot of placement points, even though they were alive for a very long time.
Yeah, that is going to be very, very unfortunate for them as well here. But based on how this terrain went in as well here, you know, you have to adapt on the fly. Understanding the terrain was really, really good. And I really like how Jux immediately realized it the moment that, hey, all we need to do is just play that spot. If we can hold on to this last circle, we will secure the chicken dinner. And that was exactly what happened for Jux Esports.
It was, but let's see how the last game of the day is going to turn out. Because, again, it's the first opening day for these teams from Group B. You got to start on a good note and make sure that the second half of this round 2, it's going to be a little bit easier for you. But how is that last game going to go eventually? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll find that out after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Hello everyone, welcome to the realme BMPS 2025. Once again, my name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro for the one final game for today itself. And this is going to be Group B on their final match here for the map of Erangel. It is going to be a very, very interesting one. My name is ICBaby12. Necro, what do you think about this group itself?
I mean, look, so far things have been unfolding in quite a good way, right? We're seeing once again the newer names dominate, which is quite a good thing. Jux Esports once again coming back to life as expected. Now I'm just waiting for a team like Golden Glider Esports as well to show themselves. That's it.
You know, I kind of predicted Golden Glider Esports a little bit as well here. I like that you actually brought it up because you made it, you somewhat convinced me off the backstreet stage as well. Not really backstage, behind the scenes as well. You're convincing me, hey, Golden Glider is good and everything. And I'm like, now it makes sense. But for some reason, Golden Glider Esports, this game just fumbled the entire match itself.
Yeah, and pretty much that's the same thing happening inside of the map of Sanhok as well. Right now, you move on towards the final games. You've still got a few more names like shadowblitz missing out on the performance that we all expected them to pull off. And so far, things have been pretty unorthodox, quite unplanned inside of this group.
Yeah, this is going to be unfortunate for them as well. But of course, if you guys want to be gaming like the pros here, guess what? You guys can check out the realme GT7, which is currently out in the market here for that uninterrupted gameplay for up to 120 FPS of 6 hours, which gives you the 6 degrees Celsius cooler performance because of the iSense graphene rear cover itself. So be sure to check it out. It's currently out in Amazon. But now, coming back towards the conversation as well, because now in towards Erangel, El Clasico, what do you expect out coming in from Group B?
Now, I generally do want to see, of course, the known names dominate, but I also do want to see shadowblitz, Golden Glider Esports. Some of the known names are still lacking behind, right? Team Tamilan's doing okay for themselves, currently in the mid-pack, not doing too bad. And even Tribe Hirdmen, I'm still waiting for 4 Miracle Esports as well to pop off. There's a lot of teams. The performance hasn't really been the way we expected it to, but I'm pretty sure inside of the final game, we'll see that performance oozing out.
Well, that's going to be something that we are going to be hoping as well here. Will we see a little bit of bounce back? Because we did see a little bit of recovery by every single team here coming from Group B. And now, the map of Erangel is about to begin, and we are going to be jumping in towards El Clasico itself to duke it down in the first half of this match here, coming in from Group B itself. Now, on screen, I can see the flying path is going to be coming from the northeast side and then ending towards the south side of military base apparently here.
Yeah.
So it is going to be an eastern flying path for all these teams to traverse.
As you mentioned, the plane flat path tilted a little bit on the right side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards Hospital, Georgia Pool, even Gutka, now that's going to be an extremely tough stretch. They will need to go for a pit stop, get their hands on the basic weaponry, vehicles, and then move on towards their main drop location if it is around the left side of the map. Still, I am expecting a few drop clashes, especially it's the map of Erangel, and you expect those early fights as well. And if you try and compare this group to Group A was much more quicker. Group A was much more action-centric.
I would say Group A is a little bit more active in terms of a fight as well. There was just so many drop clashes here. Every single time you see something move, they are not afraid to just go in for the fight itself. So, which resulted in a lot of teams just kind of get picked off before the final stages actually get. I believe it was like, what, stage 4, stage 5?
Yeah.
More than half the lobby has been eliminated. In the sense of not really half the teams, it's more like a number of players that was picked off resulted in just more than almost half the lobby was just taken out.
And I think the main reason behind that sort of confusion or behind that sort of a playstyle as well makes a lot of sense, right? This group particularly is quite shrouded. You don't exactly know what to expect from this group itself. There's so many things that are happening in quite the unorthodox way. A lot of unplanned fights as well. We clearly did see that on the map of Sanhok as well, even on the map of Miramar. And compared to Group A, there were a lot of known names, right? You had a team like H4K coming in. You also had REVENANT X SPARK coming in, and a few more known names. While inside of this group, there's a lot of dark horses.
Yeah, I can see where you're getting at as well from this familiar games itself. Tribe Hirdmen, also a team that kind of did pretty okay during their run in towards BGIS itself, but this time, you know, we haven't seen too much coming from iQOO to this. He is the guy that you have to watch out for coming from Tribe Hirdmen. It's not something that has been working out for them as well in their debut match today.
Yeah, and the stage 1 itself, the circle's not going to be playing any favorites, right? We did see it center on around Quarry, so everyone needs to be a little bit quicker, get their hands on the loot, instantly move inside of the circle in a better spot.
Yeah.
I do understand if you are being pretty quick in the early stages, that means you're also going to be starving on loot, but that's where the early fights do come into play, right? You go for the fight, you loot up those death crates, and then you once again replenish yourself.
Yeah, a lot of teams has kind of making that kind of switch and play style as well, which resulted in them just coming to the fight here, you know, with very limited weaponry, very limited ammunition, or maybe even utilities as well, which resulted in them just forced to take awkward fights, which resulted in them just getting taken out. But guess what? Mid-rotation here, Myth actually gets picked off a Mysterious 4, and just like that, they find one. Again, another unplanned pick-off from the side of Mysterious 4.
Yeah, solid stuff, though. Mysterious 4, at the end of the day, they've managed to acquire 1 finish point, which is quite a good thing. Mysterious 4 is not a team that's doing too hot in the overall standings, and you cannot even blame them. A lot of the known names are still struggling. WELT is struggling, 4 Miracle is struggling, Tribe Hirdmen is struggling. The same thing can be said for the likes of shadowblitz and Golden Glider Esports as well. The teams that you expect to perform are not able to perform. Even Myth, a team that pulled off a back-to-back, is not able to do the same anymore inside of the round 2.
Hey, it might be luck, it might be skill, but what matters now is that now you've made it to the next round. You got to translate that into consistency. Because in this case, Myth, they pretty much have to continue with 3 players here. First strike in the hands of Mysterious 4. But look at this rotation here. Where is this coming from? It seems like for some reason, Jux Esports, they actually traversed from the southern side of military base, found themselves a hovercraft, traversed all the way towards Primors, and now they're inside the zone. They're very happy about this. Yeah.
Really lucky to get their hands on that hovercraft, actually. And
Like,
yeah, as you mentioned, Jux is going to be looking extremely comfy.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of a hovercraft rotation, but it is the most efficient if you're coming in from the military island itself to traverse to Primos. Because if you go through the bridge, it feels like a shorter route because of the speed itself, but it's technically a longer route.
I mean, once again, FSE Sports' game has to be a prime example of that hovercraft usage, right? The way they were able to convert that chicken dinner because of that. And of course, if you guys want to convert your game into chicken dinners as well, Realme GT7 is the device you're looking for. That stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, 7,000 mAh battery, and also that ultra-fast charger, which is going to be 120 watts. It can charge your devices in 15 minutes up to 50%. That means in half an hour, it will be fully charged. So I would recommend you guys to check out this device. The device is already launched on Amazon.
Yep. But at the same time, well, is going to be making their move as well, coming from the east side. They are going to be passing through a lot of teams on the east side itself. Unfortunately, there's no going to be contact as well. But the circle starting to close by. A lot of teams are already making their move mark as well. But well, seems like they are going to be running into his contact here. As Honeybee Esports is going to try and take a couple jabs in. Bobbing and weave. Justy actually gets sprayed down. Zoros will be the ones that takes him out. And Honeybee, they find themselves a very, very nice pick. Johnny looking to try and retaliate his way through. But don't think he can, as a Honeybee's Esports' ambush. It was successful, I would say.
Yeah,
it's a little bit awkward, but wasn't expecting it, to be honest.
Finding Justy, that dude, quite a solid man from the side of WELT. Not in the game anymore. That's gotta hurt. And now they just need to work with whatever they have. Honeybee Esports, they've got a solid momentum off the rip. Let's just hope they carry on with this and move up. The remaining players as well, once again, on towards the zone. Everyone just wants to cross on the safety lines. Just be on the safety side of the spectrum. You also do see Mysterious 4 once again. Mysterious 4 was able to pick off one man. Or we're almost on the verge of picking off one man.
Yeah. And speaking of which, Dragonclaw going to be playing from the west side. Mysterious 4 is also making a mad dash directly, expecting the circle to be coming from the west side. And it seems like Mysterious 4 is hoping to play a edge zone fight by stage 3, stage 4. That's why they're holding in this kind of specific spots. I'm personally not a fan of this, but because of how the terrain has pretty much been drawn out right, Necro, it is so far on the west side. Instead of focusing in 4 directions, you only have 3 directions to work with. So I guess the idea here is just take advantage of that. I can see 3, it's good enough for me.
A lot of teams actually going for quite the early rotation, right? Even for Miracle Esports, already finding themselves in the prime spot in the Smack Center as well. They're going to be able to get their hands on a decent compound. Or if they want, they can try and be a little bit more exposed and play on the hilltop. It's up to them. So much real estate still available. And it's all thanks to the plane flat patch, since it was all the way on the opposite side of the circle. Team Tamilan's on the screen. They've got a decent bit of spot for themselves, too, around that Fairpier region. 2 teams, 2 players in the front of this team, while the 2 players still inside of the compound. Looking good. The split is still something that's quite unorthodox.
Yeah, speaking of the split as well, Team Tamila's, like you said, very, very in the middle of the zone. Not a fan of where Quarry is, just because if you hold Quarry, chances of you getting out very, very low, unless you secure your vehicles. But if you hold on to this Quarry, it is going to be long stalemates after stalemates. So that's going to be something that they have to consider into this fight. But it seems like Team Tamilan, they are going to be thinking about heading towards that vicinity. Same can be said for Aerobotz as well. They are going to be trying to make their way in towards the zone from the east side. But we will see a huge cluster coming from the east side though. However, on the PIP itself, ShadowBlitz Esports finally making their way from military base, as they are going to be taking a little bit of pit stop here near around Fury Pier before the circle shifts, but the circle actually shifts towards the west side of Quarry. And it seems like Dragonclaw and Mysterious 4, they've got their predictions pretty spot on as well. So we are going to be expecting a potential open field battle.
Yeah.
And also a potential Quarry Mountain battle here as well. Honeybee Esports will be the first one to pick a couple of stragglers from the northern side of Quarry itself.
It's quite unfortunate that WELT's now starting to get picked off. And it's Honeybee Esports once again getting that second man too. Gotta blow for your WELT. Losing out on 2 players back-to-back, that too by the same squad. And yeah, speaking of the zone, we did see a while ago the circle shifting on towards the left side of the map. Once again, there's a lot of teams in contention, including Miracle Esports. Aerobotz Esports spotting out the players of Myth once again in the front. Shots were taken, a few connections found too, but nothing critical.
Yeah. But Honeybee Esports, they have one of the very, very nice spots as well. One thing I've really realized about how Honeybee Esports play is that they love playing from those kind of high ground advantages mountain. They're not compound people. And it's actually somewhat working out for them. This might be a big game for Honeybee Esports if they are able to convert it by just punish people out in the open. But now, from perspective of Aerobotz Esports, look at all these rotations. They're not taking shots here.
Yeah.
But they do get those information. There is a lot of teams trying to scramble by as well. Herman could be forced stuck onto his combo as well. Ooh, what a pick from Blitz. They weren't expecting this. Now shadowblitz, they're going to get completely shot and surrounded here. He needs backup. Sprays comes through. Blitz finds another one. As Herman, with the element of surprise, they go in for the wraparound, but Luffy was able to take out his teammates instead. Now Blitz, he's got to save the day. Reinforcements are down, and now Luffy gonna be picked off, and he comes in, he takes him out, and Herman survives the onslaught, courtesy and thanks to Blitz, because he may have won that fight, but this fight has attracted a lot of attention here.
Yeah,
to OB official.
The man single-handedly took down 3 players, so what else do you want? Blitzpew, the savior of Herman. Utilities tossed from 2 OP officials, and this time, the connection will be found as well. Herman in a world of trouble. The players are still going to go for that pit stop, but it's not going to work out since 2 OP officials, they're looking full of aura and full of confidence. Straight up just bum rushing, barrel stuffing the foes down, not even scared of Herman's presence.
Oh no, bonfire. Oh, okay, looks like he's going to be fine here. He spots him out. Panford just got his first aid kit in. Could not flick in time. Herman, they may have won the small little battles here, but they will have to cut off the limb to save the body. 2 guys immediately rotated away outside the zone, knowing that they pretty much lost this fight the moment the reinforcements lost that fight.
Yeah, I mean, 2 OP officials, they just had all the 4 players standing.
Yeah.
Knew exactly what was going on in the front as well. That third party was perfect. And that's why third parties are the best possible way. You should be going for the fights as well.
Gotta wrap it up quick too, as well.
Yeah.
But let's see how the circle shifts as well. Is it going to be the open side or is it going to be the quarry here? Gatka, quarry. Oh, it's still uncertain as well. But for Miracle, as one of the best spots possible as well. It is going to be in the divide between the 2 roads itself, the north and the south. Quarry Mountains or Gatka open fields. But the compounds they do have is going to be very, very good here. Beer Baba is going to be holding it as well. They are still on the run, uncertain if they want to play around inside the zone. But the rest of the world, they have to push into this now. And this is going to be tough.
Still a few more teams all the way back in the blue. There's one team trying to make it inside of the circle. It's going to take a while. They've been tanking the blue for the longest, taking a lot of that damage. They probably do have enough meds too to keep on patching themselves up. Jux Esports, a late rotation this time around, woke up a little bit too late in this map. But since they're looking extremely stacked, for them, the terrain shouldn't be that tough. Yes, they can go for a few fights if they do one, or just try and play around the edges and play it as safe as possible.
Yeah. But speaking of which as well, it's funny to see how Jux was the earliest to rotate the circle, but they looted so long that they didn't exactly find a good cover in this next phase here. And right now, they are forced to be playing from the edges as well. So it is going to be an uphill battle here coming from Jux. Uphill battle coming from Golden Gliders as well, who's still finding an entry point, rotating around for the longest time, coming from the west side. They are going to take a little bit pit stop here and there, but I don't think it's going to help them at all if they don't find a spot later on.
Yeah, Golden Glider Esports. For them, they know there's a lot of that pressure too in the overall standings. They're still not on the board yet. Jux Esports in the front, just constantly driving around, trying to get all that attention upon themselves. Golden Glider Esports. Shots were taken against Jux, but no connections found yet. Also got one of the men getting back inside of the vehicle. Golden Glider Esports. It's not the fight they want to find themselves in, but it is still something they've got no other option than to deal with.
Yeah, the hovercraft coming from Jux Esports, they really need it. It's kind of slightly damaged as well if they cut it out and open. So right now, Jux Esports, they're going to be smoking up. That's a waste of smoke coming from Rebu. Ah, you hate to see it as well. He's expecting Golden Gliders going for the fight, but guess what? Yes, they are, because Nico is going to get picked off. The reposition not going to be paying off. The hovercraft going to be going for the save the day, but the sprays comes through. Nico gets picked off. Caesar quickly dismantling Jux Esports just like that.
Solid stuff from Golden Glider Esports. Way to kick things off as well. Caesar getting that first knockout and the confirmation as well. Jux now a little bit suppressed because they know they're already man down. Which means the opponents, they've got a man advantage inside of the fight. If Jux Esports goes for a proper battle, they will probably lose it out because they are in a massive disadvantage. And Golden Glider Esports having this advantage really helps them.
Yeah, it is very, very awkward coming from them. But Golden Glider, they are going to be happy here to stock up a little bit of loot as well. They were kind of lacking as well, but now the circle shifts in towards the east side, so teams all the way from the west side now have a lot of problems as they need to push through into 4 Miracle, who arguably has one of the strongest compounds inside this zone, especially on this compound to kind of gatekeep teams in the west side, because teams on the north side is all exposed to 4 Miracles as well, so it's open duck hunting season coming from 4 Miracle. In this case, chicken hunting for them.
Aero Wobble Gaming in the smack center. And now Jux once again trying to find a breaching point from the different side, but Golden Glider Esports available on this side of the map as well. They're not going to let go of the players of Jux just like that. Jux constantly under heavy fire from the players of Golden Glider Esports. Where do you go? Jux Esports, they try to go for a pit stop, but instead, they get caught by the players of Mysterious 4. And just like that, Jux losing out on 2 more men. Now they're taken down to just that one last man.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate as well. They had a great game just now, but because they were late, they just could not find space, and now they're getting completely edge cam in every single run. The hovercraft idea is great, but they just couldn't make it to the later stage of the zone. Meanwhile, Aerobotz Esports also struggling to actually push their way through.
Oh no.
But Jux is done. Unfortunately for Jax, he is gonna get taken out. Sorry, mate.
Bad outing this time out. Aerobotz Esports, they've got a bit of that piece of land available on the other side. Not looking too good, too smooth either. But it is something they can work with. Few foes in the front. The fight has to commence. Aerobotz Esports kick things off as they've got the advantage now.
Yeah, speaking of advantage here, Honeybee, they get picked off. They had one of the greatest spots to begin with, but did not expect a little bit of flush here. But Golden Gliders, they get completely naded out. Team Tamilan was able to clean them out. This is a bounce back here for Team Tamilan. It's been a while since we've seen Team Tamilan just shutting out a competition.
Yeah, Team Tamilan was doing really good in the game of Sanhok, but then after that, we see a little bit of that dip.
Yep.
And now, once again, Team Tamilan's back with 4 elimination points already secured. That, too, eliminating a team like Golden Glider Esports isn't an easy job, but they still did not even break a sweat.
What happened to Team Tamilan? The entire round 1, they're so silent, but this round 2 seems like a wake-up call has happened for them. On screen, 2OP official. Finds another pick here, Dragon Esports. Shady with the first pick. Jin now pretty much stuck out open. And oh no,
God.
the Miko is just scrolling over. Jin, he's got no cover, but he somehow still survives here. But now Los Hermanos was able to find a knock-in. It's 2OP official, going to be on defense now.
Quite unfortunate for the man. Los Hermanos, though. On that southern side, there's a lot of foes as well, lingering around that vicinity. Team Tamilan is on the southern side as well. Los Hermanos, they need to be extremely careful. Team Tamilan, they seem like they've got the form as well, so you would not want to mess out with a team like Team Tamilan, especially when they're feeling themselves. It will be tough to convert.
Yeah, Los Hermanos started their day in the first game in Sanhok pretty well. They had a decent amount of finishes. Game 2 was a little bit lacking just because of how messed up the terrain was in Miramar itself. But this game seems like they have a better understanding and space to work with. So pretty happy that they are able to find the 1 versus 1 situations for them. Or in this case, one team to one team fights rather than third parties here for Los Hermanos. They do find themselves a decent compound here from the southeast corner, but 2OP official going to be the next to fall here as they get picked off from Team Tamilan. Another big pick here coming from them.
Yeah, the zone once again shifting down south. Team Tamilan finding themselves on the lucky side of the spectrum. Just need to reposition themselves a bit. That's it. And they can instantly get a lot of that advantage in their hands too. Aerobotz Esports still around that other side, looking to find the breaching point as well, but there's a team in the front that's being a constant threat. They don't know how to deal with them either. But one of the men does get knocked out and confirmed as well. And Myth is going to be the one to do that damage. For Myth, things haven't been that smooth either. But this is going to be the time to recover.
Yeah, speaking of which, recovering here, Myth, they are able to get a little bit of space here because their prey was pretty much stolen away. Aerobotz Esports, they're going to be struggling to push their way into the next phase of the zone as well, because right in front of them, It's going to be no man's land once more. And we do see Aero wobble. They have a wide spread in towards the northern side inside the zone. But teams like Myth, teams like Aerobotz Esports, they want to take advantage of this high ground, but it's not working out. But from afar, look at this. Well, they get the knock on towards Aerobotz, and this time Myth official, they're going to be creeping up on them and try and clean them out.
Yeah, Myth will definitely try to do some damage. Aerobotz Esports, they've got too much on their plate. Even WELT now starting to close in from the back lines. Yes, they're taking a lot of damage, but still before Aerobotz Esports, this fight isn't looking that great either. WELT, they've lost out on too many players at this moment. There's just Johnny alive now in the back lines. And for Aerobotz Esports, Beast, what can he do?
Oh no, he's going to try and confirm the finish away. He's going to deny it away. Yes, he will. He takes it from WELT. They may have started the fight. Myth not able to convert any of it. But Beast, he's going to be playing out in the open here. Does anybody chase him? Seems like he's going to be fine. He's going to try and play on the edge of the zone. Myth, they can't really spot him out. So Myth official, they can't really push him down as well, because on the other side, we've got Aero Wobble looking for a couple shots in. But while they're doing this from afar, where are these shots coming from? 4 Miracle Reaper actually getting the knock. What a shot from 4 Miracle.
Yeah, 4 Miracle Esports is extremely far away, but still quite precise. Able to find that knock, pretty much put a bit of that halt, stop the momentum of Myth.
Yeah, they will be forced to reset this fight. The smokes comes through. 4 Miracle from the compound has been forcing every single team to rotate away from the west side. A huge cluster forming around them as well. Aero, they do find themselves a very nice Harry Potter. This Harry Potter is only exposed to teams in the south. And that's why Team Tamilan's Los Hermanos hasn't been able to push into the zone yet, because of this Harry Potter.
The next zone's going to be popping up soon. Aero Wobble still in the prime spot, looking extremely dominant. There is WELT Johnny around that little ridge. Aero Wobble at this moment just trying to focus on the back lines, make sure the backs will be cleared so they won't be stabbed in the future. And Myth is being a constant threat, at least now. Myth, the moment they get dealt with, Aero Wobble will be extremely strong. And Myth just needs to make sure that they won't be eliminated inside of the fight. But what a spot that was. Sarkar gets spotted, knocked out as well. That's not going to give the advantage yet in the hands of Aero Wobble. But since the Blue's on the move, the man will be confirmed.
You know what's really sad? He may have gotten a knock, but the finish was stolen away by 4 Miracle from far, far away. That's so unfortunate. He forgot them. Now, they are going to try and flush up those resources here. Myth, they're pretty much prone up. Aero, they don't exactly know where they are. And it seems like they might be able to get the surprise with them, but now here comes DSR. Is going to make a mad dash for it. Almost gets clipped off. It's going to be focusing in the wrong direction here, but there is a guy right beside him. Clutcher, where are you waiting for? Here comes the push, and he's going to get knocked. And Clutcher, he did absolutely nothing. He's going to be proning his way through. He's dropping a couple of nades, but finally, he goes in for a couple of picks, and just like that, he was able to find a couple of ones himself. What was that?
What just happened to Aero Wobble? They were dominating that entire northern terrain, but as we move on towards another fight, even Mysterious 4 now getting picked off by the likes of 4 Miracle Esports. So many quick wipes happening inside of the final few moments. Even 4 Miracle Esports starting to pop off. We expected a lot from 4 Miracles, and they are now finally delivering. But unfortunately for Mysterious 4, the performance wasn't that great inside of this game either. WOBBLExAERO could have done a lot more in this stance they had, but they messed up big time the moment they made the bounce on top of the Plaza Myth. And they just got a little bit too greedy. Los Hermanos pushed up as well. Even they applied that equal amount of pressure.
What is this push coming from Los Hermanos? Because they're all the way down south, and we've got Shadow just casually driving on the north side, just pressuring for absolutely no reason. They're still on the move. But fortunately for Aerobotz Esports, they may have lost a small little fight. But guess what? For Miracle, they're pushing out. They find Johnny, the last man player, coming in from WELT Esports. As they bow out on 6th place, there's going to be 2 position points in the battle for WELT Esports. But seems to me Los Hermanos very, very confident in this game. They are 4-man healthy, 4 Miracle. Looking very, very strong, but Los Hermanos, they still haven't been able to find anyone yet.
Los Hermanos is trying to go for as much control as possible straight up. They're getting extremely greedy for map control. It might just work out, it might not. The players are too separated. And that's where the first knock squeezes in. 4 Miracle Esports, way to open up the fray.
Yeah.
Crippling the players of Los Hermanos, and now to go for the revival as well, it's going to be extremely tough.
This is a wide spread coming from Los Hermanos. They really want to clean up 4 Miracle. For Miracle, they may have gotten the knock, but Shadow, he's got an off angle. Here he comes. Spray comes through. Repo going to be first knock, and it's going to be confirmed as well. This is a very, very insane flank coming from Los Hermanos.
Yeah, and that also found the value. Extremely important from Los Hermanos, but still there is a man from Aerobotz Esports in the back lines. That solo man is surviving, and he can't be the one to spoil the dreams for Los Hermanos. Los Hermanos extremely desperate to go for this chicken dinner as well as For Miracle Esports getting constantly wrapped up by this one man of Los Hermanos. He's doing an extreme amount of damage at this moment, and now eventually realizes he's already revealed this position too much. Maybe it's time to back away and play things a little bit more passive.
Yeah, he's got so much confidence as well. Beast still haven't exactly made his move as well, but Los Hermanos, oh, they've got the hovercraft. Rico, they tried to run him over. They actually got the save. One player knock, he's going to try and save him up, and now the suppressed fire comes through. Rico forced to dock his way out in the open. Team Tamilan's on the hunt. Los Hermanos disengaged. They are going to get the reset as well. My goodness. Now, the suppress comes through. Spy, he was picked up. They need to reset the fight for Kalan as well. Spy now, continuing the pressure, making sure that Team Tamilan doesn't push up as they go in for the reset for this fight.
Los Hermanos, threat is constantly lingering on top of their heads. There is still Beast alive from Aerobotz Esports, and he can strike anytime. The moment he finds the right moment to strike, Beast will go for it. But soon it is also going to be consumed by the Blues, so Beast needs to be a little bit more quick. He needs to start striking now. Speaking of striking now, you've already got Spy getting that confirmation. Beautiful stuff. Team Tamilan's now starting to get dismantled slowly and steadily. There is one more man in the front taken down extremely low. Team Tamilan, for how long can they stay alive inside of this game?
What a save coming from Los Hermanos. Now they've got sensor control. They've got the widespread taken in here. But the only kryptonite that is happening right now is still going to be Beast, because as of now, they've cleared out every single angle, but this angle, because Beast is not taking any shots at all, and because of this, Los Hermanos, they might drop the ball because of this small little kryptonite that is about to explode in their faces. While they're engaging against For Miracle as well. Dragon OP, he's going to get spotted out. Shadow looking for the confirmation. Dropped him down low. For Miracle can't seem to push up, and guess what? Poco also getting spotted out by Evil. They're all stuck. They're all dead as well. Beard Baba, last man standing, and here comes the flush from Los Hermanos.
Nowhere to go. The players are almost on the verge of being confirmed as well. Los Hermanos now wrapping up all the way from the back. You've got Shadow. The way he's playing, he definitely does seem like he's a Shadow. For Miracle Esports is just not able to get his number. Another man gets eliminated in that same area. Mysterious 4-2, not in the game anymore. And Los Hermanos now making that run against the man in the front. For Miracle Esports is in a world of trouble. Beard Baba, the only glimmer of hope standing here, tried his best, but his best was not enough as For Miracle Esports gets eliminated from this game.
Oh my goodness, now we're down to the final 3 teams here. Beast, he's still waiting for the third party. He is going to be the kryptonite, but he's just being very, very freaking patient. And guess what? Team Tamilan, they found Spy. It is going to be a 2 versus 1 versus 2 situation. Evo can't seem to regroup as well. And Beast, he's just, oh my god, no way. They don't see him. Yeah. And now Evo is slowly creeping away. Team Tamilan is going to pressure his way through, but he's exposed. And Beast, he's trying to get for top 2 here. And I can see why he just doesn't want to shoot. But Fox, I think Fox's off angle might spot Beast as well because he's not inside zone.
The guy's going to go for a spoiler.
Uh-oh.
He's definitely going to spoil a few dreams, shatter them as well.
Oh, no,
he gets spotted. All the patience for what? It's down the drain now. B should have done something when he had the time, but he just messed up. But it's fine, though. At least he managed to bring his team in the top 3, get as many points as possible. But now Team Tamilan and Los Hermanos, they're up close and personal as the fight commences. And Los Hermanos has already lost out in man.
Oh, no, the only kryptonite for Los Hermanos. But guess what? It is going to be a 2 versus 3 now. They got the reset, made a little bit of mistakes, but now 2 versus 3. Los Hermanos still waiting to regroup for this fight. Spy and Kalan a little bit too far off. Team Tamilan still has the upper hand, but IGL finds the pick. Now a 2 versus 2. A Shadow cooking up a nade. IGL just toying right now as Los Hermanos still panicking to go in for the resets here. Another spread comes through. The bait and switch comes in. Shadow trying to make some sort of reaction, but IGL, he's just not falling for it.
Yeah, Mr. Rigel just spamming inside of that smoke. He knows the players do want to go for the reset as well. Spots a man out in the open. He will go for the strike. And also the confirmation instantly follows up. One last man standing for Los Hermanos. What can they do? There is a man inside of the smoke as well, but what can he exactly do? That's the main question. Los Hermanos, all the eggs in one basket now.
Oh no, Team Tamilan, just look at this, the confidence to walk up as well, just because they have high ground. They're checking every single corner, but they do realize that there is just only 2 players left in front of them, and they don't have the mats, so Fox has to regroup for this fight as well. As IGL going to be holding the stone as well. Heard the nade pin. He's going to back off. It's going to be fine. But Los Hermanos, oh, they made a mistake as well, because guess what? It's a 2 versus 1 now, Necro.
Yeah. When it started, it was a 4-on-2, but now Team Tamilan, they've taken it down to 1-on-2. What a way to swing the advantage back in your favor. The odds were stacked with them, but they still are on the verge of converting this entire chicken dinner as they've got the man advantage as well. Utilities tossed behind that rock once again. Team Tamilan showcasing the game of patience. Soon the Blues also going to be on the move, and this man from Los Hermanos will need to leave the bridge and get back in the open.
This is brilliant coming from Team Tamilan. Just because they've got so much space, they're just intentionally baiting out all these utilities to make it so much more easier for them. And now with the counter utilities here, last nade coming from Shadow. And after this nade, Team Tamilan, they might go for the push unless... Ooh, that's so close as well. Ooh, Shadow. He might have gotten for a 2-for-1 sale right there. IGL going to go for the spray. Oh, the timing. As IGL toying with the food, they take the win. And that's going to be Team Tamilan taking the final chicken dinner for today. And Los Hermanos may have almost gotten it, but still a big recovery here for Team Tamilan.
Patience paying off for Team Tamilan. They did pretty good even on the map of Sanhok, and now they pull off a chicken dinner on the last game itself. I'm pretty sure Team Tamilan will be on the top in the overall leaderboards, particularly for this group. 10 finish points acquired, 9 knocks, and of course the damage number of 15-18. Solid stuff from Team Tamilan, and this is the sort of performance and domination you expect from a banner like this.
Exactly. Team Tamilan took them entire round 1 to actually find their footing here, and it's nice to see them actually make a little bit of bounce back here in round 2 itself.
But in my opinion, round 1 was much more competitive compared to round 2.
Definitely, 100%.
Because the way the reshuffles were happening constantly, you needed to adapt on the fly as well. I do understand inside of the round 2, 24 teams are getting eliminated, and you've only got 6 games to prove yourself, but still, the teams that you're going up against, they're much more, not easier, but they're much more better, or maybe you can say better in terms of you performing compared to round 1.
Okay, I like that you actually fumble on that as well, because I think the point you're trying to say is that the good teams in the semifinals and the good teams in round 3 were also in play. Okay,
yeah,
it makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, you know, again, every single round is a little bit predictable here. This is kind of the same here coming from Team Tamilan as well, because this is their first 3 games against a team that they've not played before. They have some semblance of some teams that has played from round 1 itself, but I feel like after these 3 games, the next 3 games that they are going to be playing again is going to be all about adaptations between each other.
But once again, right, round 2 is not going to be the round where teams will be fully tested. Round 3 is where the real test will start to begin. So for Team Tamilan performing over here, it's expected. They're supposed to perform. They're supposed to dominate in a lobby like this. And this is how the action really kicked off. Hirdmen found themselves in quite the awkward spot, but the savior, Blitzpew, was the one to save the day for the team as well. But then an instant third party came through. Hirdmen as well got eliminated.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. And even for 2 OP for Official, that was very, very awkward of them, because like they got the perfect timing to actually third party to fight, but after that, what's next? We haven't seen them actually translate into a lot of major fights as well. And I think teams in towards the north side have realized that this mountain terrain is one of the strongest spots to actually punish people, especially in the early stage of the game. That's why you see Honeybee Esports trying to prioritize that. We saw Myth kind of trying to prioritize that. For Miracle was one of the reasons why every single team was fighting in the north and south, because of this compound. Unfortunately, after leaving those compound, they were just pretty much stuck.
Yeah, and then in the final few moments, we did see the wraparound as well from Shadow from Los Hermanos. The man was able to wrap all the way in the back against the players of For Miracle Esports. And For Miracle Esports, since they did not even have the high ground to play with, they did not really have a lot of control in the end. And that's why they got eliminated. They were just stuck in that dip. Team Tamilan, they were able to convert a 2-on-4, which is extremely impressive, without even breaking a sweat, making it look extremely easy.
I think Team Tamilan did one thing that is really, really good about this game, is that the moment they realized that space was given to them, they just immediately stole it away from Los Hermanos, because they had control of the entire southern side here from Los Hermanos. But the moment they got greedy to actually spread out to try to take out the entire competition, that's where Team Tamilan realized that if we take this space away from them, we're going to win. And that's exactly what Team Tamilan did.
Yeah, but in my opinion, Team Tamilan should not let this confidence get too much in their head. I do understand, yes, they're dominating inside of the round 2, but still, round 3 is yet to come. And inside of round 3, we've got much more skilled teams. We've got insane teams still waiting for you to be there. And we clearly saw what happened inside of the round 1 when Team Tamilan was facing those teams as well. Performance was missing. So in my opinion, Team Tamilan, still the grind should go on. They should focus and practice a bit more. We've got the top 5 players on the screen. You've also got Sarkar right there for Myth getting 5 finishes, Mr. IGL 2 getting 4, Shadow as well getting 4 finishes, and then you've got Kalan 2 from Los Hermanos getting 3.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of an awkward start here. But all things considered here, top 5 players is on play here. They were the playmakers for this match itself. We saw a lot of moments of brilliance from these 5 players itself. But with that game here, Team Tamilan, they get themselves 10 finish points and a chicken dinner, resulting in 20 points. Los Hermanos did pretty well as well, but they weren't able to close out a chicken dinner, but still get themselves 15 points. 4 miracles. The masterminds coming from West Side would get themselves 10 points. Myth, guess what? They were able to get themselves to 8 finishes, despite bowing out rather early. That's 9 points in the bag for Myth official.
Look, in my opinion, in the span of 3 games, you just need to get more than 20 points. The moment you do that, you've pretty much found yourself in a comfortable spot. I would not say you've done the job yet, but you've done the job 50%.
Correct.
And then the moment you cross that 40 points marker, that's when you're safe. That's when you know you're going to be qualifying to the upcoming round.
Fair enough. You do need that 40-point marker here to pretty much put yourself into one of the safe spots to qualify directly in towards round number 3. But Welt also making 5 points as well. Try Hirdmen with 4 points, Aero with 3, Honeybee with 3. It's interesting to see Honeybee with 3 points, despite them having one of the very, very strong compounds. Oh, not in this case, the mountain terrains in the north side, but the third party from Myth, as well as multiple teams, kind of forced them to be taken out rather early. It was just very, very awkward as well.
Honeybee was constantly chasing down the players of Welt, right? Which is quite unfortunate. Welt lost 2 of their players off the rip against the players of Honeybee Esports. And even speaking of Welt, I had a lot of expectations from them, but the performance was still missing. The same thing can be said for ShadowBlitz and Golden Glider Esports, especially ShadowBlitz. What happened to them?
I don't know. It feels like ShadowBlitz, ever since they narrowly could have qualified to round 3 and 4, everything has been just on a tumble for them as well.
I know, right?
I think the first few games that they've played, especially during round 1, was pretty okay. But ever since then, they just could not recover from that. And it might be luck, it might be skill, but something is not going well here for ShadowBlitz.
Of course, without a doubt. I mean, the performance we've seen so far from them, that too inside of the round 2, where a team like ShadowBlitz is not even supposed to break a sweat. Now they're breaking a lot of sweat.
Yeah.
And the same thing can be said even for REVENANT X SPARK in that previous group, right? Those type of teams are not supposed to break a sweat. They're not supposed to struggle in these lobbies, but they still are. And that just makes us concerned about their future journey even more. Yes, what if they do qualify for the round 3? But since they are barely qualifying either, can you really count on them?
I think a lot of us were questioning their play to date specifically, from REVENANT X SPARK in particular. Like, I know we just finished our Group C here. We're talking about REVENANT X SPARK from Group A itself. The play coming from Sanhok was that they went for a 1-1-1-1 surrounding split, which is very disconnected. But this play is going to work if they have the element of surprise. And they have done this before in BGIS, and they have done this before last year as well. It's a strat that is developed in order for this to work. They need to take things slow and then find a surprise first. And if they get brute force out by the team inside, they are going to lose. So I think from REVENANT X SPARK here, they're trying to kind of familiarize this strategy for the team, but it just didn't work out at that game.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? If you're going to be doing the same thing, you will be expected. And Diesel Esports, I'm pretty sure they had done their research. They knew exactly what REVENANT X SPARK likes to do. If there is a clash happening on towards Temple, this is how they're going to be flanking them. This is how they will go for the third party. Because you saw instantly Diesel Esports moved on that slope. They took down Sarang. He was the first man to get taken down in that fight. And then that right there was the breaking point for REVENANT X SPARK. That's when the dominant effect started.
I don't know. It feels like REVENANT X SPARK, they're still adapting to, because they have a little bit of roster change here. The strats are still the same. It's just that they need to get familiarized. I think that's my question mark. Is it going to work out for them? But again, you know, I don't really want to talk into REVENANT X SPARK here, because in the end here is Osmian's job, it's Shadow's job to actually fix their problem as well. What their direction is. But I can see the implementations coming from them. But that's just the let's talk about the teams here in this respective group, because now when it comes to Group B, I'm a little bit disappointed with how WELT has been playing, because this is not the WELT
of course
I remembered from BHIS.
I mean, WELT is not performing well. The same thing can be said, as I mentioned, for shadowblitz, Hirdmen as well.
Yeah.
This is not the same performance that we've seen from these teams, even inside of BGIS, and even inside of round one. WELT was able to showcase some signs of life in the round one itself. They were doing so good. Let's not forget that clutch from Justy, single-handedly taking down a team like REVENANT X SPARK, almost on the verge of 1v4ing them. So WELT is definitely someone who does pack a lot of punch, but as a team, they're failing.
Yeah, I guess so. But only time will tell, because they're still not on the competition yet. There is still time for them to bounce back as well. But of course, today we pretty much concluded both Group A as well as B, as they've pretty much started their journey in towards 3 rounds respectively. So I'm curious to see how Group C and D is going to happen as well. That is going to be a little bit of a different approach as well, because they are going to be having a target now to achieve, at least coming in from Group A and B.
That is true. I mean, now they will have a rough picture on exactly how many points they need to be there on the safety side of the spectrum, and they know what sort of a benchmark has been set in the span of 3 games, and they can just try and get a little bit more better and try and set a better benchmark themselves. But speaking of a few more names like Los Hermanos now, they were definitely a major surprise. Today, Los Hermanos did really good.
Yeah, Los Hermanos played really, really well. The only time they actually fumbled was that last game itself. The idea was super risky, super greedy, but it was very much necessary for them to actually win that game. But they just did not realize that there was a kryptonite, but that kryptonite wasn't the reason they lost as well. So
I know, right?
I think it's just, I feel like Team Tamilan's situational awareness was a little bit better. Like, the moment they realized that they've given control and we can take space, we're going to take space. And the moment they took space away from Los Hermanos, that was the reason why Los Hermanos just lost the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I guess even the bots are now starting to play really good, right? In the first group, we had Autobotz, and now we had Aerobotz Esports too. Aerobotz Esports, they're not really going for any sort of poppy plays, just like Autobotz Esports, but they're still maintaining an average. They're still maintaining a standard that's really helping them get that decent bit of points in the overall standings. And as I mentioned, the moment you cross that 20 points marker, the job is halfway done. You just need a few more points to place yourself around that 40 points marker, and you will be on the safer side of the spectrum. The cutoff can definitely go higher, but in my opinion, it should not go higher than 35.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, for those guys watching at home, guess what? We are going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we'll be back with the overall standings of Group B as well as A. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025 here. Apologies for the small little break here. We are getting things a little bit sorted, but guess what? We're back once more. My name is ICB12, he is Necro, and we will officially give you guys the overall standings in a bit, because we took a little bit of time here to calculate here.
Yeah.
And it seems like based on what we saw from the scores itself, it is very, very unexpected, and it is very, very close.
Of course, it is going to be intense. It is extremely mysterious as well. And you know what? Let's reveal that mystery as we move on towards the overall standings. H4K still sitting on top. And then you've got Team Tamilan with 42 points. Solid stuff. NoNx right there with 38. And then you've got WOBBLExAERO with 37 points. Great way to start things off for WOBBLExAERO.
Yep, this is a big day here coming from NoNx, Team Tamilan's H4K as well, because they pretty much set the benchmark on what the minimum qualifying points is, especially for the top 8, at least for now. But if you are in the top 8 right now, you should be relatively safe. But based on what we're seeing on this points, I feel like the top 3 right now is top 4 is kind of safe. Everybody else still has jeopardy to actually get eliminated here, but they'll still need like what 10, 12 points to be safe out in their next 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, if H4K does not even play the upcoming 3 games, they're still going to be qualifying.
Oh, yeah,
that's how good H4K was in just the 3 games. Then you've also got Los Hermanos there with 34 points. Solid stuff from Los Hermanos, honestly. It was quite a big surprise. Autobotz Esports, they do not really have a lot of placement points, but the elimination point is something that's keeping them on the board as well. Solid stuff from Autobotz Esports. And as I mentioned, today Aerobotz and Autobotz, they were performing exceptionally well.
They definitely were. And of course, going to the next page as well, we have the bottom 16 as of yet, 32 teams. And you can see, as shadowblitz completely dropping the ball today itself with 1 point only. ASSAM Tigers also with 2 points, REVENANT X with 4 points, Hirdmen with 4 points, Golden Glider Esports with 5 points, REVENANT X SPARK with 6 points. Ooh, these are all the danger spots to be in 3 games. So, I don't know, even for WELT, even for Dragonclaw, they might just be eliminated if they don't step up in their last 3 games.
Can you believe REVENANT X SPARK has actually won back-to-back trophies in 2024 with the performance they're showcasing over here? It's tough to believe. The same thing can be said for Forever Red Ross as well, which was, of course, known as in the past in the BGIS, but now they're known as Forever Esports. But it's pretty much the same team, the same playing 4, and even for them, the performance is not there. Yeah,
it's a little bit awkward to see them in this position to begin with here. Obviously, training is one thing, but this is so risky. Like, personally, I think REVENANT X SPARK should still have a chance to bounce back, but this is their last shot, especially for when their next game happens, which is going to be 2 games time.
In 3 games, they need around 35 points, which is a lot. And the same thing can be said even for the side of Forever Esports too. That's a lot of points, because now in 3 games, they were just able to squeeze in 6 points. And now in the upcoming 3 games, they need 35.
Yeah, 64 teams playing in round 2, and only 24 will be eliminated. So it is going to be very, very close. But for now, we're going to be closing out the day here. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day number 2. See you guys tomorrow.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Wow.
So I'm holding my breath, skipping rocks on my skin until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm